industrialization, but the people are dressed as if it were a fantasy world. Then we see a young guy who is distracted by enthusiastic shouts, from which it becomes clear that this world has a class system. The very source of the noise says that he has chosen the summoner class, and now everyone should join his team because he will help them join the academy. But the girl with the priest class says that her specialization is much cooler than the summoner, and he's a downer, so he should join her team. Naturally, such harsh statements lead to a clash, and they decide to go once for all. But the protagonist watching these mediocrities thinks that 3 years ago he received a special talent, and during this time he and his cognition is already sufficiently filled to get used to all the oddities. Exactly 70 years ago, reality merged with the game and human life underwent tremendous changes. Just like in the game there were levels, classes, and equipment, they became indicators of wealth and status of a person. Leveling up can strengthen the body a lot, and class and skills allow for the most efficient distribution of power. But all of this did not come easily. In return, the world lost its peace, because the monsters from the game also moved into reality. In this world, the most important thing is power, which means it can become very interesting. This monologue of the main character is interrupted by the teacher who burst into the classroom. He stops the scuffle and orders everyone to go home immediately after class. The teacher then turns to the protagonist. His name is Yun Chung, and according to the old man, he hasn't chosen a class yet. So if he doesn't do it before the exam, he's sure to fail. But judging by the expression on Chen's face, he doesn't care about the teacher's words, because this old man continues to lecture. He says that the guy is confused in himself, even if now without specialization he has a lot of skills. They are still all primary and they cannot be well developed. The closer he gets to the edge of his abilities, the more flaws he will encounter. And besides specialization gives much more attribute points and skills, he sincerely asks Chen to finally choose his class for his own good. But the guy is on his mind and tells the old man not to worry, because he wants something more than just a strong specialization. His true goal is to stand on top of this world. Then the internal monologue begins. Chen thinks about the attributes and skills he can get even without a class thanks to the system. The system makes him go through daily workouts, 10 kilometers of running, and 100 on abs, 100 push-ups, and 100 squats. By going through all the daily tasks, he gets his reward. Many people only get this many skill points and attributes by passing the toughest challenges. But Chen gets them for nothing for his dailies. As Teacher Jin said, classless people have a lot of disadvantages. They get too few skill points and attributes, although they have plenty of skills because they are basic and not particularly strong. But Chen has enough points. He can pump skills of any class, and it can be said that he is a universal player. Pumping his attributes, Chen thinks that the system is very good, because everything can be done quickly, and no one will not see his stats. And this saves a lot of problems, as usual. The guy distributes all the attributes received equally 2 points each. Speaking of ways to get rewards a lot, not only dailies. Also, the system gives special tasks, such as how to join the academy, and the better the results of the entrance exams, the more will be the reward, and the rewards have never failed Chen. And so tomorrow he will put up 100%. And so we are transported to the exam square the next day. This square is limbed by 3 massive magic gates. Although Jin has told his students this many times, he will now repeat it all again for the extra smart ones. There are 3 types of difficulty: easy, difficult, and nightmare. Once the gate opens, it will mean that the dungeon has also opened, which means the exam has already begun. The higher the difficulty, the higher the score, and the smaller the team, the higher the score. But the guys should not take on a lot, because the copies of monsters will be equal to the real ones and students can easily die. So Jin as a teacher is important that they all try to just survive, not to pass the exam 100%. And at this point, the gates begin to open, which means that the exam has already begun. And all those who want to join the academy must choose their gate. The name of the dungeon is Goblin Dungeon. The difficulty level is easy, simple, and nightmare. The number of people to pass from 1 to 5. Notes unknown dungeon teeming with settlements of goblins. These fierce monsters love human blood and flesh. But the entrants already know all this. They are quite confident in their choices. The audience notices that most of them have gone in groups, and it makes sense, I guess. But one guy still decided to do some damage, and he's clearly not in the Dedesher class. Does he really not want to live? He also chose a nightmare-level dungeon. He clearly wants to die. Why does he have so much equipment? Why does he have so many weapons? Didn't he change his class? But Chen does not care about the outrage of the crowd. He is already in anticipation of the battle. But not only the crowd of spectators paid attention to the reckless guy, his teacher Jin cannot believe that this psycho still has not chosen a class. In addition, he also went to the most difficult nightmare dungeon. The guy does not care about himself. His worries are interrupted by the dean of the school, Dong Kyung, who demands an explanation. Jin tries to get out of it by saying that Chen is a very talented guy and the lack of class is probably part of his strategy, but the dean doesn't really believe it. Meanwhile, Chen has already entered the nightmare dungeon, where he sees the obvious traces of a goblin as expected from a nightmare-level dungeon. The atmosphere is creepy. But this only encourages Chen to begin this test. Well, and the audience continues to discuss the most reckless student. Even without a class, he has access to all the skills. But he took with him a bunch of equipment, gun, shield gun, and staff. Will he be able to use all of this effectively? Plus, he chose the nightmare difficulty. He probably just decided to show off, and now he's trembling with fear and can't go any further than the entrance. But with a haughty pass is pulled back by his friend. With amazement, he says that it's quite the opposite. The classless fellow flew into the dungeon like a bullet. He is not just not afraid to advance, he does it in a hurry. Thanks to the basic skill of swordsman acceleration, Chen develops tremendous speed and already in a couple of moments catches up with his first opponents. Goblins pay attention to the rapidly approaching threat, but unfortunately they do not have enough brains to assess the strength of the enemy, and they are happy that soon eat humanity. Chen takes out a magic stick and uses the basic skill of a magician. Fireball, even though this skill is basic, it does enough damage to kill most of the creatures with one attack. The onlookers are shocked. Not only does he roll spells instantly, but his power is much stronger than normal mages. But the surprises don't end there. Now his staff changes shape. With a metallic clang, it turns into a sword, a special weapon called a sword staff. As the name implies, he can transform into both of these weapons. When it is in ball form, Chen gets a +5 to strength, and when the weapon takes the form of a staff, he gets a +5 to wisdom. Chen now uses the swordsman's skill, wind power. The goblin who survived the fireball attack trembles in fear, but fails to even try to escape. Ruthless honorably wears the blow and is instantly put to death, slashing his back. This attack literally halves the green freak. The rest of the goblins shout something in their own language. They have surrounded the enemy and now they realize who they have messed with. But the fact that they are ready to fight seriously does not help them at all, because Chen uses another skill that flies past each goblin with lightning speed and destroys everyone who was in the path of the blade. This is the skill of a magical swordsman, cutting flame wind. Chen used it for the first time, and even he does not fully understand whether the basic skill should be so strong. And the audience, seeing such an excellent fighter, begins to rejoice. And one of the girls is ready to give himself to the guy, and those losers who laughed at him at first have already realized how wrong they were, and a new fan shouts words of encouragement to Yun Chen. And an unusual angle regarding the losers catches their attention, and they continue to discuss the classless guy. With so many weapons, he should have overloaded, and even with the speed skill, he wouldn't have been able to move so sharply. If he put all the points into physical strength, then it would make sense. But then, where did he get the points for the other skills from? And even the dean notes that Chen is too strong for a classless specialization guy. Jin says that Chen's talent is omnipotent. He can remove restrictions by doubling his skills. Only a small percentage of people possess an innate talent, and depending on their talent, these people choose a class. Those who have a talent of the magical type inevitably become mages, and those who have a talent for physical enhancement choose combat classes like swordsmen. Of course, there are specific talents like cleaning or cooking, but nevertheless, the awakened talent determines which class you choose. The omnipotent talent is only strong in the early stages and can be used to increase the strength of your skills up to rank C. It's only useful in the beginning, but he can't go far. And even though his combat and magic skills are excellent and he uses them wisely, his limit is very low, so it's not worth focusing on him. Teacher Jin starts to grumble that this is why he advised Chen to change classes, because the further he goes, the weaker he becomes. A pile of bloody corpses doesn't agree with that. After sneaking through numerous enemies, Chen finally reaches the entrance to the next room. Without a second's hesitation, the guy opened the door and drew the attention of all the goblins. In this room, there are countless of them, and they will clearly be stronger than the previous puissants. Among them, there are some particularly strong guys, such as a level 12 red goblin with fire magic, a level 14 goblin commander with good combat spells, and a goblin knight whose skills allow for good ranged combat. Using the evaluation skill, Chen can determine the ability of each monster. There are even water goblins among them, and their equipment is not bad. Evaluating each one would be silly. Besides, the terrain is very tight, and it would be hard to turn around at full speed. While Chen was thinking, the goblins began to give commands. Among them, there is even a squad of drummers, which helps to keep the rhythm of the battle and raises morale. But the magicians are already ready to use their spells to support the vanguard. Turning his ball back into a staff, Chen says that their strategy is good. But if everything goes according to their plan, it will be too hard for him to fight them. So he uses the priest's skill, Flash. And this skill is also powerful enough to blind all the monsters. And as soon as they start to come to their senses, Chen is already behind one of them. He intends to kill the most dangerous ones first. This is the basis of the basics, and in this he will be helped by the assassin's stealth skill. But having cut the throat of one of the monsters, the others immediately notice him and try to attack Chen from behind. But he sees everything perfectly and stomps his foot using the assassin's cloning skill. His clone has all of his master skills, and he also has 35% of all of his attributes. And together with his doppelganger, he starts slaughtering poor people left and right. Many goblins die in an instant, and one of them, seeing this picture, goes into a rage, increasing his physical stats to the limit. And the huge enraged behemoth swoops down on Chen, but the classless hero is not so simple. He easily dodges and says that it's not time to fight him yet. He then summons a water elemental, at which point the screen begins to interfere. The cameras switch to another student who is going through a less difficult dungeon. All the viewers are extremely unhappy with this arrangement. They don't want to watch this lazy guy. The crowd demands the return of the classless guy and starts throwing all kinds of garbage at the screen. But the worker in charge of the cameras says they've been broadcasting it for 3 minutes. Why don't the viewers look at the other guys? Because they're trying to be IUT. His boss beats the crap out of him and says that if the viewers want something, he should give it to them. Besides, the boss himself wants to see what's going on there. Meanwhile, the audience continues to discuss the mysterious apprentice. The guy with the eye patch says that his magic skills are instantaneous and his fighting skills are excellent, and that he's also good as an assassin. B-Risk's friend notes that his friend forgot about the summoning skill. This classless guy is a real monster. In their conversation meets the instructor of the assassin department. In this class, he knows all the subtleties. With each kill, the angle of impact can slightly deviate, and then the assassin skill will lose its power, allowing you to kill the enemy with a single blow. To say without exaggeration, his movements are at the level of a professional, and even more, many professionals were not as good as him. Then we are shown the camera with Chen again, and the audience is all excited to finally be shown a classless warrior. He has summoned 3 elementals to fight the goblins, and he himself has started a battle with the boss of the room, whose rage has slowly started to pass. Now begins the most interesting part of the second stage, the battle with the room boss. Well, since this monster has a level of complexity nightmare, Chen will have to use a couple of tricks. The goblin boss rushes sharply at the hero, but before he can get there, he falls into a trap. This is a skill mechanic that allows you to hold the enemy for 2 seconds. And Chen uses this window to use a fireball and throw it right in the face of the monster. But he is a boss for a reason. This blow does not cause him significant damage, and the goblin with a burnt face continues his rush to the hero. But not having time to get even a meter closer, Chen bounces away from the boss like a jumper. And then Goblin notices that again stepped into a trap. But this time, it is an incredibly powerful mine, which undermines the freak. All the monsters pay attention to this explosion, and Chen looks at the consequences of his trap. He says that he's not sure what to do, and surprisingly, the goblin actually survived the blast. He is about to use his strongest skill, military spirit, but Chen shouts that he won't let him do it, and calls out a plant that destroys the floor of the dungeon. It's main druid skill, Vine. With a wave of his hand, Chen controls the plant, and it spears straight into the jaw of the room's boss. The goblin can't even move, and ice bullets fly at him, dealing cold damage and reducing his movement and attack speed by 35%. This powerful skill pummels monsters to the ground, giving him no rest. Taking this opportunity, Chen uses the mechanic skill, M2201 launcher, Thunder Mage basic skill, Water Mage skill, Water Arrows and Summoner skill, Water Spirit control, and all this barrage of attacks is sent straight into the poor guy. The boss of the room felt the power of every skill of the classless warrior, and the audience held their breath watching the exciting battle. They even felt a little sorry for this boss. He literally didn't stand a chance against such a monster. Yun Chen used every class control skill. It was impossible to escape from such a trap. What was more amazing was that every attack he made was thought out. When the water and thunder skills are used together, they give a stun effect, and the ice bullet skill combined with the vine didn't even give him a chance to counterattack. And one of the examiners watching said that they were missing something important. The most important thing is that Yun Chen didn't let the boss use his strongest skill, fighting spirit. It was the key to victory. This makes even those who originally didn't believe in the guy show their respect. It's scary to even imagine how much he trained to use so many skills and weapons so skillfully. After saying that, everyone starts to praise old man Jin. At this rate, his student will break the school record. But the dean says that they are looking too narrowly. Yun Chen will surely be among the top 3 leaders in the province, and their school record is only 9th place. The principal, who had previously been angry with Jin and didn't believe in his student, tells the teacher to sit next to him. But old Jin continues to suck up to the hypocritical principal, saying that he has always believed in Yun Chen. Meanwhile, the audience is in full admiration of classless Chen. One girl even tells her teacher that changed her mind to become a magician. She will follow the example of this genius universal. But the teacher immediately slaps her on the back of the head and says that she doesn't even realize how skilled this guy is. She'll never reach his level. She can't even handle a staff properly, let alone a sword or a gun. She should put aside such stupid thoughts. If she follows him, she will definitely die in the test. This isn't a game, this is reality. Here you will have to pay for your mistakes with your life. Besides, it will be impossible to keep up with this guy. Meanwhile, Chen has already cleaned up everything. Now we can move on to the next stage. The audience is puzzled. If this monster is not going to at least take a break after the battle with the boss. The dean begins to whine again and says that the other students did not even have time to go to the second room. He has enough time to rest, but he is too reckless to act. In a rage, he yells at Jin and asks what he was teaching this troublemaker. The teacher tries to justify himself and says that he probably just wants to get through the dungeon as fast as possible, because mop-up time is also factored into the grade. But the mentor of the mage department says that they have such a genius, but now he will die for his showmanship. Well, his student disagrees with him because Senior Yun still has a lot of weapons. He probably has some plan, even though the mentor recognizes the genius of the guy. But most likely the remaining behind his back weapons are useless, and he does not know how to use them because he simply would not have enough skill points to own so much equipment. In addition, the monsters on the next floor are trained to the highest level, so he should be as careful as possible rather than rushing through. Mana expenditure will be enormous, and to go there without rest is simply suicide. And entering the next room, Chen notices that at this point all the trash has disappeared. Only goblin shamans and high-level magic. Now it will be more interesting. He puts 2 fingers to his forehead and gathers energy. The water elemental's summoning will be over soon, so before they die, we need to take full advantage of their bodies. The goblins already realize how strong their enemy is and throw all their forces to kill the guy, but Chen just orders the elementals to block it, and they cover their master at the cost of their lives. A huge amount of magical attacks should have wiped him out, but from the smoke created by the explosions, the figure of the hero is visible, and the goblins are in complete shock. Chen pulls out 2 fancy pistols and says that now it's his turn to attack. Sniper class has a huge number of skills, but for such usefulness has to pay. This class is the best, but at the same time the most difficult to learn. But the main difficulty is the skill of stalking on the tracks. Because of it, you have to shoot it all without missing. Otherwise, you cannot do much damage, and in real combat to hit everyone is almost impossible. But the mage mentor suggests that the classless just has a lot of skills to easily hit the monsters. And at that moment, there is a deafening gunshot. Yun Chen's new fan jumps up and shouts that now he will show something incredible again. And looking at the screen, I'll see a clear shot to the head. The skill of chasing the footsteps increases the killing intent. With each hit on the enemy, the effect adds up to 25 times. And each level of killing intent increases shooting and movement speed by 2%. So Chen immediately piles on 2 more levels of the skill, prescribing headshots. The goblins won't stop attacking, But all their attempts are futile, and the classless one uses a slippery lunge and dodges all the magic balls. After that, they use the rapid fire skill, but the hail of magic balls continues to chase Chun. Fortunately, he is agile enough to jump up and dodge it. In flight, however, he makes a U-turn and uses quick reload, then uses death shot and blast. Like an angel of death, he unleashes a barrage of attacks on the pitiful goblins. By the time he lands on the ground, he finds himself amidst a mountain of bloody corpses. So not only did he deal with so many enemies in a couple of combinations, he also killed them all in the head. And the girls watching him already want to have children with him. His skills are so amazing that every girl who sees it at once will want to have such a husband. Even the mage mentor takes back his words and says that he really is a genius of this era. Well, and the dean again changes his mind and says that he always believed in the guy. One of the members of the committee says that he noticed one oddity. Yun-Chen still has not used any potions, although the rules allow it. And in fact, really prepared in advance mana and health potions, which are forbidden in normal exams, would help a lot when it comes to life and death. But apparently for him, it is useless. But in fact, it's different. He just didn't take them, because with so many weapons, he just didn't have enough room. I wonder if he's really that reckless or just very sure of himself. Meanwhile, his pistols were starting to smoke because they had overheated due to overuse and were now completely useless, although it was not surprising that they were of black iron rank. However, they have already done their job well. Now he does not need the pistols. The dean doesn't understand what rank the pistols were if they broke. Jin replies that they were the cheapest black iron pistols, and then the dean finally has human features and yells at Jin how he could let his student go to the exam with such trash. But the thing is that Yun-Chen can't afford higher quality guns. He has no parents, plus he has to take care of his younger sister. Surprisingly, the dean is touched by this story and says that if he had known about it earlier, he would have personally bought him better equipment. But now it's too late. Meanwhile, Yun-Chen had come to another room. This gate leads to the final boss. If he kills it as fast as the previous mobs, he will become the provincial champion. They hadn't had a single provincial champion in the history of the school. If that happened, he would go down in history as the best headmaster. And now it's clear why he suddenly wants to buy a poor student some gear. The dean tells the genie that if Yun-Chen dies because of his equipment, he won't be a teacher anymore. And the old man begs Chen-Chen to do well. Yun-Chen opened the gate. Everyone froze in anticipation of this battle. Perhaps they would witness a historic moment and see the new provincial champion. Besides, he didn't use all the weapons behind his back. The spectators are bursting with anticipation. But the screen switches again. The crowd is again ready to tear the workers watching the cameras to shreds. But a little closer, they see a horrifying picture. They are dead students. All who reached the goblin commander are dead. Some were killed while he was trying to use the return whistle. But suddenly, a teleportation light appears in the middle of the field. It looks like someone managed to escape. The injured, half-dead students seem to have lost the will to live. Some of them couldn't even make it to the second floor. Watching Yun-Chen, the audience has forgotten how difficult this dungeon is. And now the young people who will have to pass this test in the future realize that they have no chance at all. But the dean realizes that at this rate, all the students will refuse to take the exams and simply leave the school. So he orders to switch the camera back to Yun-Chen. In previous years, many students had suffered, but almost all of the dedesters passed the tests, albeit with difficulty. This year, the best was Yun-Chen, so maybe now the principal will finally change his preference and make the test a little easier. Meanwhile, the camera switches again, and we are shown the hero going to meet the main boss. Finally, he stands right in front of the monster, who sits on his throne and says that the man came here for nothing. He reluctantly gets up from his throne, thinking that now he will easily deal with the annoying man and continue his vacation again. But Chen in turn is pleased with the power of the hobgoblin, which presses on the hero. In addition, he speaks in human language. He did not expect anything less. But unfortunately, he has only 20 seconds to live. That's how long the skill lasts. Monk Blood Rage. This skill increases all attributes by 80%, as well as 75% increased armor penetration. Well, and of course for such a power has to pay. After 20 seconds, the user will lose 75% of their attributes. Jin realizes that the hero took a risk, but it is very unwise. There are a lot of other ways to kill the boss in a hurry. Dean in general went into a rage from such mules and his blood pressure jumped. But in the meantime, Chen has already started the fight, made the first step. He takes off right in front of the boss, attacking him in the forehead. Hobgoblin is amazed by the man's speed, but still he is too weak. With these words, he hits his giant axe right on the hero and chops him in half. All the female fans were immediately upset. Apparently, even the incredible Yun Chen couldn't compare to the nightmare boss, but the dean immediately realized that it was only a clone. At the moment of the frontal attack, he created a clone, and he himself was already behind the main goblin's back. He thrust his spear straight into the giant's back and slashed it along its entire body. The goblin immediately turns around to counterattack, but the staff is in front of his eye. Chen uses a flash to blind his enemy. He can't even realize what just happened, and while he's blind, the hero doesn't waste any time and finishes off the boss. But something goes wrong. Chen's attack was so dishonorable that the Goblin King unknowingly went into a rage, causing his body to strengthen so much that Jun's spear couldn't penetrate it, and eventually, it broke. This is too bad, because the rage has reduced the blinding time, and now the dungeon boss strikes again with his huge axe. There is a deafening rumble and the battlefield is covered in dust. The Goblin King thought he had killed a man, but apparently he dodged and used the vine to restrain the boss. With only 13 seconds left of blood rage, the real battle is about to begin. But we are shown fangirls who are wondering why Yun's weapon is broken, because he hasn't used it before. Even with the king's fury, he can't penetrate the Goblin King. But the mentor says that it's not about attributes. Yun Chen has them all right, otherwise he wouldn't be able to blind the monarch of the mountains. The dean says that they both used rage and increased their already powerful attributes. The black iron spear just couldn't hold up. There's no way you can use this trash in a real battle. But what's worse is that the time for blood rage is coming to an end. What would Yun Chen do? He wanted to finish the battle as quickly as possible, but apparently now he would have to sweat. So Chen uses the ranger's skill of finding weaknesses. But this big guy has no weaknesses. In addition, he is not going to just stand there and wait for Yun Chen to gather his thoughts, and starts attacking the agile human being. His blows become faster and more deadly, but Chen dodges everything and jumps away from the monarch of the mountains as far as possible. Then the monster slams his foot on the ground, and crushing waves begin to emanate from under his foot. It's bad because of the shaking. It's very difficult for the hero to stay on his feet. But fortunately, he reacts in time and uses the skill. And then we see Chen, who has already gotten his ass kicked, with only 9 seconds left. The fans are getting ready to mourn their beloved. And the dean notes that if he had better equipment, the fight would have already ended. In addition, now he has lost his sword and staff. After that, Yun Chen became closed access to combat and magic skills, and to everything else he has no potions with him. Any injury means death for him. Standing over Chen, the monarch of the mountains swings his axe and says that now the man can die. But that's not Chen's plan. He uses his Thorn Druid skill and attacks the Hobgoblin. The audience, on the other hand, doesn't understand why he uses control skills as an attack, because it's useless. Although if you think about it, it's pretty weird that after going into a rage, the monarch of the mountains didn't even move from the spear strike, but is now fighting off some plants. But in fact, he just found his weakness, because it is in any monster. And with these words, Chen puts on combat gloves. Until this moment, the hero just could not notice the weakness of the thug. The self-confidence of the man infuriates the monarch, and he again tries to kill him with an axe. But his weakness is in the back right under his cloak, where the druid's thorns are constantly aiming. And Chen, without wasting a second, moves behind the monarch's back and uses the firebow skill. The thug doesn't have time to react, and the thorns restrain him for a few seconds. The spectators are already rejoicing at the hero's victory, but the monster manages to free himself and turns his chest to the fiery arrow. And even though it did him a lot of damage, but an attack of this magnitude will only knock him down, but not more, which means that the guy has already lost. And then Chen asks him if the goblin is sure of his words, because he falls exactly on the place where the broken spear was stuck. The goblin obviously does not want to die, but his wish means nothing, and he finally falls on the spear, receiving a mortal wound. After that, the hero falls down without strength, but overcoming himself, he rises up. Because congratulations on the victory should be taken with a proudly raised head, he passed the nightmare dungeon in only 14 minutes and 47 seconds. The whole stadium is cheering. Their new favorite has managed to defeat the main monster in only 20 seconds. He is really the strongest. Meanwhile, the monarch has already started to evaporate. Considering the difficulty of the dungeon, Yun Chen's grade is 3S. He is the first to pass this dungeon on such a grade, For this, he gets 15000 experience and 20 points of skills and attributes. He is also rewarded with the Green Forest shoulder pads, belt, and gloves, all of which are of golden quality. Chun also gets the title of Goblin Killer, which gives him 25% damage to goblins. Naturally, Chun is very happy with this result. But if he is the first to pass such a grade, will he really get into the ranking of the province? But his thoughts are interrupted by the system. For his labors, he will be rewarded with one of 3 talents, Quick Spell. This talent, oddly enough, shortens the time it takes to cast spells. Aura of Power, but here I think everything is so clear and do not need to explain. And finally, the last talent, Resistant. When receiving heavy wounds, hero will receive 100% bonus to the attack and its speed. And although all the talents are good, but to his tactics of battle most suits Fast Spell, so he chooses it. And at the same moment, he gets a magic ray that adds a new talent to his forehead. So now we can check out the equipment. Of all the new items, the best were the Green Forest gloves, which gave plus 30 to strength and plus 3 to the chance of a critical hit. But the most important thing is the effect of the Green Forest kit, which restores health and mana outside of combat according to the user's physique. If Chun had to fight the Monarch of the Mountains again, with this equipment, he would finish off the big guy in 5 seconds. But it's not the time to praise himself. It's time to return from the dungeon. And as soon as he appears at the stadium, all the spectators begin to cheer, and the newly acquired female fans ask to take them as wives. One of them even gives him a new nickname, God Yun. Naturally, since Chun hasn't seen the stadium's reaction throughout his fight, he doesn't realize what's going on here. But the dean does not waste a second and immediately flies up with Teacher Jin and congratulates Yun Chen with the victory. They even begin to film television, about which falls into even greater prostration from such attention. Finally, the dean lets the hero go and says that he needs to rest, after which the dean's car arrives to take Yun home. The headmaster says that the results of the test will put him in the top 3 of the provincial rankings, which means he'll get even more rewards from the top, so he should make his sister happy as soon as possible. Of course, he's not doing all this out of altruism. The greedy scum just wants to suck on Yun Chen's glory and get his piece of the pie. A call from the Ministry of Education tells him that he is already beginning to capitalize on Yun Chen's strength. And a short time later, the classless has already returned to his humble home. Entering his dwelling, he is greeted by a cute little sister who has already prepared dinner for him. In honor of his exams, she even put some meat. Brother and sister have been taking care of each other for a long time because their father died 9 years ago during the invasion of the royal court orc. And the mother who tried to feed them, sister, died from processing, and now they live only on welfare. Even the hero's gear is junk inherited from his father. In order to Yun Chen could train in peace, Yun Dan took on all the responsibilities of the house. And no matter how her brother tried to dissuade her, she did not give up this idea. And all he can do to thank her is to work 10 or even 100 times harder than normal people. But now they should definitely do well. At dinner, his sister asks him how the exam went, and Chen says that everything was fine, although at the end there was a small hiccup. But in general, he coped. The dean even said that for such a result, he will get a generous reward. After hearing about the reward, Yun Dan asks if they will be able to eat meat every week now. And her brother says that she will eat as much meat as she wants. He will provide her with everything she needs in the future. And on such a nice note, we move forward 5 days. Chen continues to train. In the past few days, he has gotten a lot of points for daily tasks. After the exam, the system started to give more generous gifts. In addition, when he enters the academy and moves into the top 7, the skills of the hidden classes will be available to him. Thinking about it, Chen comes home, and his little sister immediately embraces him, telling him that the results are in, he is number 1 in the province. He also forgot to take his phone for a run. He is just bursting with calls. The director obviously wants something. And then it rings again. The hero picks up the phone and immediately hears the angry voice of the asshole who asks why he didn't pick up the phone all this time and then invites him to his place after lunch. The thing is that for Chen's sake, a whole committee will come and he will have to choose a college. After this conversation, Chen was flooded with memories. 3 years ago, he took a talent test. When the hero touched the crystal, it told him what was going to ruin his already difficult life. Chen got the talent of Omnipotent. Everyone who was present laughed at the poor guy because Omnipotent is the most useless talent that has no potential. But Teacher Jin tried to comfort Chen and said that talent is not the main thing. He will still be able to choose a good class and achieve at least average results. But the hero seemed not to hear the old man's admonition. Even while he was walking home, it was raining, and already on the verge of despair, Chen thought that even if he gave his best, he would still have no future. But his monologue was suddenly interrupted by a strange notification. At first, he didn't even realize what kind of nonsense it was. It was like the web novels that Cham read. He got the system, and then what? The system showed a panel with a choice of development paths, and at that moment, Chen ironically said that only a classless path would work for him, and the system said it was connected and chose a classless path. It's been 3 years since then, but it feels like yesterday. It's amazing that classless was the first in the province. I wonder what the system will give as a reward for such an achievement. But the system doesn't make you wait long. The talent almighty rank B is upgraded to rank A with a plus. All skills can be improved by 3 steps to B with a plus. And now Chen has access to new divine skills, lightning, and super self-healing. In addition, he receives a divine item cross revival, and of course the points of skills and attributes. They were given as much as 50 pieces. Yun Chen is more than satisfied with this reward. Now all his skills will rise to a head higher. Initially, the strength of the skills is E rank, but with the talent of the Almighty, they can be glued together up to C rank. And now with this improved talent, all the skills can improve to B+, which is even stronger than some of the class skills. But the coolest thing is the Cross of Rebirth. It acts automatically after the owner dies and revives him in a safe place. It's literally 2 lives, the truest treasure. Yun Chen's musings are interrupted by his sister. She says that it's chaos outside and his brother is all over the news. But Chen is not very flattered by this attention. Many are just trying to use it as publicity. His sister says that it's a lot of money and he doesn't want to give it up, to which Yun Chen replies that he will accept the reward from the Ministry of Education, but not from others, because then they won't ask him for anything in return. And now it's time for him to go to school. The committee is probably already there. Meanwhile, at Dongyun School, reporters are harassing all the students, asking them about Yun Chen. These reporters have lost their conscience. If he hadn't disguised himself, they wouldn't have let him into the school. The dean welcomed the representatives of the best academies in the country, all of whom had come for the sake of champion Yun Chen. A Qing Academy admissions supervisor named Wu Huai says that this student started the trend of classlessness, and for him, everyone has become reckless. And the dean dares to brag about it. Wu Hu immediately starts to wrinkle and demands that the champion immediately choose a class. Otherwise, let him not even think about entering Qing Academy. But surprisingly, the dean remains on Chen's side. He says that the curator's behavior is unacceptable. Does he really want to deprive the provincial champion of his individuality? But the asshole continues to stand his ground, saying that the classless have no future, and if he does not change class, the Qing Academy will not accept him. And a student from the Qing Academy named Yuan Zhou tells his mentor not to worry, because Dongyun School is in the middle of nowhere. It's not worth wasting energy on a student from such a backwater. He says Yun Chen has already given up on his future. He chose fleeting popularity for the sake of grades. Obviously, he's not very forward-thinking. He probably just found a loophole in the exam and cheated somehow. But Jin stands up for the guy. The arrogant youngster doesn't realize how hard it is to be classless, so let him stay silent. Yun Chen is the champion without a doubt, but Wu Hua says he's too much of a sputterer, and it's better for the old man to calm down. But then a woman enters the conversation. She says that Dongyun School belongs to her academy. Does he think that she will let him get away with such a provocation? The asshole responds by saying she can't do anything to him because they have so much more talent. And then a massive fight breaks out, everyone trying to hurt someone. The dean interrupts them in time. They forgot that they came here to recruit, not to fight. Yuan Zhou says that they are really here for recruitment, but it looks like the exam results were falsified. And then Yun Chen bursts into the room. Dean and Jin are happy to see the guy and want to introduce him to the mentor. But Chen already heard everything from outside. He walks up to Yuan Zhou and says he's standing right in front of him. Does he want to check how honestly he passed the exam? When asked by Zhou how he will check it, Chen says he will beat him in 5 breaths. If he fails in such a task, Zhou can consider Chen to have lost. Such insolence dumbfounds the student, just graduated from school, and already thinks that he is more equal to the senior. It seems to be time to let the upstart a little. Jin asks Chen to calm down. The Qing Academy is the best in the country, and this student has been studying there for a year, and he is probably stronger than the schoolboy. And of course, Zhou immediately starts saying that he chickened out. The dean thinks that Cham will definitely lose. Because he is 13 level from Joe's 19 level, it's too big a difference. And then we move to the gym where the guys are ready to tear each other up, getting ready to go one-on-one. Hua says that Joe only needs to last 5 breaths and he wins. But he should teach the upstart a lesson, and the cocky student tells his mentor not to worry. He'll smash him in 3 casts. The dean, who has lost all hope, says there's nothing he can do about it, so he can only hope for a miracle. Joe scoffs at Yun Chen's style, asking him if he would use a sword staff against a real mage. But the sword staff is damaged. Only the staff works. Still, it's more than enough to defeat the arrogant bastard. Joe shouts that he can't win with magic alone, and starts using spells. He's in great shape now. The cast speed is only 0.7 seconds. But before he can even start launching a fireball, a huge fireball is already in front of his face. Joe manages to cancel the fire and apply a magical shield, but his strength is not enough to withstand the onslaught of such a powerful spell. And at this moment, he is overtaken by a lot of fireballs exploding him. This is the end. He could not withstand 5 breaths. Unfortunately, Joe survived, but he's sure to remember that he shouldn't underestimate this guy. And Chen stands on the defeated loser and asks if this is the full strength of a Qing Academy student. Jin is shocked by his student. He defeated an advanced level 19 mage using only a fireball. And everyone watching also can't believe what is happening. By all laws of logic, Chen should be much weaker. The dean and Jin explain that it must be an evolution of talent, because his fireball was read on the exam. So now he has increased the rank of the spell using the advanced talent of the Almighty. The only downside to classless fighters is that their skills reach their limit and they can't compare to class fighters. But this guy doesn't seem to have a threshold, which means he's going to be much stronger. Realizing all this, the handlers immediately pounce on Chen and try to lure him into their academy. But Hua, of course, continues to humiliate Chen, saying that he has no future because he can only increase his talent once. And the other mentors say that because of him, Qing Academy has lost face and their student is still lying on the floor. And right after Hua realized that he was let down, he took offense and immediately left. Everyone tells Chen to forget about these losers and starts offering him new terms of entry again. But the very girl who stood up for him first says that since he is a graduate of Jiangnan Province, why doesn't he join Jiangnan Academy? She promises to give him books with all the basic skills of the classes to learn. Skills not limited to just their country. For example, the country of Fusa has ninja and ameji and samurai classes, while the West has witches and warlocks and vampires. Joining them will provide him with everything if he tries, and their alchemical labs and forges will equip him with the best gear, such as polymorphic weapons. There's no way the other curators would cover such a card. She went literal wabank, offering him the very best for a classless warrior. Well, of course, the choice is obvious. He chooses the Jiangnan Academy. And we move a little bit forward. The hero is already in the park to try out a new skill, Divine Lightning. With it, he can move incredibly fast. It is a very useful skill, which surpasses all other skills of movement on several levels, of course, and exhausts him significantly. Testing new skills interrupts the unexpected notification on his phone. He received 2 million from the school and from the Academy Zannan, as much as 5 million, and most likely other awards have also arrived. So it's time to go home. The men from the Academy were already waiting outside Chen's house. They had brought one of the polymorphic weapon items, as promised. And after opening the box, Yun Chen saw a beautiful spear of the highest quality. It is a demonic destroyer that can switch between spear, sword, and staff. This weapon is equivalent to 3 gold-ranked weapons. Now he won't need to carry around a bunch of equipment. But men say that this trinket has long been lying in the academy waiting for its owner. Well, and here for the especially smart man, begins to explain the classes of weapons and their enchanted. In short, there are the rank of black iron and bronze, gold and platinum, diamond and legend, and so on, and they can be enchanted by adding an additional star of quality. However, if one failed in enchanting, the weapon could be destroyed, so Chen needed to be careful with it. And they also brought something else more important than weapons. These are books with basic rare class skills. Everything else would be available to library members, but he was already starting to drool well from that too. And the gifts do not end here. From the city of Dongyun, he is given a villa. It is a huge, beautiful house, which is now at the complete disposal of Chen and his sister. Their previous dwelling was the size of a bathroom in this house. His sister offers to take a look around, but Chen asks what's the point of looking around in his own house. He's more interested in the new skills he can learn from Western books. 70 years ago, the game Divine Possession came out. Over 100 million people entered. Naturally, more people chose non-human races like orcs or elves. Later, when the game merged with reality, different races had children with ordinary humans, creating new and unique bloodlines. It is worth noting that the world has integrated not only the system and items, but also nips, monsters, a large map, and much more, resulting in a world 1,0,0,0,0 times larger than the past. By the standards of the new world, Dongyun City is very small. It is difficult to meet other races, and only by moving to a large city like Zannan will be able to learn this world. The rest of the day the hero spent studying. He insatiably absorbed new knowledge, and for a month he mastered not only rare classes, but also his new weapon, Demonic Destroyer. But the rest of the month he spent with his sister, nor went to places that previously could not visit because of their poverty. As the start of the school year approached, his sister cried and cried for their separation. Yuncheng said that if she needed anything, she should call him, and she could not deny herself anything because they are now rich. After saying goodbye to his sister, his next destination was Zannan Academy. Arriving at the place, before him opened a beautiful view and a huge number of people. And not only with this, he has not yet encountered this beauty and diversity worthy of the 7th Academy of the country. But Chen's thoughts were interrupted by the elf who was in charge of registering students. She asked him for his resume, and he gave it without hesitation. But as soon as the registrar read aloud that he was Yunchen, all eyes immediately rushed to him. And in fact, what does not really like such a large amount of attention? He does not even understand how he even found himself in such a situation. Elf says that it is not surprising because he took the first place among the provinces and therefore became the first student in the academy. In addition, he is the only student without a class who has reached such heights, and for this he has many privileges. For example, he has much more credits than the others. Money can't buy anything at the academy, but credits can buy anything. But as for the other privileges, he will learn about them a little later. So while she escorts the first student to his destination, the elfess asks if Yunchen has chosen a chair. There are 5 departments in Zannan Academy. They are the military support, elemental, weapon, and tactical departments. The military department focuses on fighting and killing. The elemental department is the best choice for a mage. The tactical department speaks for itself. The weapons department focuses on weapons rather than skills. But the support department specializes in enchantments and alchemy, blacksmithing and healing. Without hesitation, Chen replies that the tactical and support departments are not suitable for him, but the other 3 will fit his fighting style perfectly. And while they were talking, they have already arrived at the place where he will live throughout his training. Chen is very happy about this gift. He cannot even believe that he will live here alone. There are 3 floors, top quality equipment and furniture, a training ground, a treadmill, and a storage room for resources, of course. A one-man mansion is a privilege for the top 50 ranked disciples. As for the lowest ranked disciples, they live 5 or 6 people in one room, even though it's a very cruel distinction between the disciples. But whether he likes it or not, it's just the way it is. Because of this, all the disciples are very jealous of Yunchen, so they will try to take his place. In a week's time, there will be a rookie competition. Everyone who entered the academy is a genius from the province. Including among them, there are 2nd and 3rd place, from whom classless took away the 1st place by force. He needs to be as careful as possible. And here the system again gives the task of not losing the 1st place. In case of failure, there will be no punishment. But if he succeeds, he will receive a new S-class skill and a potion of luck. With such motivation, Chen is not afraid of his opponents. Let them only risk taking his place. The next day was announced the meeting of newcomers. And of course, Yunchen stood in the front rows, and more backward students could only discuss him behind his back and envy that he lives in a mansion at the very top. Naturally, there are those who think that Chen doesn't deserve the championship. They also took the 1st place in their province. Why should they stand behind a classless one? But they are silenced by Sheng Turan, the champion of Dak Zhou Blood Knight class, and says that if they don't like something, they can challenge the first disciple in the arena. And if they don't have the courage to do so, then let them keep quiet. Ye Qinglin, the Dongling provincial champion, Taoist class, supports Tyron and says that it's not good to discuss people behind their backs. And also Xue Hongfang, 2nd in Zannan province, class destruction mage, joins their conversation and says that Chen stole a seat, so as soon as the meeting is over, he will drag him down. Ye Anfu, the dean of the military department, notes that because of Yun Chen, the place is getting too noisy. Everyone is worried about their ranking. Many students don't agree with the decision to rank him first, but each of the deans has seen the footage of his battle, and he definitely deserves to be ranked first. Xia Qingcheng, the dean of the weapons department, enters the conversation and says that his fighting skills are top-notch, and he has an innate fighting sense and talent for various weapons, so he is definitely going to be her choice. It is said that she usually doesn't talk to anyone, but here she is showing such interest in her student. But it is not surprising that he is really very talented. Ya Anfu says that Yun Chen is not only interesting to the students, but all the teachers want him too, and if that's the case, they should speed up. He hits the floor with his cane and is in front of the students in an instant. According to the academy management, the military department is the strongest among the five, and this old man is the head of it. Ya Anfu says that he knows about the students' dissatisfaction about the first place, so it was decided to hold the competition today. They can rest now, but by 2 o'clock he expects everyone in the square. And of course, because of such news, all the disgruntled students immediately got excited, as if they had a chance to surpass the man who had already shown in the exams that he was stronger than everyone here. Nevertheless, after a while, everyone gathered in the square again. In front of the students are 3 gates. One of them is silver. Many students have even heard of them for the first time, let alone seen them in person. Everyone starts to gloat, anticipating that Yun Chen will fail. But the hero realizes that everyone is ready to tear him apart. Well, then it's time to look at these geniuses of the province. One of the teachers explains the rules. Absolutely everything is allowed when passing the test. The main thing is not to drink green to death, and also on the results directly depend on their living conditions and the number of credits, so they should take it seriously. And after these words, the gate began to open, which means the trial has already begun. Students can go to the dungeon, and of course Yun Chen decides to go in first. The name of the dungeon is Troll's Lair. The difficulty is a nightmare. The number of people required to pass from 1 to 5. Notes at night, the fighting spirit of the trolls increases. Therefore he should hurry, and Chen immediately rushes to the attack. We are shown a mechanic who shoots everyone in the semblance of an exoskeleton. Yeonfu notes that this year the quality of selection is very high. Even the mechanic, taking 653rd place, passes the nightmare with great ease. But besides Yun Chen, the one who attracted the most attention of the teachers was the freshman priest who took 213th place. After all, despite his class, he went alone, and this student is lying on the ground and eating bugs, because the more he eats, the more damage he will have. All the teachers and deans were shocked at what they saw. How did he even get here, and what place does he occupy? Xia Qingcheng orders to show Yun Chen immediately, and as soon as the camera switched over, everyone was no longer in a joking mood. They saw the field strewn with a mountain of corpses. He had already killed them all and went to the second room. Even the fastest disciples are still fighting. Some teachers don't understand how this is even possible. And the dean of the elemental department, Lian Hoshuan, says that they are just not looking closely enough. His methods are quite simple. The bodies of the trolls were burned and the trees lost all their leaves. He probably used the eye of the storm and drew all the enemies into one point and then used the fireball. It sounds easy in words, but in reality, it's hard to pull off such a thing without being an artificial mage. This kid would be perfect for the elemental department. Yeonfu interrupts the mage and says that he is still the strongest student in terms of combat power. But the second room does not only test the combat performance. In entering the second room, Chen's feet started to get stuck. There is no doubt it is a swamp. He thrusts his staff straight into the viscous sludge and uses a fireball that blasts him backwards. The swamp is very difficult terrain with poor lighting. It looks like he will need good perception. It will be quite a challenge, but Chen already has a plan of action. Yun Chen uses a druid skill, natural proximity, with which he improves his perception. The strength of the skill depends on the number of plants nearby. Normally, natural affinity is just a basic skill that is not that strong, but Chen's skill is rank B+. That means he can resonate with plants and communicate with them. It doesn't matter if it's a tree, moss, or vines, they can all become the eyes and ears of the hero. Because of this, he quickly found his way to room 3 and instantly rushed towards it, traversing many trees. Chen uses a vine to cling to the trees. He has to wiggle his way through the swamp to avoid stepping into the swamp or he'll get stuck. As soon as he finds solid ground to stand on, he is discovered by a troll who immediately tries to kill Chen. by jumping on him from behind. But the classless one doesn't even turn around and turns his polymorphic weapon into a staff, pointing it directly at his opponent's face and blasting the troll with a fireball. No one seems to have realized that absolutely all plants are his eyes and ears. Chun knew about the troll ambush from the beginning. He thrust his staff into the ground and used the growth skill, causing the plants to restrain all opponents. The growth skill also underwent changes as his rank increased, in addition to restraining enemies. The plants had a parasite effect. Once inside the body, they will feed on it until they have dried their victim dry. The teaching staff did not fully believe that the guy's skills could evolve, but after seeing them in action, all doubts immediately fell away. The head of the military department notes that Chun perfectly coped with the test for the warrior is important not only strength, but also perception, and because of the lack of information can run into an ambush or just get lost and die of hunger. In general, there are many perception skills, for example, the perception of darkness of the dark priest, echolocator, mechanics, or magical surge mage, but Yun Chun chose the most appropriate skill for this area. He is clearly very smart. There are other solutions to this problem. For example, the destruction mage will simply blow up everything around him, while the blood knight will take and rush into battle, relying on his excellent defense. In the meantime, Chun was almost out of the swampy area. It would be much easier from here. The layout of the room is like a minotaur's labyrinth. Without good perception, he would be lost. But luckily, the plants are on his side. And then he stumbles upon a giant troll sleeping at the gate guard post to the next room. It's a level 15 battle troll leader. Difficulty is silver level 3. Skills are Fury Jerk and Battle Cry. A very responsible guard finally wakes up from being too hot. He realizes the reason for the heat. There is a huge fireball right next to him, which hits him right in the face and knocks him off his feet. So he ends up in room 3, right in front of his boss. He immediately starts making excuses and begging the boss not to kill him. It seems that the fireball attack didn't do much damage to him. The boss says that this time he forgives the bad guard, and in gratitude the big guy promises to crush the guy, but he is interrupted by an irritated voice that asks who he is going to crush. The guy is slowly approaching him from behind, and if the troll wants to atone for his mistake, Chun will gladly help him. He will pay for his negligence with blood, and with these words, with one swing of his sword, the hero easily killed the guardian. This makes the chief incredibly angry. How dare he kill the boss's guard dog right in front of his eyes? The leader has level 17 and level 2 gold rank, and his retinue is not far behind him. They are unimaginably powerful fighters. Chun is clearly going to have a hard time, so he uses the skill of evaluation, and with the help of which he thinks of a plan, and with the words that he will prepare a feast for the trolls, Chun knocks his staff on the ground. But only the chief immediately pounces on Chun, and he reacts very strangely. The hero really got scared. But with the words that it's too late to beg for mercy, the chief smashes the guy with one blow of his hammer. But something is wrong. The man used a clone, and in fact the chief killed the double is a useless technique. No matter how many he did not use clones, Troll will kill them all to one. As suddenly out of nowhere a fireball appears flying into the crowd of clowns and blasts them right behind the troll boss. The chieftain has had enough of one of his henchmen. He is skilled in not only dark magic, but fire magic as well. Once they are done with the clones, he promises to promote him to captain. But now it's not up to that. The leader goes into a bloody frenzy and starts a real meat grinder, and his mage sidekick keeps up with him. There is only one left, and it looks like it is not a clone. It is a real troll. He is ready to finish the bastard, as suddenly the man's face takes a strange shape, and looking closely, the chief saw how his enemy turns into a troll, who begs him for mercy, but his pleas are not destined to come true. A scarlet fireball kills him right in front of the boss's eyes, and the very troll mage who was helping the leader is transformed into a troll. He praises the big guy for figuring out his trick, but it didn't save his comrades, and the boss did all the work for the hero. The chief finally saw the corpses of all his subordinates, whom he himself had killed. And at this time, the teacher's staff is watching all this, who also does not understand what happened there in general. The boss of the third room just started killing everyone around except Yun Chen, and only the head of the magic department realized that he used the skill Onmetsi, Confusion of the Soul. Klasam Onmeji is designed to cloud the mind of the target with artificial hallucinations. The usual confusion of the soul would not be enough for the boss. This is all due to Yun Chen's talent with which he enhances his skills. This young man surprises the old men again. He deliberately killed the leader of the troll warriors in front of the boss to cause him a surge of emotions. This greatly forgave access to his mind. It's amazing how he calculates his actions several steps ahead. Makes you admire him, but his trick won't work again, so what is he going to do now? The battle begins. The troll is incredibly pissed off and is about to kill the insolent man, but immediately steps on a mine and instantly explodes. The monster says that the man fights too meanly. But Chun only laughs at these shouts, and while the troll was having fun with his subordinates, he was preparing himself if the leader really thinks he can get him. And the hero immediately applies lightning, sorcerer's skill, bone spike, mage skill, rockfall and mechanic skill, explosive device, and after such a huge amount of damage from a pretty beaten troll, still continued to stand on his feet, and even managed to get close to Chun, as expected from such a strong man, except that he only got to his clone, and the real Chun is standing right behind him. He uses the knight's skill, aerial dissection, with which he inflicts dozens of cuts on his enemy. With this kill, Yun Chun finished the Troll's Lair trials on difficulty Nightmare, and the completion time is only 11 minutes and 43 seconds. He is reminded to pick up the reward if possible. The teachers are still in shock with him. This is really an incredible student, and skills with traps are very difficult to apply in real combat. That's why they are very rarely used. Yun Chun uses all the most unsightly skills to the maximum. The remaining guys are still in the boss room and are just finishing up straightening out the change. Of course, in stage 1, the classless Chen remains the leader. Ching Chung gets cocky and says that now her department finally has such a capable student, but the dean of the military department says that he will never give her the young man. And then they immediately lock eyes. And the other professors are surprised that this couple started to share Yun Chen before he even left the dungeon. At this time, Chen is standing over the bloody corpse of the chieftain. Considering the difficulty and time spent on the ordeal, he receives a grade of 3 S's, a new record, as a reward for such a good result. Chen receives 2,1350 experience points and 25 skill and attribute points, as well as a level 2 Golden Storm Axe and the title Troll Terminator, which increases damage to patrols by 35%. His level has risen by 3 points at once, a reward that can't be beaten. But that's not all. He is once again given a choice of 3 talents. Double Spell, which automatically creates a second spell. After the first Aura of Power, which gives attack speed and additional damage in Battle Madness, with which each subsequent attack on the same enemy will increase the attack speed by 4%. The talents are again pretty good, but the choice is as obvious as ever. The double spell will be the most useful, so Chen chooses it, and a beam of light flies into his forehead again, granting him the talent. Having received such a classy reward, it's time to head back. Suddenly something forms in front of Chen. It turns into another portal. But why is it here? Chen has cleared the entire dungeon, or maybe it's a hidden level that Chen has heard of but is encountering it for the first time. They say that incredibly dangerous monsters with unusual powers can lurk there, but the reward for killing them will be appropriate. Since it is not part of the exam, it will not affect the grade or record. Therefore, Chen does not hesitate to enter the unknown. We are shown the test gate, from which one of the students jumped out. He thinks he passed the dungeon first. This smart guy immediately starts laughing at the top of his lungs, saying that he is much better than Yun Chen and has finally proven it. He notices another person and congratulates him for coming in second. But this guy isn't upset that he couldn't place first, but that his opponent isn't Yun Chen. The rest of the guys are also starting to finish and are happy that Chen is not even in the top 10. It looks like he really cheated on the final exam. One girl notices that Chen's dungeon is very different from their version. Everyone starts to look at Chen's screen in detail, and the smug smartass realizes that the classless one has long since passed his test and got to the secret level. Of course, the envious freaks start shouting again that Chen cheated somehow and can't admit that they are weak compared to him. And then they are interrupted by the dean of the military department. He tells them to shut up and wait for their results. Then they turn off Chen's broadcast, which makes the people even madder. The old men did not even think that the classless could activate the hidden level, and what will happen now, the rest of the students better not to see. Chen found himself in a strange room, a small room in which stands one scarecrow. Is it really his opponent? Monster, cursed straw man, level 1, abilities, hidden, notes. No one knows where this scarecrow will appear, but its arrival does not bode well. Chen immediately uses the assessment. Is he really level 1? This could be a trap, so he'll have to be careful. And at this moment, the scarecrow starts moving. Chen immediately gets into a protective stance and prepares a water elemental to test what this monster is capable of. But this scarecrow instantly leaps out of the way and is right in front of the hero's face. He is incredibly fast. But the divine lightning is much faster. The monster didn't even realize why his enemy was vaporized in a split second. And Chen says that it was very close and he almost got caught. But he quickly notices something wrong. The scarecrow has Chen's hair, did not want to attack, but only tried to take a lock of his hair. And then the doll starts to exude a strange, evil energy. Chen decides to take a chance, and no matter what his skills are, he needs to deal with it as quickly as possible. And using the striker skill, Fire Fist, Chen punches the scarecrow stubbornly in the face. This causes an incredibly powerful explosion, from which something flew out at great speed and flew into the wall. It was Chen, but how is that possible? He was hurt by his own punch, and this freak took on the guise of a hero and didn't dodge. It seems clear now. The straw man goes to the wall and hits the concrete with all his might. And at that moment, Chen's head smashes so hard that the blood starts to gush. All the damage done to the scarecrow will return to the hero. Chen immediately rushes towards it to slow the scarecrow down. But he can't attack it, so what can he do? But he still can't do anything, and the scarecrow kicks the wall and Chen falls to the ground. For the first time in a long time, he is in pain. Then he tries to use the vine, but even this is not crowned with success, because the scarecrow interrupts his attack by hitting his fist against the wall. Sharp pain disrupts the concentration of the hero. But only Chen is not afraid. He is excited by such an opponent and even grateful to him. If not for him, Chen would start to think that he has already become the strongest in the world and would stop growing. The teachers watching Yun Chen are very excited. Finally, this boy has come across a formidable opponent, and Ching Chung is absolutely sure that he can handle the straw man. The old man asks her why she thinks so. Does she know more than him? But her guess is based on Chen's confident and calm look, because he just can't be so calm without having strategies to win. Meanwhile, Chen already realized that the scarecrow all this time fooled him. Initially, he thought that the straw man connected his life with his, but in fact, the damage received by the scarecrow was transferred to Chen in the wounds he just imitated. And since that's the case, the hero can heal himself without fear of the scarecrow's body being restored. He's only a level 1 monster and doesn't have as much health as a classless warrior at level 16. Scarecrow's healing skills weren't used, although Chen has them, so he definitely can't copy skills. And at that moment, the guy breaks the wall with one elbow strike. If the monster had copied his attributes, he would be destroying walls with his strikes and not doing any damage to himself. As suddenly the scarecrow starts screaming in pain, his arm is broken, which means the conditions of this skill are equal for both sides. The damage that receives Chen exactly the same is transferred to the monster, and realizing this hero lights his hand. He is very curious, and if he will attack himself, how much damage will withstand the monster? The straw man caught fire in a matter of seconds and turned to ash. He wouldn't be able to withstand even 1% of the damage Chen could inflict on himself without harming himself. If the monster's attributes were equal to those of a hero, he definitely wouldn't say hello. In the remains of the scarecrow waited a reward. A cursed item voodoo doll. Category, rules, quantities, uses. 1. By wrapping the target's hair around the item, all the damage the user receives will be transferred to the target. In the right hands, this item will be incredibly useful. Meanwhile, at the dungeon gates, 2,000 students are waiting for one, and they are very unhappy about it. And finally, the last student finishes his test, and the disgruntled students immediately rush to express their grievances. But they were interrupted by a menacing voice that ordered everyone to line up. And while Chen ran to the line, he thought about the fact that he took the first place. But the system task is still hanging, which means that the competition of beginners is not over yet. At this moment, an old man came out to the students. He said that some students did not deserve their place, because they had learned the information about the dungeons in advance and prepared themselves. And the one who cheated was the same guy who had been accusing Yun Chen of cheating all along. Because of this, the head of the military department is incredibly furious. He hits the floor with his cane and stone arenas grow out of the ground. Now there will be a one-on-one fight between all the students to find out who is the strongest. Naturally, many of the students are pissed off. The old man shouts out the rules. You must challenge anyone to a duel and defeat him. Then you will take all his credits and a place in the list. You cannot refuse the challenge. This encourages all those who are dissatisfied with their status. And at one point, everyone immediately rushed to challenge opponents of their own strength. Except Yun Chen, he is already the strongest. He does not need to take away someone's place. But now at least it's clear why the system still hasn't completed the task. And at this moment, two brave men rush to the arena to Chen. They challenge the best disciples standing on the first place to fight. But here Chen says that fighting them one-on-one will be too long and boring, so he orders them to attack in pairs. Of course, this hurts their pride and pisses them off. But when they win, they agree to split Chen's credits. But to their misfortune, they are too slow. Classless applies the fighter skill, Piercing Blow, and from a powerful attack forms a huge cloud of dust which fills the arena. The teacher barely had time to activate the shield, which barely withstood the attack of the hero. If he did not have time to do it, the students standing below would also be hit. And they wonder if the Piercing Blow is definitely a basic skill. The dust cloud begins to disperse, and they notice the two brazen men who challenged Yun Chen are already unconscious, and the classless one wants to finish them off. But the teacher says that Chen has already won and he should stop. He realizes that this guy is incredibly strong. He can't let anyone die, but will he be able to stop him if Chen gets out of control? Yun Chen at this time stood on the edge of the arena and looked down at everyone, asking who else wants to fight him. Except that almost the entire crowd was trembling with fear. The piercing strike dealt a small amount of damage and stunned the opponent for a short period of time. But its hidden property was a skill boost depending on the user's attributes. If Chen was able to stun two fighters at once, and for such a large amount of time, what a huge amount of attributes he had. And even the cheater who hated Yun Chen out of envy realized how strong the classless guy was, while the rest of the weaklings weren't sure if he was a human or a monster at all. But their unsure conversations are interrupted by a stern voice that says to fight him. This is Sheng Tairan, the third-place champion of Dazhou province. He also possesses the legendary hidden class, Blood Knight, and finally the crowd will see a spectacular fight. But that's not all. A mysterious elven girl is also challenging the member, and some of the students already know who she is. Swordswoman Nicole, ranked first in her province of Zhangya, and among the entire academy in 5th place. She is of the Silver Moon bloodline. They naturally have more attributes than other elves. Rumor has it that her rank is rated S-class rank. Sheng Tiran immediately starts freaking out and says that he challenged her first. But here Chen absolutely doesn't care. He says that the two of them can attack together, and the teacher prods them and tells them to make up their minds soon. Then the Blood Knight jumps into the arena. He's going to beat Chen alone. The old man anticipates a great battle, a student with a legendary class against a student with no class. The battle starts, and Sheng Tairan rushes at Chen with a bloody dash, and his attack reaches its target, causing an explosion. From that impact, even the energy barrier above the arena cracked. But more surprisingly, Yun Chen didn't even move. He easily dodged such a powerful attack and remained calm. Then Tyrannus makes another lunge, his shoulder shield down, his arm holding the spear standing horizontally, and his weight distributed downwards. Even the distance between each step is precise, all to reduce the range of motion of his opponent. These steadfast techniques are exactly like in the textbook, perfectly honed. Chen starts to prepare a counterattack and says that Tyran is like a machine acting according to instructions. And at this moment, two powerful fireballs fly into the Blood Knight. But even such a rank B attack can't break through his defense. With a question, is he really going to fight with this turtle shell? Chen applies vines. Tyrant still feels confident, and even though he's tied up, magic can't break through his perfect defense. Except this isn't the end. The classless one orders the vines to grow. The plants start to get under Tyrant's armor and suck the life force out of him, and he's well aware of that. So he uses blood flames. But Chen won't let his vines burn. He acts proactively and uses a water curtain that floods the Blood Knight like a waterfall. The weaklings watching this can't believe that it's a simple water curtain skill, more like a water stream. And Chen is already rushing towards his opponent using the skill jab. Not only did the flames dissipate, but the plants from the water began to suck the power faster and shrink tighter. He didn't want to use it, but apparently there was no way out. Movement of the blood allows him to break free from the plants and get right behind Chen's back. He was ready to knock out his opponent, but Chen was not so easy and managed to react by reflecting his lancer with his polymorphic spear. Blood Knights are famous for their attributes in defense, and by those metrics, the classless one is not inferior to it, maybe even superior. Tyrant can't believe it and throws all his strength for victory. Out of desperation, he makes a bloody dash. Except now it's Chen's turn. He steps on the lancer of the Blood Knight and hits him in the face with all his might, from which Tyrant flies away for 10 meters. But surprisingly, he is still conscious and shouts that it's just luck, and the second time he will not be able to do so. But at that moment, a knife is put to his throat, and that's the end of it. He can only surrender, which he does. The teacher declares Yunchen the winner, and he gets 2,000 Tyrant credits. Those who a couple minutes ago still thought that Classless was a common crook are already rejoicing and becoming his fans. The old man notes that Tyrannus has honed his skills to perfection, but the textbooks don't say how to fight a classless warrior. And then an elven woman bursts into the arena, saying that he defeated the Blood Knight with agility, but it won't work with her. But Chen doesn't care. He is ready for the battle. The newly acquired fans of the god Jun, whom they themselves so nicknamed, don't even know if he can cope with the elf, but the result can be found out only in battle. Classless and Silver Moon stand across from each other, waiting for the battle. The elf says that Chen has just fought and offers him a rest. She doesn't need a victory over an opponent who is exhausted. But Chen doesn't care about that. He replies that he doesn't need rest. She is fast, but she fights with a sword. The hero has a huge advantage in distance due to his spear, but he did not take into account that the elf can attack from a long distance. Thanks to the skill of the Silver Moon sword blade, which Chen dodges with ease, it seems that the sword aura has increased the attack range. It will be very bad if he gets hit by such a cut. The Elfess begins to shoot Chen with ranged attacks, hoping to end the fight quickly. This skill is so devastating that it even breaks the protective barrier over the arena, and Chen easily dodges all the lunges. But that doesn't matter. There's nowhere to hide from area attacks in an arena like this. She activates the Silver Moon Glow at full power, and the sword aura becomes enormous. Chen immediately snaps out of his seat. He realizes that the elven woman is wary of his speed. She gave herself away when she increased the attack radius. The slash of moonlight should have cut the hero in half. But he used the slippery lunge of the sniper and dodged with his usual ease. Only a couple of hairs were sliced from his head. But it's enough to make him get serious and pull out the low-grade pistols he bought before enrollment. The elven woman manages to fend off the bullets, but she doesn't realize if he wants to attack her with such a bad weapon or if he's just trying to distract her. But her musings are interrupted as Chen has already approached the elf. What's the point of her tactics? Because once the enemy gets close to her, she's dead. As she thought the enemy chose close combat, hoping that she didn't have any aces up her sleeve, except that she did. The Elfess uses a pulse of rage that throws Chen away from her, causing the classless to fly up into the air. And then she pulls out her bow. In general, it's a secret technique, and you have to prepare for it. But as long as Chen is up in the air, she'll have plenty of time to prepare. In flight, he won't be able to dodge. The Elfess will end the pain with just one arrow. Except Chen vanished. He was already behind the Elfess and presenting the tip of his blade right to her throat. The moment she was distracted by the shots, Chen had created his doppelganger and was leading her around by the nose the whole time. He had many ways to defeat her, but he chose the easiest one to show her how little combat experience she had. Albeit reluctantly, the elven woman falls to the ground and admits defeat. The teacher awards the victory to Chen and gives him 1,500 credits to the Elfess. She is tearfully upset that she has lost for the first time in her life, but she vows to win back. And the teachers begin to sort out the newcomers to their department again. And one of them says that Chen should be forced to choose a class, because if he doesn't, he will waste his undoubted talent. But the old man says that the young man will find his own unique way, and they as teachers are obliged to support him in this. And Chen is fed up with these single battles. He proposes to all those who want to attack at once and finally put an end to this foolishness. A few cocky guys fly into the arena, pissed off by his arrogance. He may be Selenium, but he's definitely not going to stand up to everyone at once. But Chen doesn't even listen to them and just uses a flash, blinding all the losers. After that, fireballs immediately fly at them and trample them into the ground with explosions. He succeeds in knocking the nerve of these losers, and they beg for his conversion and ask him to stop fighting. Now it's finally quieter. Today, for the first time in the history of the entire country, an apprentice stood alone against all those who challenged him and won. High attribute parameters, a huge amount of skills, coolness, perfect compatibility with weapons and refined fighting techniques. An ordinary person would need one of these qualities to climb to the top, but Chen possesses all of these at once. When there is a gap in power between people, they start to feel anger and envy. But when the gap is so huge, these emotions are erased and replaced by fear, admiration, and delight. Everyone finally realizes that Yun Chen's success is not an easy luck. With such strength, he just could not help but take the first place. And the crowd of new fans start chanting, God Chen. And while they announce the ranking of newcomers, Chen is concerned about something else. The system, as a reward for holding the first place, gives him a skill S class, Potion of Luck, which gives him incredible luck for 24 hours. But also the skill Invincible, with which you can get immunity to damage and control for 3 seconds. Chen even feels as if the system is worried about him. The rewards have proven to be very useful, as they always are. Meanwhile, everyone is paying attention to the fact that Shi Hongfang, who was previously ranked second, is now at 26th place. The students saw him fight Tyron, who was a nobody against Chen. But here in the fight with Hongfang, Tyron seemed like a god of war. Realizing that this slime ball was unworthy of his spot, everyone immediately swooped in to challenge him and relegated him to 26th place. Meanwhile, the old man announces the end of the competition. Whether they like their ranking or not, everything is now in place. The old man reminds the students to choose their departments, and all those who do not want to die in endless battles may not choose his military department, because with him, they will become the strongest if they survive. But the Ice Queen Xia Qingcheng is just silent and does not agitate anyone to join her. But she does not need to. Everyone already knows that she is not only the youngest dean, she still somehow managed to defeat the King of Demons. She has a huge queue of students. Yun Chen remembers what he read about her, although she is only 27 years old. But she has spent 8 of those years on the battlefield. She is currently ranked 3. Xia Qingcheng steps forward and personally invites the classless one into her weapon department. She had never even spoken to a student until now, but she decided to ask him to join her. But the old man interrupts her offer and says that if Chen joins him, he will make him his personal apprentice and also give him 3 skill books of rank A. The head of the elemental department says that this is too little for such a nugget. If Chen joins him, he will teach him whatever he wants and also give him all the resources and knowledge he needs to develop his potential. The mage class is the most expensive class, considering how much money one needs for resources to frustrate, and here he is being offered full provision. Old Man Lian is very well prepared. A second one can't beat that. After all, the elemental department has more money than all the other departments combined. Both offers are very tempting, and in addition, these chairs are a good match for Chen. The choice is very difficult. But suddenly Chen and the old men are distracted by something. It's Ya Qingcheng who offers the essence of the demon king she killed. All the students are shocked by this offer. This artifact is truly priceless. Its value cannot be estimated in money, because no fool would not sell such a thing. But if Chen uses it for its intended purpose and absorbs the essence, his body will be strengthened, and he will receive additional attributes up to level 70, and there is also a small chance to get the lineage of the Demon King. This girl is truly cruel. The Essence King is not only wanted by the students, but also by the teachers. Such an offer cannot be outbid by money or resources. The only reason why the Academy hunts for students is their academic performance, because the higher it is, the more budget they will be allocated. So every year there is a battle for students among the departments. The exception was Xia Qingcheng. She never tried to recruit students, and she is very strange in general. No one knows why she left the battlefield and became a teacher, and now she has offered something that Chen can't refuse. So the choice is obvious. Chen joins the weapons department. And a little later, the hero finds himself outside the armory building with an elven woman who asks why he is here. Did the dean invite him too? And Chen coldly replies yes. Nicole is really stressed by this coldness on his part. How could she lose to such an indifferent man? But they are interrupted by Caddy, Dean Xia Qingcheng's right hand. She says that they are now the dean's personal students, so they should try to get along, and now it's time for them to go to the treasury. With these words, she teleported the disciples instead of their destination, and a pile of skeletons and monsters and all sorts of battle trophies appeared in front of them. If this is really her treasure trove, then all these trophies belong to Dean Xia. It makes one wonder she must be the strongest person Chen has seen, even among those he saw on TV. And Xia Qingcheng finishes reading the book and greets her students. They are honored, but they are here deservedly. Dean Xia tells Katie that since Nicole is also an elf, she will be in charge of her training. Katie will take her to a secret nature potion and help her get the breath of nature, and Katie promptly does so. As for Yun Chen, he will have to absorb the Demon King's essence and become stronger. But before he does, Chen asks how she got the essence when Xia Qingchen defeated the Queen of Night and the divine alchemist purified the corpse and got the essence. Since the books don't say much about it, she decides to tell Chen the truth of this world and the real enemies of humanity. Yun Chen asks if the enemies of humanity aren't the monsters from the game, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. 70 years ago, their world merged with the game, after which there were many new times. But their human essence remained because they were born human. But beyond this world, there is another dimension, the world of darkness. It is swarming with demons that penetrate to them through the rifts of reality. The most powerful of them are called Demon Kings, and only 4 ranked fighters with divine status can stop them. Almost nothing is known about Demon Kings, but it takes 2 4-rank classes to handle one. Chen wonders, since they are so powerful, how did humanity know about the method of obtaining essence? But it wasn't humans who discovered this. It was actually a gift from heaven. The game Divine Possession is a creation of the gods. Now humanity can communicate with the gods through sacrifice, but it's better to call it bargaining. By sacrificing only the most valuable things, such as the Demon King's body, the heavens would respond. The essence of the Queen of the Night was obtained in just such a way. Besides, if you sacrifice powerful items, you can get divine healing potions, hidden classes, and many other useful things. The new information just explodes the guy's brain. He had not heard of such a thing even on the internet. But it's time to absorb the essence. Whether he gets the bloodline or not depends only on luck. Chen says he'll take a breather and then start the takeover. And that left the classless one alone with himself and the Dean's contract beast. He tried to use evaluation, but even his level is not enough to know anything about this pet. Dean Xia is incredibly strong since he can't even evaluate her beast. He is interrupted by a knock on the door. It is Dean Xia's servants who brought tea and cake for Chen to refresh himself. They say the guy can call on them anytime he needs anything. But they are unusual servants. They are also demons. Everyone in Xuannu is equal, whether human or non-human. Master-servant relationships are unacceptable. Exceptions are monsters, races outside of Xuannu province, and of course demons from the rift. Chen says they can rest as long as he doesn't need anything. And after they leave, he pulls out the luck potion granted by the system and drinks the entire flask in one gulp. Strangely, Chen doesn't feel any effect, like he just drank a glass of water. It's effective for 24 hours. So he waits a bit for the potion to digest. And an hour later, Dean Xia arrives, and now Chen is ready to absorb the essence. Holding it in his hands, he feels the power of the artifact and crushes it with a single squeeze. Incredible pain pierces Chen, the sheer enormity of the force simply tearing his body to pieces. He almost passes out from the pain and falls to the ground. Luckily, Xia catches him. She tried to reduce the strength of the artifact a little, but only a little, otherwise the force will dispel. And then Katie enters the room with the servants and observes the picture of the dean sitting on the student. Of course they get it wrong, and Chen, who a second ago was writhing in pain, starts to justify himself. But at that moment, super healing works. The pain goes away as sharply as it appeared. The dean is surprised that the power was absorbed too quickly. It didn't work. But judging by Chen's attributes, which increased by times, he absorbed all the power. The Queen of Night had 2 innate talents, the Eye of Night and Darkness. Did Chen get either of them? But the thing is that he got both skills, even though they are low rank. The Eye of Night allows you to see hidden and freeze the space around the target, while Darkness enhances attributes at night. No one has ever gotten 2 skills at once before. It seems that the Dean's bet worked and Chen's talent paid off. But it's probably a matter of luck. Dean Xia says that new talents always have a low rank, and the Queen's talent at the limit will be equal to a rank plus, so they will grow with Chen. Yun Chen thanks the Dean and thinks that even though she seems withdrawn, she still cares for him. But she in turn allows him to call himself teacher. And we are transported to a remote cave, a huge demon in chains resenting the fact that some pathetic man has appropriated the power of the Queen of the Night. And his servant tells his master not to worry, for he will kill Chen and take the Queen's essence. And a giant hand reaches forward. On it floats the essence of the god of war, and if the servant manages it, he will get it. The next day in the dormitory, Chen throws the plate and activates the Eyes of Night, ordering it to stop. And the plate does indeed stop right in midair. According to teacher Shai, the eyes of Knight of the S plus rank reach can stop anything by sealing the space around the object. Among the S plus rank talents, it is the strongest. But then again, such a powerful Queen of the Night fell at the hands of teacher Xia. How strong is she? A little later, Chen went about his business and was spotted by the demonesses serving Xia Qingcheng. They whisper that in the future, this guy can become their master if he and his mistress get married. But Chen hears this and says that the situation was a misunderstanding. Of course, they do not believe him and promise not to tell anyone. The luck potion is still working and this situation is not resolved. Will it all do him any good? And while he is walking around on his business, the level of his luck makes itself known. He finds money and sees the charms of girls, and even becomes a 10,000th customer in a cafe, getting a free snack. The luck potion even scares him a bit. He needs to find a worthy use for it. But first, he needs to complete the daily tasks. Every day, the first 2 rewards remain the same, but the third is always random. With the potion of luck, it's sure to be awesome. And this time, it's random enchanting materials. Chen gets the flaming dragon blood. When you use it for enchanting, you can get an extra intimidation and dragon slayer effect. This is actually the best thing that could fall to him. Need to use it for the rest of the day. And so we are transported to the end of the lesson. Chen immediately leaves and Nicole follows him. She did not consciously follow the hero. Is her curiosity so strong? She explains that she just wants to know more about her rival. But she can't fool herself. Every time she looks at him, Chen becomes more and more handsome. And by chance, he is sitting next to Nicole. She was so much interested in the hero that she forgot about the lesson. In the meantime, they have already come to the enchantment hall. Nicole asks if he is not going to glamorize something, and Chen says that everything is right. She didn't even realize how she started the conversation. Enchantment is a fascinating thing. If you are lucky, you can increase the characteristics almost twice. And if not, for the enchanted object will be destroyed. Meanwhile, Chen was already approaching the store and asking to sell him a couple materials. After carefully examining the assortment, he chooses only the best. With a 30% discount, he gets 3,100 credits. And Nicole is surprised that he spent a huge amount of money so easily. The vendor offers to hire a magician because he will increase the chances of success. But Chen can cope with everything himself. Having collected everything necessary, you can get down to business. Magical energy envelops the objects and transforms them into amplification. It was successful. The polymorphic weapon now has a level 4 gold rank, but it's not enough. Chen continues, and then a huge amount of purple energy seems to explode the room. This color means that Chen has succeeded in enchanting the weapon to 7 stars, and he is once again asked if he wants to continue. Nicole is even at a loss for words. Without any tricks, he just enchants the item and he succeeds. Meanwhile, everyone around him is outraged. There is only a 5% chance of enchanting to 7 stars. Will he have the courage to go to 8 stars? Nicole begs him not to. There's only a 1% chance of success for 8-star enchantment, but Chen doesn't care. He keeps going. And like the wrath of the gods of the collapsed heavens, the enchantment energy crashes into the polymorphic weapon. If successful, the characteristics will be doubled. So there's an extra effect added on top. All the older guys hope that the weapon will just explode. Otherwise, they will die of envy. But unfortunately for them, everything goes well. The weapon is upgraded to 8 stars, attributes of strength 900 and wisdom 90, new attributes to increase physical and magical damage by 45%, and intimidation. It works against dragons and offshoot races, reduces their stats by 15% and causes fear, and Dragon Slayer increases damage against dragons by 35%. Nicole can't believe it's a golden weapon because the stats are even better than the diamond weapon. Chen hasn't spent a single material, but suddenly someone calls out to the hero. The big guy offers to buy this weapon from Chen. He is ready to pay 30% more than the market value. And Chen asks what will happen if he refuses. Literally everyone in the room froze from the newest air of tension. This big guy is called Brother Lei. He has a very fiery temper. He's also on the student council, not to mention Dragon Blood. Chen got in the way of the wrong person. But here Nicole is not worried at all. This big guy probably did not see the freshman duel and therefore does not know the true strength of Chen. And Lei himself offers the hero in addition to become his friend if he sells his weapons. But Chen hits the ground with the shape of a spear and uses a new skill of intimidation, which makes Lei shiver with fear. He himself cannot believe it, because he is a hybrid dragon, their race by definition fearless. Chen begins to loom menacingly over the Draconid. and asks if he has the nerve. So Chen is not worthy of this weapon, and since he won't give it up, they are enemies? The closer Chen gets to Lei, the more fear grips his body, and at one point his legs give out and he falls. In a panic, he shouts that Chen dare not approach him and says that the rules of the academy forbid fighting, and if Chen attacks Lei, he will snitch on him. Yun Chen said that he didn't want to get his hands dirty with such a coward, so he just turned around and went about his business, because the potion of luck is about to run out, so he needs to hurry up. Nicholas, of course, tails him and asks how he did it, but Chen answers that they will talk later, and now he is in a hurry, and he had to go to the library to read books. But everything is not so simple. The fact is that although he was allowed to use the library at any time, there are too many books, and find something worthwhile is really difficult. But with the luck potion, whatever he pokes at will be a great find. And so it is, he finds a hidden class, the Shadow Stream Spike, and a new druid skill, Tracking, thanks to which he will easily be able to detect the traces of lurking victims. And the Spike of the Shadow Stream is an enhanced class of assassin, which gives Chen skills Escape in the Shadows and Steal in the Shadows. And after fully learning everything, Chen speeds up and moves on to the next item, which is choosing a familiar. The pet seller says that he has an item for every taste, but you can buy it only for credits. But Chen is not even going to think about the choice and pokes his finger at the pet he saw first. With his luck, it's probably the right choice. Nicole says that he chose the skinniest one. He is very weak, and why does he need him at all? And the seller supports her and says that he has not been bought for 3 months. If Chen buys him, he will not even take money from him. Only 100 credits for the feed. But Chen says that he has already decided everything and buys him. Then he throws the bird some super supplements, and as soon as he eats the can, he immediately turns into a giant griffin. Not a regular one, but his mutant version. Now the seller regrets that he sold it so cheaply, but Chen doesn't care. And since his pet looks naive, he decides to name it Xiaohan, after which he heads off with Nicole to another location. Not long to go before the end of the luck potion. And after a couple of moments, they found themselves in the base of summoned animals in the plant warehouse. It is the only warehouse that is open at this time, and since Chen often uses druid skills, the summoned plant would suit him perfectly. And the variety of choices in this warehouse makes Chen's eyes water. He ponders over who to choose, but suddenly he is attracted by a strange sound. It's coming from a spike fairy. She's a gold-ranked fairy, although usually all fairies are diamond-ranked, and it's very strange. The seller explains that these fairies are very weak and it takes too many resources to feed them, so no one takes them. But it suits Chen perfectly because his summoner rank is low and he can only contract with gold level. So the hero asks to add a pot and food for her for 3 months to the check, and they ask him for 3,800 credits for all of that. After that, Nicole tries to talk to Chen again, and he is very curious about how much longer she will pursue him. But there is no choice. He lets her ask the question, but Nicole asks to lend him 1,500 credits because he took all her money. He doesn't even hesitate to give her his student ID. Nicole notices that he has more than 8,000 credits left on his account after all that spending. How many people he robbed at the freshman competition? But it's too late, so Chen goes home. Nicole promises to pay him back within a month, and she also realizes that although he's cold, he's kind enough. 3 months later, in the office of the dean of the military department, he asks teacher Lee how the freshman is doing. And things are the same as last year, all on their own. No wonder, since every student is the best in their province. They don't listen to anyone. Then the old man asks about Yun Chen, and he's doing well. He trains a lot with different weapons, from a dagger to a sniper rifle. But still he doesn't socialize with anyone except Nicole, and that's only because they are both students of Dean Xiaoqing Chung. Alas, the best student will always be doomed to be alone, but every student will have to fight on the battlefield. And without communication skills, there is nothing to do in real combat. This is why there is a freshman exchange every year, so they need to gather a group of the top 20 freshmen. Meanwhile, at the archery training ground, Nicole and Chen are sparring. And once the start of the battle is given, they instantly increase the distance. Nicole fires natural arrows. Chen easily bounces off them and counterattacks with the archer's main skill, rank B+ hound arrows. Nicole manages to hide behind a tree. He counterattacked too fast, but just because Nicole hides behind a tree doesn't mean that Chen's arrows won't get her. An arrow hits a tree trunk, right above the elf's head, and she gives up. Chen's fans are crazy about their idol. And Nicole says that when they first started training, she had her nose in the air. But now, after 3 months of training, she has no chance of winning. and then notes that when they first started, they agreed that the loser treats the winner to dinner, and he treated her all the time. Now it's Nicole's turn. But their idol is interrupted by Katie. Chen and Nicole want Dean Yeonfu in the training room. Besides being the dean of the military department, he's also the vice rector. So what does he want them to do? And there are already 20 students gathered in the training hall, wondering what they are here for. And Nicole has already talked to Katie, and she explained to her what awaits them, and Chen hears about the student exchange for the first time. It's a national competition in which all the academies in the country participate. Rumor has it that this year a new stage will be added, survival. And then Chen receives a notification from the system, a new task to participate and win the exchange competition. At this point, Dean Yeonfu appears in front of the students and tells everyone to shut up. He explains that the students' speculation about the exchange is true. This year their academy is organizing it, specifically the dean of the military department himself. Nicole asks why the top 20 are here, even though only 7 are needed for the competition. The old man replies that it's because of the new survival phase. In a large area scattered on 20 students from each academy, the team that will gain more points by collecting resources and killing monsters will win. But be wary of not only monsters, but also students from other academies. Naturally, everyone is not happy with the addition of this stage. Zan Nan Academy has won this competition for 3 years in a row. If they lose, the elders will not give them a rest, only happy that Brother Yun will be with them. As for the leader of the team, it will be the first disciple. That is Chen. Of course, everyone is happy about this. Chen will definitely lead them to victory. The old man puts forward a plan. There will be 3 individual battles where Chen, Tyron, and Nicole will fight. As for the team battle stage where 7 people will fight, there's something to think about. Chen relies too much on himself, and his versatile fighting style doesn't make it clear who he should give to the team. If wrong, they will get in each other's way. Yun Chen and those who come after him are very good in close combat. It would be foolish to put in a team of fighters like Damager. Well, Chen comes forward and asks himself to choose his own fighters for the competition. The old man has no objections. After a while, Chen chose all the fighters and made a list of 7 men. The dean is furious. This is the strangest team he has seen. 3 melee fighters, 1 summoner, 1 deus, and 1 assassin. 3 years in a row, the academy won due to perfect control strategy and better team selection. And Chen's team's bias is on damage. This is utter nonsense, although he himself let him do what he wants. So now it's up to Yun Chen, but they should still check what he's up to. At this time in the training room, Nicole is angry at Chen for not choosing the normal academy strategy, but it's his personal decision. Their conversation is interrupted by an enraged Yeller who is looking for Yun Chen. It's Wei Yu. Last year, he helped take first place, and he says that the current team is no good since they don't have a single mage. He suggests putting Shui Hongfang on the team because he is the strongest magician among the freshmen. And Lin Yushu, who is ranked 5th, says that this best mage is the same liar who cheated at the freshman trial and then dropped from 2nd place to 26th. Also, the fact that his family is very rich leads him to believe that he just paid the big guy to offer it. But Chen has a better reason for refusing. He just doesn't want to take the loser. What do you mean he doesn't want to? Wei Yu says he's an instructor, and if he says they'll take Shui Hongfang on the team, then they will. Naturally, everyone is not happy. They practiced and studied hard to get into the top 20, not to give a spot to a major loser. The mage knocks his staff on the ground and shouts that he lost only because he was out of shape and offers to fight him now. The staff he's holding is at least diamond level. No wonder he's a major. So the big guy says that he is best suited for the role of a mage and orders one of the contestants to be thrown out immediately. And Chen says that this best magician is vindictive and arrogant. If the instructor wants to put him in the team, then let him fight in a team fight with Chen. If he wins, then so be it, Chen will accept him, and if not, then let him go. Wei agrees to these terms and gives 3 hours to prepare. And after the specified amount of time, everyone is going to watch the fight of last year's champion and Brother Yun. The fans' opinion is divided because Wei and Chen are very strong guys, except that there is a sophomore on Wei's team. This alienates his fans. Could he not handle it himself? Wei's friend expected this result, but they don't care about people's opinion. If they win, they will get a lot of money. Hongfang's brother said to win at any cost, so their family wouldn't hit the dirt. If Wei makes contacts with the Shura family, a rich future is assured for him. Ye Qinglin is the 4th-ranked Taoist, asks if they need tactics, and Sun Kang, who is in 7th place, supports it. They are fighting against the 2 previous champions. He is even a little scared. But Guo Feiken from 9th place and Sheng Tairan from 2nd place are not discouraged and have faith in Chen, fully relying on him. Chen says that there is no point in strategy. They should do what they do best, which is breaking bones. Nicole and Lin Yushui agree. This team has the best fighters in the academy, and since they are a team, they will rely on each other's strength. Meanwhile, Teacher Li gives the ready command and announces the start. If Chen wins, the dean won't allow them to compete as a team. The freshmen immediately rush to attack. While Wei's squad is lining up their positions, Wei already feels victory. On his front flank are 2 tanks under healing. They just can't pass this defense. Ye Qingling asks the guys to slow down. Her buff spell is not reaching, and she herself can't keep up with their speed. It's going just as Wei thought. These goons can't work as a team. He starts to give out orders to his formation, but at that moment a bunch of fireballs fly at them. Wei doesn't understand where so many are coming from. Who can even use spells that fast? And then Wei orders to increase the area of defense, and it works. They fend off the fireballs. Except that expanding the area of defense means weakening it. There's no way they can stop Chen now. One of Wei's defenders screams that he can't get any closer and creates a holy barrier. But something is going wrong. Her hands are bound by the vine. When did he have time? Was the fireball attack a distraction? And Kemen has already gotten close to the tank and used a spear jab, throwing one of the vanguard out of the defense formation. The second defender immediately uses a shield strike, but Chen uses his spear to dodge with ease. And while he's in the air, the naive opponents think he can't dodge, so they fire whatever they can at him. But Chen uses a regular fireball, outmaneuvering them. His basic mage skill left them no chance. But that's not all. Chen uses his sword form and kills the tank with a single blow. The onlookers are in complete shock. Yun Chen single-handedly took out 2 mages and 2 tanks in a matter of seconds, and not a scratch on him. His team has also just arrived. It seems like their help isn't much needed, and Qinglin and Sun feel useless at all. But that's not all. They need to mop up the others. Chen rushes forward. Wei panics and orders Zhukong to cast summon, but he's already doing it. He summons a bunch of powerful beasts. Well, let's see what they can do. The huge summoned monsters are very strong and ready to tear Chen to shreds. The audience thinks it's a mockery to use such platinum-ranked beasts against freshmen, and Wei is starting to gloat. He wasn't prepared for Chen's speed, but now he's definitely finished. Any of these monsters would single-handedly massacre their team. Unfortunately, this idiot hasn't realized yet, but the summoner sees what's really going on. The beasts are afraid to even move. Yun Chen's strength is on a whole other level. Chen asks if they are going to stand still like this. Then he will start first. He gets close to the lion and makes the first strike. Lion successfully blocks it. Not in vain, he is so big, brute force in him is enough. But it's a pity that he is many times weaker than Chen. And at that moment, the snake attacked the hero. But he defeated her with 1 blow, and the summoner begs that it all stops. If it goes on like this, his animals will die. It's not fair. He's demanding revenge. The point of a team battle is tactics, not for Chen to deal with everyone alone. But who says Chen doesn't have a plan? He tells the team to deal with the losers, and a figure emerges from his shadow. Shadow Stream. Spike has been hiding in Yun Chen's shadow all this time, and now that he's been given orders, he'll end things quickly. But his hook is repelled by Wei. He won't let it hurt the healer. Except that Tyron appears behind him with the help of blood movement and sends him flying with 1 punch. The summoner can't believe it, but he won't lose. He orders the beast to enter berserk mode. Except 2 arrows pierce his hands and seal his mana. One of Chen's fighters cast a sealing spell on Nicole's arrows. He didn't even think it would work, but Yun was right. And a knotted snake flies to the summoner. Chen has already dealt with all his animals. What should he do? Maybe blast them with a powerful spell, then he would at least get some experience. But the sophomore begged him for mercy. He surrendered. These beasts were more than companions to him, and Chen didn't intend to. If he surrendered, he didn't care if the beasts were alive or not. And at this moment, the battlefield explodes with powerful energy. The fight is not over yet. The wounded Wei isn't going to give up just yet. He's the champion, but he's pierced by a silver flash. Nicole says he's not worthy to fight Chen. He's too weak for him. A little later, the dean gets a report on Chen's victory. Basically, he just ran over his enemies with brute force. And then Ya Anfu asks how Chen himself explains his strategy. And it's very simple. Their academy won with the same tactics 3 years in a row. Surely other academies are ready for this. And besides, the current students are not very good at tactical battles. It would be better to expose their strengths. Although it's hard for the dean to admit that the freshman is right, but he proved that his strategy works well, and if that's the case, then let him do what he wants. After the showdown with the high school students, Chun was relaxing and chatting with his sister. He had recently learned that if his sister got a good passing score on the exam, he could get her into his Zanen academy. In this case, they will live together and Chun will stop worrying about her all the time. But their conversation is interrupted by a knock at the door. It's the servants, Dean Xia. They came to inform the hero that all his lessons are canceled. Instead, he will perform a special task of the teacher. And Chun, without a second thought, immediately agrees. By the way, the mistress gave the demonesses names. The one with blue hair is Xiao Yu, and the one with green hair is Xiao Lin. Chun didn't care about any of this. The only thing he was thinking about was that the demon names were his strength and main weakness. It seemed like the dean had completely mastered them. On that thought, the demonesses teleport Chun using spatial magic to an unknown creepy place, where he is met by teacher Xia. And she says that Chun should have noticed how unfriendly this place is. This is where the practical assignment will take place. The main goal is to survive until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It's time to go through a real battle. Chun senses this evil in the darkness that seems to be following him. Teacher Xia explains that these monsters are infected with darkness from the rift. The remnants of demonic energy in Chun's body are perfect food for such monsters, so they want to devour him and evolve. His job is to adapt to the darkness from the rift and deal with all the monsters. And at this moment, Chun snatches his staff. His eyes are filled with a burgeoning energy. He realizes that as soon as the teacher leaves, the monsters will immediately pounce on him. Then why delay? The hero rushes out of his seat and kicks one of the monsters in the leg. But two more are on their way. Chun barely has time to react and uses divine lightning. Just a little more and he would be in trouble. What level are these monsters? He applies the assessment. Judging by the speed, the attributes of the dogs should be many times greater than his own. But seeing their levels made things even more confusing. All the monsters are just above level 20. There's no way they could be that much stronger than the man who absorbed the hearts of the demon queen. And he even had to use a divine skill. But his pondering is interrupted by a sharp attack. A huge creature almost crushed the hero. Good thing he was able to react in time. It was a demonic ants hiding under the guise of trees. But Chun had been here long enough to detect them, so why didn't he feel anything? No, it was definitely not because of the speed of the monsters. His perception itself became weaker as soon as he guessed. A huge horde of monsters immediately rushed to attack, hoping to take the hero by demon, except it was a grave mistake. The main trick of mages is area damage. With the skill Eye of Storm then raises all the bastards in the air, the demonic dogs try to interrupt the cast, spewing balls of energy. But the hero cannot take such a cheap trick. He uses a fireball at the same time, attacking their spit and combining it with the Eye of Storm, which turns the hurricane into a fiery tornado. And even that doesn't kill the dogs. With one swing of his spear, Chun drives them away from him to use the additional effect of his darkness talent, which increases his stats several times and turns him into a real killing machine. Now those things will pay for wanting to eat him. Chun leaps out of his seat and turns all the dogs into bloody mincemeat after killing all of them. He has raised as much as 17 level, but everything is not going so smoothly. As it seems, the equipment of the Green Forest is infected with darkness and began to decompose. The phone doesn't work here either. Neither magic nor technology can resist the rift. But luckily, his demonic destroyer is a polymorphic weapon enchanted to 8 stars, and it can't resist the decay. And so it lasted until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Teacher Xia finally returned to the hero. Now that he has gone through the battle with these things, Chun must understand the real threat of the rifts. He didn't expect the frontline fighters to have such a hard time, except they're worse off than he can imagine. They don't have the heart of a demon queen, and they can't at the snap of a finger boost their stats and resist the darkness. In addition to having their equipment broken and their magic weakened, they have to watch their stamina. One slightest mistake means death. Now Chun understood, because of the darkness on the other side of the rift, people cannot get in because simply melt in it, so humanity can only defend without the ability to counterattack. But nevertheless, monsters that are born of darkness, just as difficult to get through here. So for now, there is a balance. However, this balance is incredibly delicate. Now, to close the rift, it is necessary to call the god of destruction, which will completely destroy the forest to stop the contagion spreading. This makes Chun worry that so many animals will die because of one rift. But there is no choice. If you delay, it will turn into a disaster. But Teacher Xia distracts the hero from these thoughts, asking if he wants to get something as a reward for surviving. And he just wanted to ask how demonesses use magic without a staff. She replies that it is a passive talent of the mage. Teacher Xia materializes the skill book, if he so desires. He can take the reward, although he could have asked for something more intimate. But Chen is only interested in books and pumping. 15 days later, the exchange student competition is just around the corner, and literally just now the network has announced the team members. Some senior students are puzzled. How their leader became classless, the fact that because of the study and training, seniors do not have time to follow the youngsters, but not all. Some have heard about Chen and many say that he is not bad, but in fact he has a class or not. It does not matter, the duty of the seniors to support their juniors. So all the sophomores rush to say goodbye to the exchange team, straight to the inner zone portal where they will send the 20 strongest first-year students. All of them are dressed in their new fancy uniforms. It's no wonder the whole country will be watching this competition. Students should be dressed in their best. But there is one thing, Yun Chun is nowhere to be found. Nicole is immediately charged, because she is the one who communicates with him the most. But even she doesn't know where our hero is now, because they have rarely seen each other lately. Chen has been constantly training to become as strong as possible. The other participants also notice the absence of their leader, whether this responsible role was too difficult for him, and he decided to run away. But exactly at the same second, classless, as if materializing right in the middle of his team and greeting his comrades. This lifts the mood of the group, realizing that Brother Yun is their leader. All the stress before the fight instantly goes away. No academy has such strong freshmen. And Nicole immediately begins to swear at the hero, asking where he was, and it turns out Chen all this time was sitting in the library, studying the skill of the magician's hand, which allows you to move in yourself and objects. And with the passive skill of casting spells without staffs, it's just the strongest ability. But this dialogue is interrupted by Ye Anfu, who says that Teacher Li will accompany the students to the competition, and since everyone is already gathered, we can start teleporting to Qingnun Academy. As our team disappears, everyone shouts warm words of encouragement to them. After that, they find themselves in Xinyan province. Their academy is one of the top 7 academies in the country, and their rich and vast lands make the province the most important economic center of the state. But here's what is strange. Arriving at the academy, no one met the exchange students. Moreover, it is disrespectful. From this thought, Teacher Li is distracted by a student who saw in the sky a huge dragon. He is one of the divine beasts. Chen thinks that in Dean Xia's office was Phoenix. Maybe he is also a divine beast. There are too many beasts in this world, so states contract with such beasts to control them. Someone notices a signpost. It says this is a special path for the classless team. Has even here heard about how cool Brother Yun is? Only Chen realizes that all is not so good, and the passing Qin Yun students confirm it. And this special path they use for walking their dogs, Nicole remembers what Chen said about this academy when everyone else rushed to meet him to entice him to join them. But Yun didn't even bother to show up. Chen's comrades are starting to get angry. How could they ignore such a talented student? And this only amuses the students of Qin Yin. The student, who did not want to take their academy, is now ranked number 1 in Zanen. Are they really that bad? These words anger the guys. The bastards are clearly asking for a good beating. But luckily, Teacher Li stops them. If these fools start a fight, they will be disqualified. Chen clearly doesn't care about the words of some weaklings, and the slumped guys with hurt pride go after their leader. But Teacher Li tries to cheer them up, explaining that they won't be able to talk like that anymore when Chen defeats their elite. Besides, tomorrow they will be interviewed, so they should learn to show their best side and keep themselves in control. The only problem is that there will only be local reporters from the media. They'll probably be crowding towards Brother Yun. But Chen doesn't care what they say about him behind his back. In the end, everything will be decided by force. The only strange thing is, what's the point of teasing Chen? And Teacher Li already knows the answer is a matter of their reputation. The admission of students is decided by a vote of the academic staff, and all teachers and deans unanimously decided not to take Chen to themselves, and he became the first student in Zanen. If they recognize his strength, then recognize their stupidity. Shank says that everyone will realize how stupid they are when Chen leads them to victory. And the hero realizes that all forces will be thrown at him just waiting for this competition. Finally, he has a chance to meet a worthy opponent. And we find ourselves in the next day. Now the whole team will be interviewed. Everyone is very worried because their families are probably watching them from their homes. Chen's sister is also watching him. And one of the reporters grabs the microphone and immediately asks the classless one if it's true that Chin Na-yoon was rejected. And there's also a rumor that he used a loophole in the exam, and only one because of that. Is it not just a rumor? Everyone immediately begins to whisper. This reporter is a respected employee of the local publishing house. His words can be trusted, so the rumors are not lies. The whole team can barely contain themselves from snapping at the bastard right now and ending his career once and for all. But the teacher is ahead of them, because how dare this bastard hurl such insults? The students' family members are watching the interview right now, and he decided to embarrass them with his lies. The journalists immediately revolt. No one asked the teacher's opinion. They are only interested in the students, and they have no right to interfere in the conversation. But Lee lets out a murderous aura, yelling for all these bastards to get out of here while they can do it on their own. And Chen absolutely calmly asks her to stop being angry. He has one answer to all these questions. Anyone who gets in his way will not stand a chance. It's a new day. The start of the student exchange competition is announced. 128 academies have participated, and the top 7 teams are also on the list. The first to enter the arena is the Chinyun team. They are led by Ning Junyi, the province's best and strongest student summoner. His fans are ecstatic. As a freshman, he was ranked first in the province and second among the academies. Except they think it's only because there is one cheater who cheated his way through the exam, and his name is Yun Chen, the team leader of Zanan Academy. All the spectators boo him. They are just waiting for Brother Ning to put the cheater in his place. Naturally, this angers Chen's comrades, but he asks the guys to calm down. They must show their strength, not eloquence. And we are shown the mysterious guy in the red cloak. The last time we saw him, he promised to kill the hero and take the heart of the Queen of the Night from him. Of course, now he is up to something. And meanwhile, the welcoming ceremony ends, and many islands float out of the water in the center of the arena. And it is on them that one-on-one fights will be held. The sorting of participants in this tournament does not allow students of the same academy to meet in the first of their province, and otherwise the selection is completely random. And at that moment, a huge beam of light strikes the battle arena. But it's all right, it's just displacement magic. As soon as Chen steps into the beam that appears in front of him, he immediately finds himself in his cell. And more specifically in arena number 7, his opponent will be Sununyu from Nanji Academy. And it turns out that the Red Hood will be the referee in this fight. And he says that fighters can only use basic materials and weapons below diamond, otherwise there are no restrictions. Chen and Sununyu clash with a glance. Our hero is calm and unshakable, like a rock, which cannot be said about Sun, and the fact that he became the third among the academy is a great luck. And now he was put against the first place. He can only hope that the rumors are true, and Chen is a common cheat. And as soon as the start is given, Sununyu breaks the distance, releasing hundreds of attacking robots, which should tear the hero to pieces. But Chen only cares that it's not the student Qingyun, so we'll have to finish him off quickly. With these words, he kicks the ground with all his might, and the arena explodes with a cloud of dust. As soon as it dissipates, we see Sununyu, or rather his unconscious body. The audience is shocked, but still continue to think that this match may have been rigged. Chen's second opponent doesn't take long, his class mage. And he says that he will show the classless the difference between ordinary and prestigious academy. Funny, but the hero wanted to say the same thing. With those words, he summons a giant mage hand that grabs the arrogant upstart at lightning speed. He can't understand how a basic skill can be so powerful, and besides why he's using it without a staff of spells, Chen asks if the loser will surrender on his own or if he should torture him. But this coward admits defeat and classless throws him to the ground. Dini and Teacher Lee are watching this fight. The old man immediately realized that Chen has studied the magician's hand and the use of spells without a staff. But the magician's hand can move objects no bigger than a fruit, but the classless one's talent makes up for it. Lee interrupts his grandfather and says they are in trouble. Shang Turan is lying beaten to a pulp. He lost on the second fight. At that moment, his head is sealed into the ground by the bastard Ba Hessen, class, Draconoid, talent, Black Dragon bloodline. He clarifies that he is not targeting Zan Nan. His goal is to humiliate all the top 7 academies to show what trash they really are. Yeonfu asks Lee which academy the scumbag is ranked first, but she replies that he is from Shengli and is ranked 9th, not first. Chen's team is shocked how 9th place, not from a top 7 academy, defeated 2nd place Xanin. The old man explains that most likely his place was underestimated intentionally, so that he could fight against the first places in the arena and undermine the morale of the team. Well, what is worse for him, as soon as he runs into Chen, this freak will not be happy. Meanwhile, the hero has already defeated 4 opponents in his arena, as suddenly heard someone's loud voice. It's Ba Heesun, who shouts classless to wash his neck. Now he will cut it off, but instead of being afraid, Chen asks what kind of moron. After 4 wins with 1 punch, the audience starts to doubt that the classless cheated on the exam. But they calm themselves down by saying that he fought trash. But if they put one of the best from Qinyun against him, that would be a conversation. And just at this moment, the 5th opponent of Yun Chun appears on the arena, dressed in the uniform of their academy. It is Ne Qiang, who is the 2nd place in Qinyun. What a convenient coincidence. Now everyone will find out whether Yun Chun is a cheat or not. And the hero is very happy. He has a special show in store for this despicable academy. No, Qiang says not to rank him with the rest of the idiots. And the bully knows perfectly well that it's impossible to get first place by cheating. But what does that change? The classless have no future. And now he's going to show everyone that Chen isn't even worthy of standing at Qingyun's doorstep. He casts 3 powerful enhancements on himself, increasing his stats. But it doesn't matter to Chen. There are many ways to defeat such an opponent, but he will do it beautifully. At this very second, the hero imposes on himself 7 improvements from all the studied classes. The gawkers don't understand how this is even possible. With so many improvements, you can take down the boss with 1 little finger. No Chan rushes at Chen, screaming that it won't be enough, thinking to himself that his opponent will smash him like a bug if he continues to enhance himself. But his axe is stopped by the hero's spear point attack. The collision creates an incredibly powerful blast of energy that makes Net Qian fly away like a ragdoll. This is simply impossible. He is in his peak form, but could not withstand even 1 blow. But that's not all. Chen rushes straight at the freak and lands hundreds of punches in 1 second. But even after that, the big guy is not knocked out, except that Chen deliberately restrains his strength. He ties his opponent's mouth with a vine so that he can't give up, and lifts him up like a punching bag. He won't let him get off so easily. For this, Net Yinyan can thank the reporters. Chen's sister watched the interview, and he comforted her all night. So it was time to settle the score. And with these words, the hero summoned the demonic thornflower, named Xiao Jing. So far, no one understood why he had summoned a level 1 monster. Its attacks simply wouldn't penetrate Net Qian. But there's no need for that. Chen orders his fairy to teach the big guy a lesson. And now everyone realizes that he just wants to pump up his pet and humiliate the Qingyun Academy at the same time. Xiao Jing starts to whip the bastard furiously, but although it doesn't do him any physical damage, orally he suffers so much that he would like to die of shame. And 2 hours later, the beaten and humiliated big guy couldn't even talk anymore. His body may not have been seriously injured, but he was broken at heart. And Chen was amused by all this, but no Qian is really strong. In such a short amount of time, Xiao Jing had gained as much as 12 levels of experience. Well, the referee says that the fight time is limited, and if the winner is not determined in 10 minutes, they will be scored a draw. Then the hero, with all his might, punches the downed big guy in the face, and this will mark his victory in 5 battles. And also this victory meant the restoration of his reputation and the humiliation of the Academy Qinyan. Well, after this type of difficult battle, the hero was given a rest before the next battle and moved to his team. Of course, everyone immediately rushed to praise him, except for Teacher Lee. She says that now is not the time to relax. All members of the Academy Jinian managed to pass to the next round, where there are only 64 academies. Now, the chance of facing a formidable opponent has increased many times over. So while everyone is resting, they must prepare for the next round. After resting, it was time for another elimination fight. This time, Chen was once again placed against Qingyun Academy, only against the 3rd place. He himself does not understand how he can fight this monster if even Net Qian did not defeat him. And as soon as the start was given, the loser tried to surrender. But the hero immediately covered his mouth with a vine. He begged Chen to spare him, but it was all in vain. For Chen simply cannot let him leave until he raises Xiao Jing's level and tramples Qingyun's reputation. This time the fairy's tale hits harder than before, for now her level has been raised. But on top of that, she is also gaining combat experience and learning the basics of battle from Chen's advice. The gawkers start to get outraged. Someone has to stop these humiliations, but they are distracted by a piercing scream of agony. It's Ba Hassan. He's torturing his new victim. The poor man tries to surrender, but his speech is sluggish from the pain, and words can barely get out of his mouth because his lungs are filled with blood. Draconite takes advantage of this delay and rams the guy's head into the ground. But the referee stops him in time. If only a little more and the bastard would have finished the poor guy off. Even Ba Hassan's comrades are still surprised by his cruelty, their headmaster letting him get away with everything because of his bloodline. Both of Hison's parents are draconids with black dragon blood, and the character of this subspecies of dragons is genetically tyrannical, unbridled, and greedy. And the next opponent of this ruthless bastard will be Yunchen, the first place of Jiangnan Academy. Ba Hassan is already anticipating to crush the head of this arrogant bastard, but Chen does not care what the degenerate says. He heard that some people pump the talents of their bloodline so much that they lose themselves and turn into a monster. It seems that with this bastard, it has already happened. And Ba Hassan hoped the classless one is being watched by his relatives now. It would be sad if he kills him and the people who love Chen don't see it. He was wrong to say that. Now the hero is serious. He instantly rushes at the bastard and hits him with his spear, which does extra damage to draconids and weakens their stats. And the attack was so powerful that the shockwave seemed to blow up the arena. He grabs the freak by the head and says, "This is no time to rest," and Hassan tries to say he's going to kill him. But Chen gives him a crisp knee strike to the face. He gathers all the power in his fist and then punches his chest with such force that even the black dragon's powerful body can't take it, and he flies upwards. Chen teleports behind the bastard before he can fall and kicks him in the back with all his might, knocking the draconid into the ground, making it look like the arena was about to split open. Chen asks if the draconid didn't mean to crush his head just now. What does he think now? But this creature can still surprise. Anger covered his eyes with a bloody shroud, and the hero immediately sensed something wrong and jumped away. And from behind Hassan's back grew huge wings. He further awakened the dragon blood. All he can think about now is the pleasure he will take in killing a classless one. Draconid gathers magic in his throat and spews black flames straight at the hero. For a second, it even seemed as if he hit the target. But in fact, Chen had already pierced his chest with a spear. He doesn't realize when he had time. And the hero replies that brains are a wonderful thing. Too bad Heeson doesn't have one. Only he says that it does not give anything. Chen only pierced his muscles. He cannot reach the heart. And what do you say now? With these words, the hero thrusts the spear deeper, stopping a millimeter in front of his heart. And Hassan instantly falls to his knees, begging for mercy. He will be his servant if he has to. He is ready for anything, just not to die. The hero pulls out his weapon. How pathetic he is shouting about killing. But as soon as he thought he was going to die, he began to crawl like a slug. The main character's comrades are already scared that he will kill his opponent and be disqualified. But Ya Anfu didn't doubt Chen's composure for a second. His senile show-off is interrupted by Teacher Li and tells him that Chen has a sister, and if they bring her here and take care of her, then their best student will have a clear mind during fights. After all, his sister is the only person close to Chen, and now she lives in the backward city of Dongyun, whose defenses are, to put it mildly, weak. The old man realizes that for their country, the best students from the 7th Academy are of strategic importance, because each of them will surely reach at least the 4th rank, of course, if they don't die in the process of training, and fighters of this level are the ultimate fighting power against the world of darkness. So Ye Anfu says that Li should prepare everything for her sister's move, and when Chen is free, they will ask his permission to carry out this venture. But the grandfather himself is distracted at this moment by equally old people, than him, who call him to bet on the students' duel. Of course, he agrees and leaves the care of the students to Teacher Li. In the meantime, Chen is already facing a new opponent, or rather adversary. It is the successor of the holy sword named Bu Chang. She is ranked first in her academy, Dongfu. But Brother Yun says that, despite her regalia, he will deal with her quickly. As the old men discuss the upcoming fight, with their vast experience, they predict that the fight will be spectacular. And at this moment, Ye Anfu appears behind their backs and says that he's putting a rank A skill book on his student. The Academy Vice Rector Qing Yun replies that he has so much faith in Chen because the victory over the Draconid does not prove his omnipotence. Ba Hasun was a fierce, but at the same time cowardly guy, so the victory over him does not give anything. The old man doesn't react to his provocation and asks with a smile whether he's in or out, but the vice rector, of course, supports the bet and offers a treasure of rank A. But they are interrupted by a joyful simpleton who is Dean Bu Chang, and he bets a soul scroll, which will be more valuable than those of rank A. Before he can finish, he hears the TV behind his back announcing that Yun Chen has won the fight. And while he was, to put it mildly, surprised at this outcome, Ye Anfu happily took his soul scroll. Bu Chang was a really strong opponent, and despite the fact that Brother Yun defeated her in a second at this point, he was completely out of energy, but then he was helped by the energetic girls. Meanwhile, our hero had already teleported out of the arena for a break between fights. And, of course, now instead of the old man, Teacher Li is talking to the air, talking about how cool Yun Chen is. But the hard fights are about to start, although in the past, everyone said the same thing. At that moment, a message arrives on her phone, and they've already put up the rosters, which include Chen's next opponent. And this guy makes Li very tense, because the one who will fight with our hero is none other than Ning Junyi, the first place in the Academy Qingyun, and he is a really formidable opponent, not like before. Li still continues to convince us that he is strong because unlike Chen, his skills are S-class, which means that he can turn an ordinary summon monster into a boss. Well, after this exposition in Ko, the guys stand in the arena and Yunyi says that he will win at any cost and prove that classless is garbage, because his status and honor simply will not allow him to lose, to which Chen replies, "It does not matter. Who you are, the main thing is not to fall down." These words make Junyi furious, and he starts summoning monsters. But Chen is not going to just stand by and watch his enemy gain strength, so he rushes at him with all his might. And judging by Yunya's face, he was just waiting. When the classless one shortens the distance, he uses secret synchronization magic out of a crazy smile, shouting for Chen to attack. The hero immediately pierces his chest with his spear, but something is wrong. It's as if his body has become intangible, all because he merged with the ghostly beast. The fans are thrilled that he's going to show this upstart where he belongs. And Junyi rushes at Chen like a bloodthirsty maniac intent on killing him. But our hero uses a flash, which immediately blinds Junyi and causes him tremendous pain. After all, when he merged with the ghostly beast, he not only gained its abilities, but also its weaknesses. He immediately uses the Void skill to increase his distance, but Chen throws his spear at him to keep him from escaping, and the sharply grown stalk fends off the attack. The classless one turns back and notices that the Earth Demon Flower, which Junyi had summoned in the beginning, has been spreading its seeds all this time. The onlookers realize that now it's definitely finished. The entire arena is now covered in seeds, so Junyi has essentially taken over all the maneuvering space. But they don't realize that they're just plants, and they're not much competition for Chen's powerful flames. The hero instantly creates an incredible array of fireballs and sends them at the flower, but a giant jet of water shoots down this attack. The summoned seahorse will protect the flower from the fire, and many portals appear around Yunya, from which a whole army of high-ranking monsters of colossal strength emerge. But this is only the first course, and for dessert he has prepared something amazing. With those words, a red dragon appears right behind his back, ready to devour anyone at his master's command. This army slowly approaches the hero, and he notices that this is a very problematic opponent. Although he has summoned a bunch of monsters, it's no problem for Chen. Pulling out an axe, Yun Chen says that he'll just chop them all up. However, Yunyi isn't sure that the classless one will even budge, since his flower has already taken root and sprouted on Chen. But the hero asks with a smirk, "Seeds and that's it?" The axe that he is holding now in his hands, he got from the troll leader. It has a high attack power that is inherent to battle axes, and in the face of absolute power, even the most powerful spells are destroyed. Having said that, Chen applied Berserk skill and Blood Rage from such a powerful enhancement. The roots of the flower simply burst on him. But the enemy hero did not wait, while he freed himself from the seeds and ordered all the monsters to attack classless. And while all these projectiles flew at Chen, he began to engage all his improvements. A powerful explosion went off in the arena, and usually in such situations, the hero always deceives the opponent's expectations and dodges at the last moment. But this time he didn't even move, taking all the damage on himself. And the audience doesn't understand why he did it, because he seems to be a smart guy. He was lucky that he didn't die at all. Although, if you think about it, there are skills that allow you to release the power of the damage received, and if Classless applied it, then now his power is just off the scale. And the guy in the stands was absolutely right. God Yun had applied Rage Awakening, and for every % of health lost, he gained 3% of strength. As the monsters rushed at him, Chen leapt forward at an incredible speed and unleashed a single crushing blow that practically cut the water where the arena stood in two. And those guys, who a second ago had been discussing his stupidity, were now numb with fear. But not only the spectators were frightened, Yunyi, realizing what just happened, comes in a state of animal fear. Chen had just killed almost all of his monsters with one blow. And if the summoner himself was not in a spiritual body, then most likely would have died instantly. And while Junyi was thinking about it, Chen had already flown up to his face. And when he was close to strike, the surviving dragon instantly reacted and reflected his axe. This even surprised Chen. The beast was indeed powerful, since it could stand up to him in brute force. But at this moment, the hero's leg is grabbed by vines, and he instantly reacts and jumps back. And the cowardly Junyi comes to his senses again and says that as long as the roots of his flower grow in this arena, he cannot be killed. He then orders the dragon to finish off the hero, and it spews forth powerful flames. But Chen summons a water elemental to protect him from the fire, and a wall of water blocks the dragon's breath. Then the classless one grabs a flower root that has sprouted all over the arena, and in one motion, rips it out of the ground along with a piece of huge stone, and he uses it as a huge Morgenstern, piercing the dragon's jaw with a powerful blow. Yunyi is shocked. He didn't expect that his enemy would be so resourceful. But that's okay. All these improvements won't last forever. He just needs to stall for time, summoning junk, and then he will win. But Chen interrupts his thoughts and throws a dagger at the bastard. And the asshole doesn't even dodge because he's in ghost form and physical attacks don't work on him. And when the dagger flies through his body, the paper seal, which was tied to him, stays on Yunya's chest. And the summoner is pierced by a powerful holy energy because it's the exorcist's talisman. And Chen says that he is now a man, not a spirit, hinting that it would be easy to crush his face now. Yunyi can't believe that he's been outplayed using a basic skill, and Chen taunts the loser and says that he's nothing without a spirit body. These words infuriate the summoner, and he applies a forced dragon recall, whereupon he begins to merge with it and transforms into a giant draconid. The provost of this idiot does not understand why he did it, because it is obvious that Chen's weapon is created with enchantment against dragons. This is the dumbest thing he has ever seen. But unfortunately for Yunya, he doesn't hear his mentor's words, and in a rage he rushes straight at the hero. But the latter, without making any effort, dodges by simply throwing his body back. And thrusting his spear forward, he thrusts it into the bastard's belly, slicing his stomach in two using the inertia of Yunya's attack. The summoner then falls right behind Chen, starting to turn back into a human. Bleeding, he can't believe he was defeated by some classless guy because he had the power of a dragon. But Chen replies that he was unlucky because he faced a dragon slayer. And seeing how shamefully the best student of the academy lost, all Yunya's fans just go away, throwing dirt on him. But it awaits us the battle of the semifinals. This time Chen will fight against Baiyu, his class, a spike shadow stream, and he recognizes the strength of the hero, so he does not even hope to win, but just wants to take a lesson from the classless. The hero is fine with this arrangement and promises to only use the Shadow Stream class in this fight. And as soon as the start is given, Baiyu uses the Shadow Spike and rushes at Chen, but he throws a smokescreen to disorient his opponent. And when Chen attacks the fight from the back, he easily deflects that blow because his tracking, killing intent easily detects the enemy's location. Then they push each other's daggers away and simultaneously try to strike from the elbow, but they block their attacks again. Baiyu says that if that's all Chen might lose, he'd better use other class skills. At this point, the hero puts a knife on his throat from the other side. It turns out all this time he was fighting a clone. But when did they switch? And for being nice to Chen, he explains that as soon as he used the smokescreen, he immediately summoned the clone and hid in its shadow. But Baiyu remarks that it's not easy to do that because his clone was fighting on the same level as him. If he fought Chen himself, he wouldn't last a second. So he gives up. And after such a crushing victory, the final battle begins. Who would have thought that in the final two students from the same academy will meet. Because now Chen and Nicole are going to fight, and all the spectators start yelling at her to just give up. And she starts to fight with them and suggests that everyone should go one-on-one, but Chen interrupts her and jokingly asks, will they fight? Well, no matter how much she is not pissed off by the words of this cadre, she can't beat the hero, so she gives up and congratulates Chen. Now he is the champion, and the judge also declares him the winner of the tournament. But instead of cheering, the whole crowd of spectators just keeps silent. It's not surprising because everyone who watched the tournament were Chen's haters, and he defeated all their idols. And besides, after such a crushing failure, even the media began to support Chen and write the truth about Qingyun Academy. The vice principal, reading all this, is furious and blames Ning Junyi for everything. It's a disgrace not only for his family, but also for the whole academy. The old man doesn't care what methods he uses, but the summoner must win in a team fight, because otherwise he won't be able to wash away this disgrace. And after this raid, the grandfather leaves, and the whole team is left alone and begins to discuss how to defeat this monster Chen. But Junya has a plan. He can't win by conventional means, so he has to make some sacrifices. And his comrade realizes that the sacrifice is him. We are shown only blood spatters of the poor guy. And then we go to the recreation room of Zanan Academy, where everyone praises Chen, but he, as usual, says that it's too early to relax because there is still a team fight ahead. The old man Ya Anfu, in turn, says that he won a couple of artifacts from his friends thanks to Chen, so he will give them to the hero. And among these artifacts, there is a soul contract, which allows to bind two souls and establish a connection between them, servant and master. Chen had seen this before. Two of Dean Xia's succubus servants were bound by such a contract. Of course, you can't use it on a human because their country is very careful about the rights of its citizens. So it's best to use it on some beast or foreigner. Normal advice from his grandfather. And while Chen is thinking how he should use it, the dean informs that if they take the first place, Zanin will also give a reward to the whole team in the form of 100,000 credits and 20 million in cash and a rare item. The 20 million doesn't really matter because only credits can be used in the academy, but the rare item sounds interesting because even diamond quality is not rare for the dean. But they find out what this item is only after the victory and return home. And at that moment, Teacher Li interrupts the dean and says that she has important news. A member of the team, Qingyun, magician Li Huanyu, was injured, so he was replaced by a Knight of the Guardian in an emergency. Of course, everyone realizes that Qingyun did this intentionally to gain an advantage over them. But Brother Yun calms everyone down and says that today they will show what tactics are. And we are transported to the moment when Zanin came up against Team Baiyu. Chen's team immediately rushed into the attack. Of course, our hero immediately rushed forward, and at an incredible speed, broke through the defense of the formation. The mage immediately orders to heal the tank, because if the classless one breaks through to them, they will lose. But the medic points behind her back and says that he has already broken through, and at that moment, Chen pounces on the mage and crushes the leader of the team with one powerful blow. Jianin's team is the clear winner in this fight. Support says that they don't have to do anything at all, but the buffer is constantly trying to keep up with everyone. But nothing works. It seems that they were taken just to stand aside. But Chen gives her a pat on the back and asks her not to talk nonsense. They are also a very important part of the team. Just now, the opponents were weak, and he decided not to waste the strength of the team on these losers. And after a short break, Zhang Nan is up against Gyeongju. The spectators are cheering. They know that these guys are crazy and they don't really care who will beat Chen. The main thing is that at least someone put him in his place. But Assassin from Yun's team only laughs at their formation. They have recruited only mages. Since they have no vanguard, they are just a target for him. As soon as he starts to climb into the shadows, Chen's hand immediately grabs him by the scruff of the neck and pulls him back because there's no hurry. This easy prey won't be easy to deal with. And Assassin and Tyron tell Brother Yun that even though they're strong mages, they're fast enough to deal with them before they cast the spell. And the other guys in the vanguard support the guys too. Each of them is strong on their own, and if they all attack together, the enemies won't stand a chance. And after hearing all this, Chen agrees and gives them instructions on tactics. It's a team game after all. You have to take into account the opinion of your comrades. The referee gives the go-ahead, and the whole team rushes at the mage. Tyron uses blood movement, and the support doesn't even have time to put improvements on them. Chen, on the other hand, follows them, and before he is noticed, tries to analyze all the abilities of the enemy. Their attributes are fire, earth, wood and ice, light and darkness. But just by attributes alone, it's hard to judge their power. One of the guys is standing behind the whole team at all. Wait, Chen can't sense any attributes from this dead guy. Then what kind of magic does he possess? But the sorcerers aren't going to wait for their enemies to approach. So they release all their attack spells, literally raining various magic flying to crush the Zanen team. Chen then instantly pulls out his staff and uses his fast cast talent, sending out a handful of fireballs to bring down the mage's attack. But he doesn't manage to repel all the projectiles, and they're already too close for the guys to dodge, but good thing, Brother Yun knocked most of the magic away. Now Tyron is able to block it with his blood barrier, and even such a colossal blast of magic doesn't penetrate his red shield. Then the main attack power instantly makes ranged slashes that fly straight at the mages, but their earth sorcerer manages to put up a stone wall. Jiangju squad leader gloats. Did they really think that such a head-on attack would work? But before he can finish his thought, he notices a drop of blood near him, from which Tyron materializes to knock out the pompous freak. But the tree mage manages to conjure a vine that restrains the Blood Knight's movements. They work well as a team, but Tyron doesn't rely on his strength alone. Goffa and Chen come out of his shadow, and with a sharp movement of his chain hook, he attacks the team captain right in the head, and he manages to teleport away. No one expected that they had such magic, and their entire group is immediately transported into the air, surrounding Tyron and Feichin. This was their original plan. Now these two are definitely finished, and gathering all their attack power, they touch the strongest balls of magic. The assassin realizes that he will probably die after receiving so much damage. But suddenly Yun Chen grabs him by the shoulder, and in one motion throws him along with Tyron, and a huge explosion just vaporizes him. Nicole is shocked. Did he sacrifice his life? Even if you set aside emotions and judge from the strategy, then to sacrifice one life for the sake of two, in this case, was stupid. Because with the loss of Chen, they lost 50% of their power. And Feichin blames himself. If only he had listened to Brother Yun and been more careful. And from the smoke comes a voice that says, "What are they sad about, do they think? That he's dead?" With these words, Chen appeared right behind the guys. He wasn't dumb enough to die here, so he just used a clone. It looks like their opponent had an ace up his sleeve. Teleportation magic. Now they'll have to sweat. Most likely, this guy has a hidden space mage class, because normal teleportation mages are quite limited in their abilities. While they were fighting, this creep had placed teleportation runes all over the arena. What should they do now? The correct answer to this question is nothing, because Yun Chen will do everything for them. The others can just cover for him. Nicole tried to disarm at least one of them, but he was instantly behind her back and created a powerful ice attack. The same happened to the rest of the guys. The spectators cheering. They, of course, wanted their team to win, but if the classless one was defeated by another academy, they would become brothers. Meanwhile, no attack has worked on the mages, except Chen has already made his move and lunged at one of them. But the teleportation mage only laughs at this because he has been following Chen very closely and knows the distance of all his attacks. As soon as he gets within striking distance, he will immediately move his comrade. Chen pulls out his gun and disarms the bastard with one shot, causing him to fall to the ground instantly. And of course, Yun can't do without pathos, so he decides to spend precious seconds of the battle on a cool phrase of blowing smoke off the barrel. But then, without wasting a second, he jumps up, and with the help of sniper skills, starts shooting the mages as if from a machine gun. Their fragile defenses and weak reactions can't withstand the bullets, and the teleporter can't keep up with so many shots and doesn't have time to save his comrades. In addition, the assassin has already gotten close to his neck, and it was easy for him to do so because Brother Yun has taken all the attention away from him. The captain orders him to gather everyone together and cast shields. Bullets can't penetrate magic. But when he turns around, he sees that his trump card is being held hostage, and Nicole has already approached the vigilant magician. She broke his shield with one blow, and from this blow he fell right to Chen's feet, and then he just gave up because they had no chance against the top team. And of course, after this battle, Zhang Nan advanced to the semifinals, and the disappointment of the spectators was unlimited. A little later in the restroom, the whole vanguard was discussing their great and spectacular fight. Only the support did not participate in the battle, it seems, that they will not do anything to win, and they wanted to show themselves so much to make their families proud. But hearing this, Brother Yun said that in the next round, they would actually be the key figures in his strategy, so they shouldn't relax. But of course, they were happy about it. And in the semifinals, they were facing the most terrifying, strange, and cruel opposing team. A team of different races, all of them with monster blood in their veins. And it seems that even in a world where there are elves and beastmen, xenophobia still has a place. Although some people realize that those who have monster blood are not to blame, when people chose their races, they did not know that they would merge with the game, and many people chose just for fun. Some chose goblins. Some chose stone men. There were even those who wanted to become zombies. But in the end, when the merge happened, they turned into monsters. As for families, human-monster couples are extremely rare. Some were already married before the transformation, some were able to find love, but in most cases, people, turned into monsters, find a couple among the NPs because it's better than living all their lives alone. At that moment, the stone man comes to Bahesun and says that it is better for him not to face Chen because his spear is sharpened for killing dragons, and he realizes it, and after their fight, he is still scared. But so what if he should forget his goal after one defeat? Because of their origins, they have endured so much bullying. Though it's not their fault, the previous generation is to blame. But people don't care about that. They will always humiliate everyone who is not like them, and to get revenge on these xenophobes, Hessen will take the form of a black dragon and face the future elite of the Seven Academy. Although, no, together, they will not just face them, but crush them like pathetic bugs. But Chen, hearing this, feels only pity for them and does not take them as serious rivals. The referee raised his hand and announced the start of the semi-finals, and there was a whole cloud of smoke around him. The ugly legs of the hybrids stepped forward, determined to attack first. Their faces already looked terrifying, but now they were blazing with fighting spirit and willingness to kill. The black dragon encouraged them with words that it was not important whether they lost or not, but they should and must slay as many opponents as possible. He rose up on his wings and rushed forward, shouting that they would destroy them all. And the other monsters from his team picked up and started shouting that they would destroy them as well. Yun Chen ordered to form a defensive formation, and Zhang Nan's team didn't rush anywhere. They immediately took their battle positions and prepared for a heavy battle. Yun Chen was extremely serious. He told them to obligingly stop their attacks, shouting that they would protect their flank. One used the dark blood barrier for the sake of defense. The other used the paladin's main skill, the holy shield. There was a huge explosion. A cloud of dust and fire rose into the air. The dark blood barrier spread terrifyingly. One of the monsters came closer, and the elf girl told him not to even try to break through. One of the guys didn't waste time attacking the monster. Telling it to get lost, he punched it in the stomach, and with such force that it spit out some of its internal mass. One of the monsters shouted, "Go!" Now they were attacking Yun Chen's team from all sides. Now the girl who felt unwanted was extremely happy. She was saying how good it felt. She finally felt protected from behind. The guy who felt no better earlier was also happy, saying that they were finally key figures, and it wasn't the same as watching the show going on while standing behind. The one who had attacked the monster in the stomach was scolding them for their idle chatter on the battlefield. He was shouting for them to get to work already. He said that Brother Yun had made them the main fighters because the Taoist could easily hold off the monsters, while the summoner could split the damage and help the vanguard. Their faces weren't so satisfied anymore. It was as if he had stunned the unfortunates with his shout. And finally, the guy added that this was the reason they weren't here to chat while enjoying the process behind them. One of the guys laughed and, calling his opponents babes, told them to get out there and show them what they could do. "Do their best," someone hissed back at him from behind. Behind them were a couple of huge, horrible monsters. Some of them were like animals and some were real demons. The guy who had angered them raised his staff and used the call to contact. The advanced earth elemental was a dead tree. The golem was a green bear. And the girl who had previously marveled at her new role closed her eyes and said she was paying homage to all the gods, told them to light them up with thunder, and added that it would scare away all the ghosts and demons. Finally, she summoned a heavenly thunder. Golden mana poured out of her eyes. It spilled and flew upwards. A black magic cloud formed in the sky. A horrible and huge blue monster appeared from there. It was right above the heads of the opponents of Zhangnan Academy. They didn't expect such a thing and were startled. Their head also became more angry while the others stunnedly opened their mouths. They were all struck once by the lightning of the divine monster that appeared and screamed in pain. In the meeting room of the academy directors where they are betting, one of the old men explained that Taoist is a class that can control attack and buff. He also said that her skills are quite strong. They are great for holding back monsters, but also talked about the disadvantage of having a short attack range and long cast time. He said that Yun Chun as the captain understood this perfectly, and so choosing a defensive formation would compensate well for her disadvantages, allowing her to use her full strength. The man thought it was an excellent tactic and said so. Now the director of Jiangnan Academy intervened. He said that this was only one of the reasons, because in terms of power, Yun Chen was not inferior to Qingling, but he decided to do so to reduce the damage to the team. Besides, he wanted everyone in the team to use their strength and prove themselves. The old man said that even though he was extremely cold in appearance, it didn't stop him from being a good-natured guy. Qingling was happy with her success and threw more and more attacks, such as Explosive Lightning Talisman and Earth Destruction Talisman, while her partner cheerfully told the little guys to do their best. The monsters already looked winded, with abrasions and scratches, and the girls' talismans kept flying at them. They fell right on top of them and in front of them, forming a pile of smoke and raising dust in the process. Now there was a big hole under the monsters. Someone was still lying immobilized in it, and someone was climbing up. It was the Black Dragon. It was badly damaged but still unwilling to give up, he cursed angrily. The realization that he had lost again made him terribly angry. The monster said that there was no way he wouldn't accept it. Yun Chen walked straight towards him, however. The dragon could only see his feet for now. When he raised his head, saw the guy in front of him, Yun said that he had never experienced his pain, saying that his words would most likely not reach him. The dragon. However, he tried to realize that he wanted to fight back. However, it was all because of those who despised them. These people were responsible for their anger. But asked, was it the choice of who was this person? This seemed to melt the heart of the horrible monster. He said that it turns out Yun Chen had treated him like an ordinary person from the beginning. Now he had admitted his defeat, the defeat of their team. The referee finally loudly announced the victory for Jiangnan Academy. One guy from the auditorium told another that although classless had such an indifferent face, but he didn't think that Yun Chen would show such a side of himself. The one replied that they really had been looking at them as monsters ever since they appeared. The former added that after something like this, even after defeating Brother Ning, he didn't seem so bad anymore. The wind swayed the trees, rustling the leaves. The referee said that after such a fierce battle, the team round was starting to come to an end and the next battle would be the final battle, and announced that Jiangnan Academy and the hosts of this arena were participating. He loudly proclaimed Qingyun Academy. They were serious, and the ones standing in front, Ning especially so. Conversations could be heard from the filled auditorium. Someone said that the two heavy warriors were two summoners. The Night Guardian was a mage and a priest. Another said that their team was clearly lacking in firepower and was also too slow. And someone replied that they had heard that there had originally been another mage for extra firepower, but due to a serious injury, he had been replaced. One guy turned to his buddy and asked him in bewilderment if it was strange to replace a participant at such a stage, and also if he thought that their team was now tailor-made for Jiangnan Academy. He said in the same shock that it wasn't that everyone didn't notice, but they should just keep a low profile. He said that their new team sacrificed agility and firepower by focusing on combat defense. So if they met opponents with long-range attacks, they would be guaranteed to lose, saying that teams like Yongju Academy, which was made up of only mages, would easily defeat them. But he also added that their team had never faced such opponents. He felt like fate was saving them. He tried to explain this by saying that they were the masters of the arena, so it was easy to pull off such simple machinations. His buddy, who had been the first to talk about it earlier, settled down a bit, rubbed his head and said that it was too much information for him. He still wanted to believe that their academy team wasn't that sneaky. The referee raised her hand and shouted that yes, the final battle would begin. She loudly announced the start, giving the opponents permission to start fighting. Ning shouted for everyone to form into a defensive formation. Some placed their heavy metal shields into the ground. while another raised his staff upwards. He also shouted out a healing aura. The three in front stood on the defense, and the four remaining behind them. Ning yelled loudly, summoning the contracted conscription. Under the contracted summoning, a red dragon, an ancient magical golem, a magical mountain monster, and an underground caveman, a stone beast and an underground devourer appeared. All of these monsters were large and frightening. One of the spectators was extremely amazed at such a powerful contract summoner. He swore in a daze and shouted that there were two heavily armored warriors, a night guardian in conjunction with a priest increasing stats. It was already enough for protection. But the two summoners had created a bunch of monsters as meat shields. The other said that it literally puts them in absolute defense. He said that they were clearly preparing for the battle against Jiang Nian. Already in a calmer voice, he said that nevertheless, Classless easily broke through any formation. Many commands had already been wiped out by it, and if he ignored his comrades and concentrated, and his friend didn't let him finish, he interrupted him, shouting loudly no. He told him to pay attention to their back row, for they too had moved into a defensive formation, also summoning a bunch of monster tanks. And they asked themselves what they were trying to do, for no one would be able to answer them anyway. Yun Chen applied the monarch's basic skill of blood rage, the archer's basic skill of battle spirit, the berserker's basic skill of berserk, and the shadow stream spike's basic skill of killing method, as well as the magic swordsman's basic skill, magic flow. The paladin's basic skill is holy glory. Qingling awakened the talisman buff. Yun Chen rose up, and the girl ordered the lightning to become one and summoned the lightning talisman, then shouted loudly that it was an order. Yun's eyes glowed and blue lightning magic flew around. He said that since the opponents had put up the strongest shield against them, of course they would retaliate with the strongest spear. Blue magic lightning burst out from the black cloud, and Yun Chen was right in front of it as if he was mastering it. One of the elders turned to Old Man Ye. He said that such was his monster. Yun Chen stood in the rear with a melee weapon and was gaining buffs like crazy. He asked Old Man Ye, the director of Jiangnan Academy, what exactly their team captain wanted to do. The one laughed back at him and told him that there was a secret behind it that he wouldn't even tell them, also saying that he was asking him about it even though even he was seeing such a thing for the first time. The other told them to stand still for a second to wait. He stared at the screen interestedly and said that there seemed to be one basic skill that allowed a melee fighter to fight at long range, and most likely. Yun Chen fluttered in the air and said that since the opponent had put up the strongest shield against them, of course they would retaliate with the strongest spear. The basic skill of a fighter is to accumulate strength, and the basic skill of a Taoist that Yun used was to mobilize strength. Ning looked up at his main opponent in horror. He reprimanded and said that he couldn't believe that he was using this skill. He furiously ordered all the summoned beasts to stand in the front row, while the rest used their best defense skills. A priest used the mage skill, giant stone wall. A knight used the guardian knight skill, guardian shield. Another used the priest skill, shrouded in light. The beast summoned by Ning stood right in front of the lights of one of Qing Yun's team, and there was another stone shield in front of the light shield. Yun Chen prepared an attack with his strongest spear, his eyes still glowing as well. He shouted the word forward, and his weapon flew towards, leaving a plume of light behind him. He used the basic skill of throwing. The attack flew straight into the stone wall, and it easily shattered it to pieces. One of the knights was dousing himself with a third sweat. He told the others to hold on, for they must and they must. The arrow also pierced the light barrier and one of the summoned monsters. Ning went into a frenzy. He shouted and asked, "What the fuck is this?" Yun Chen's spear landed and crushed the ground beneath him, leaving a cloud of dust. It was now peacefully sticking out of the ground without even bothering to do so. The opponents of Jiangnan Academy were slumped on the floor, some sitting in the crater and some near it. They were all breathing heavily and trying to catch their breath after being so terribly stressed and hit so hard. The knights in the crater were injured, and one of them said that just a little more and he would have broken. Another exhaled heavily beside him. Ning laughed hysterically and turned to Yun Chen, saying that he never thought that he would throw all his strength into one strike after all. Shouting that now he had no weapons and their formation was still intact, he asked how he planned to fight next now. Suddenly he turned his attention to something and looked away, then looked at the divine hand that had already taken the spear back. She threw it back to the master. It was the use of spells without a staff, namely the magician's hand. Yun actually didn't look the least bit tired. He cheekily asked who told him he had nothing to fight with, asking if Ning really thought he couldn't cast a second time. This threw Ning into the most genuine shock. This was not at all what he could have hoped for or even assumed. The expression on his face was extremely stubborn. The people in the audience were already starting to get frustrated with their team. One guy said he would go, asking how they could lose to them again, and another said that methane was a basic skill for all classes. The only drawback was the loss of weapons, and therefore it was rarely used. Now a third joined in, saying that in the end, who would throw away their weapons in the middle of a fight? The first one was indignant about how Yun-chen was good for throwing more and picked it back up. One of the directors in the room said that he knew that about throwing, but added that however throwing is only a basic skill of the second level, it does not give any enhancements except for the weapon itself. Said that even by adding a bunch of buffs, such strength could not be achieved. Old Man E, the director of Zhangnian Academy, intervened and said that this was not an ordinary throwing skill. He said that the guy's talent could improve any skill by 3 steps, and that's why he used B-rank throwing. He explained that B-rank throwing had strength enhancement, longer throwing range, and more power. Yun-chen was preparing a second attack of the same kind, only now it would be much easier for him, since there were no more shields and barriers. Ning began to panic. He shouted that he should never be given the opportunity for a second throw, because the tanks would not have time. He turned to the mage, told him to quickly cancel the cast of his skill, and he understood everything, and sent a mountain of stones to the enemy. It was smashed by Chen's allies, other students of the academy. The elf said that while they are here, let them not even dare to touch a hair of their captain. Well, Yun wasted no time and had already sent out a second strike. The spear was also flying swiftly at the Qingyun Academy disciples. The opponents shouted to run faster, shouting that they didn't care about the formation, and Ning shouted for them not to run faster than him, but something also happened behind him and he cried out. The disciples of Old Man E's academy said that they had broken their turtle shell. One of them said to go forward, and all the others also moved towards their arrogant opponents. The girl jumped feet forward, her heels flying straight into the back of the other academy's disciples. She angrily told them to get. The assassin and knight of Jiangnan Academy didn't let their opponents get away with anything either, and someone's hand flew to one of Ning's henchmen right in the cheek, and the latter politely asked a punch, but not in the face. One warrior who had already suffered enough asked Ning's brother to admit defeat, because they couldn't take it anymore, and Ning didn't look good either, and he was cursing. He knew very well that if it wasn't for this monster Yun-chen, they wouldn't have reached the summoning beast. There was no way they would have lost without him being here. But they had no choice either. Ning called him a bastard and warned Yun to wait for him in the next round. He would wipe him out in survival. Of course he was saying all this to himself, not out loud. Their team captain was about to say that this was the end of the team round and they would admit defeat, but the plants prevented him from doing so. They went straight into his mouth and then tied him up. Ning didn't understand what exactly was going on. Yun-chen flew up to him and asked what he was doing. Were they trying to surrender? He also added that it was a pity, but the judge would not hear it. Ning wanted to say something, but only a mooing came out of his mouth. The lions had already twisted Ning so that he was lying on the ground. The others came up to them. Someone laughed and cheered him up by saying that he was the only one left from his team. They also called him brave for not admitting defeat earlier. They surrounded the poor guy in a perimeter, and one of them said he admired his resilience. The elf girl said they would be a bit rough but use all their strength. The one mooed loudly in response, implying by implication what they were going to do and stay away from him. The elf girl said that he was the one who was spreading nonsense about their academy, and therefore the adults would get him for it. And one guy asked, how dare he use the media against them, shouting that he totally deserved it. After all, he had put up with his antics for a long time. Now it was time to get him for everything he had done. Nin could only moo in response. Disappointed spectators, students of the academy that owns the arena, were leaving their seats disappointed. One said what a shame it was that their team captain was being forced to eat dirt. Another said that Ning was a disgrace to their academy, and a third cursed and asked for his money back. Suddenly the referee intervened. She told them to stop, explaining that one side was unable to continue the fight. In fact, she just realized that Ning Junyi faced Qingyun. If the fight continued, the academy's dignity would drop to nothing. The elf girl told the audience that if the judge had the nerve to stop them, then let them see the face of the loser. said that she hoped everyone now realized who was the strongest. Ning Junyi really did look terrible. His teeth knocked out, his eyes swollen shut, and abrasions all over his body did not make him look good at all. The referee finally announced that the team battles had come to an end, and Jiangnan Academy was taking the victory. The red-cloaked man looked at Yun Chen's face and laughed. He knew that it would finally begin, which made him very happy. At the end of the disgraceful battle for the academy, Ning sat in his seat in the recreation room. He seemed to be in utter despair. The atmosphere in the room was extremely oppressive, with everyone taking turns to turn around at the embittered silent commander. The team mage quietly asked the other what they would do. Because brother Ning did not utter a word after the end, she even suggested that perhaps it was because of that beating, and now he just physically could not talk. One of the knights she was addressing hurriedly closed her mouth and hissed, telling her to watch what she said, because brother Ning would punish her for such things. Now the headmaster of their academy approached Ning. He told his team captain Ning not to make such a frowning face. He said that he generally realized that they would lose, so he set up a battle with Jiangnan in the finals. He tried to cheer the guy up by saying that they at least had second place. The top 7 list, they would keep the position anyway. Nina was annoyed by his words. Now he was even angrier. But first of all, at himself, he hissed that he had saved the ranking, but not his precious dignity. Said that he would take revenge on him no matter what. Shouted that he would smash his head on the ground. Meanwhile, in the recreation room of Jiangnan Academy, everyone was cheering. And this time, everyone was happy. The guy who kicked one of the monsters in the stomach was laughing and saying that he had blown off steam. And Qinglin was bragging that she had even used her skills when she kicked that jerk Ning. One of the group said that the news of Ning Junyi's beating was topping all the news sites, rejoicing that Qingyun Academy had fallen flat on its face, while another said that they fully deserved it. Old Man Ye, the principal of Jiangnan Academy, walked in. He laughed a little and said that they were now first in the team competition as well, and that was enough to secure the championship. He said that they didn't need to worry about winning tomorrow's round. They could just quietly gather resources for themselves. The old man also said that the survival round would be held in the forgotten city of Qingyun province. He said that it was once a rich city, but due to a sudden rift 60 years ago, the city was swallowed by darkness. Almost all the inhabitants below the 5th level were exterminated, and those who survived soon left the city and it was abandoned. As time passed and the vegetation in the city grew uncontrollably, more and more monsters began to arrive in the area, and it spawned natural treasures that were perfect for a round of survival. The old man added that of course the priests had cleansed the darkness, and Qingyun Academy had destroyed the powerful monsters, leaving only those that were suitable for the students. In addition, all the resources collected in this round did not need to be surrendered. They could keep them. Such news made the team very happy. They shouted that it was great. One said that he heard some people talking about A rank and even A+ rank resources. He said that they should definitely go and look for them. But Yun Chen was very shocked by the A+ rank information. He asked if there was any soul purification grass. He knew that soul purification grass was an important material for enlightenment potion, and Yun Tong had just reached the age of talent awakening. Yun thought that with the enlightenment potion, she would definitely get a good talent, to which the old man replied that he had sent some people to scout in advance. Although no detailed information could be obtained, there was no doubt that there were at least 15 A-rank resources and 3 A+ rank resources, and Yun Chen's purification grass was one of them. The guy decided that for the sake of Yun Tong's younger sister's future, he should get her. The elf looked at his resolute expression a little perplexed, but she remained silent. Qingyun Academy's teleportation platform, there were already 3 rows of 3 teams standing on it. With the media mentor in front, she was loudly shouting that unlike the previous rounds, the survival round did not depend on the number of people defeated. It was based on the total amount of resources collected by the team. She said that because of this, they not only encounter monsters, but also students from other academies. She said that after arriving there, they should not only focus on collecting resources, but also not stop following others. Otherwise, they would become couriers of other teams. The rules also forbade the use of communication devices, the only exception being flares. She reminded them that they should have already come up with their own code. The woman said that they were all given a wooden plaque. It is called a battle mark. It has a small teleportation array built into it, and in case of danger it is worth breaking it, then they will leave the battlefield and therefore be considered out. And she asked them to do their best, but their survival is the priority. The team members of Jiangnan Academy were in high spirits. They told the female teacher, "We don't worry because they are all in excellent condition," saying that thanks to Brother Yun's double performance, they won the first 2 rounds without difficulty, and now their main goal in this trip is to find the purification herb for Brother Yunchen's younger sister, saying that they would use 3 flares in case of finding the soul purification herb. Yunchen was amazed by their story and asked how they all knew about it, and the elf explained to him that she had told everyone, because he had told them about his little sister at dinner. And after hearing this, everyone wanted to help him, because it would be easier to search together anyway. This melted Yun's heart. He looked at the guys with affection and gratitude and said that in this case, he asked everyone to be more careful. Teacher Mi said that the round was about to start and wished them good luck. The abandoned town was completely overgrown with plants, but the old houses were still clearly visible. Yun was teleported to the road of the town. He looked around and said that it was hard to imagine that these ruins were once a populated city. After all, darkness does terrible things to mankind. He said that in the survival round, everyone was scattered to different sides, and their original goal was to regroup with their teammates. Yun rushed forward and said to himself, since there wasn't a soul around, that he would take the control point first, because then he could get an advantageous vantage point, and also reminded himself not to forget about the shadow monsters. He used the druid's basic skill of natural proximity. An enraged red eagle flew at him from above. It was a dragon. It sent a fireball at the guy. However, Yun knew that even a red dragon couldn't handle it, asking how some bird dared to attack him at such a moment. He defeated the attacker in no time without stepping out of his way. A bunch of beast monsters were ahead of him. They surrounded him all around, hissing and roaring. Yun shouted loudly and used the basic warrior skill of battle cry. It boosts his morale and exposes enemies to fear whose attribute scores are far below his. At one count, all the monsters became a bit downhearted. They were just scared. Yun Chun hurriedly left, saying that it was not worth wasting his time on them. The monsters did not realize where he had gone and what had happened. Now Yun was standing on some high ground, on the ruins of one of the buildings. He looked down and said to himself that he didn't know how the others were doing, but he hoped that everything was all right. After all, this wasn't a safe place. Anything could happen here. They could get into situations where they couldn't use the battle mark. He used the hunter's main skill, B-Rang's eagle eyes. Now he could clearly see them. Yun didn't understand what was going on, what they were doing there, and why they had gathered so quickly. However, the form of the teams were different, as if it was a gathering of several academies. 3 different colored lights flew into the air. What startled Yun was that they were Jiangnan's flares. According to their script, 1 flare was their location, 2 flares meant that help was needed, and 3 flares meant that the purification herb had been found. He was amazed by this sign. After all, how could they have already found an A+ rank attribute? Yun Chen hurried down to them. After all, the situation was not good. Launching the flares, they revealed their positions, and the enemies had already clustered around. Yun knew that they must have known about it too, so he wondered if something had happened. In order to speed up as much as possible, he used the basic skill of a fighter, wind action. He said that he had to hurry, that he had to catch up with them. In one of the abandoned buildings was a huge snake. This monster is a 3-headed magical battle snake with unknown skills. Difficulty, level, and rank, right beside its head, was a soul purification medicinal herb. Its effect is that it purifies the soul and gives wisdom. However, it is poisonous if consumed directly. The girl from the Jiangnan Academy team hid behind a car in the same room. She was angry that she couldn't even see the details of the snake, and a battle in such a case was out of the question. She said that if she didn't protect her eggs, she wouldn't dare to stay here. However, this herb was very important to Brother Yun, and she couldn't miss it, so she risked launching the flares. She heard loud footsteps in her direction. The fact that someone was coming this way really scared the poor girl. However, she had hope that it was Brother Yun or someone from the team. Then she gathered her courage into a fist and told herself that it didn't matter if it was an enemy. After all, she was an excellent student of Jiangnan Academy. Students from the regular academy would hardly be able to harm her. However, when she noticed that it was not just one person or even a group, But a whole crowd, it shocked her. She was horrified and asked herself why there were so many people here. People entered the room in silence. They walked straight towards the snake in the grass in front of her. The girl kept wondering where so many people were coming from. It was beyond the scope of one team. She wondered what academy they were affiliated with. One of the pile of people turned to her, though he didn't see her, told the woman not to hide. After all, he could still smell her scent here. Said that she dared to send a signal so brazenly, only Jiangnan Academy didn't seem to care about the results. After his words, the girl finally popped out. She kept her weapon at the ready and said that she knew she was from Jiangnan Academy. He dared to say such a thing. She notified them that Brother Yun was already rushing here, and if they didn't want to stay beaten up, they should hurry up and leave this place. The group of people were laughing. One of them asked if she was blind and couldn't see how many of them there were. Another one shouted that did she think they would all be afraid of Yun Chen, saying that he was really good at team fighting. He could slay mortals all at once. The first one picked up on it and asked if the poor guy could defeat 70 or even 700 people. The one who smelled the woman said that simply put, they were people from ordinary academies, and it was true that they were inferior to the top 7. But still, so what if there were more of them? He said that before the round started, 55 people had agreed to act as a unified Academy Alliance, with a total of over 1,100 students. Wouldn't it be great if they could deal with the top 7 academies and split the profits? He was saying that another 100 students were just on their way, and when they all arrived, even the entire Jiangnan Academy team would be crushed by them. He burst out laughing. But then a loud shout from the people behind interrupted his cheering. Something was thundering them from behind. It was Yun Chen. After dealing with the first bunch, he asked the instigator, did he really say that they would be able to crush their team? The girl with tears in her eyes was extremely happy with Brother Yun's arrival. The crowd of people were shaking with fear, but still didn't believe that the classless really appeared. Someone remarked that he looked different in life, and his aura was frightening. And another said that the power of the fireball was surprising. With one skill, he had dared several people. They asked what they should do because this man was too dangerous. A self-confident type, the instigator stepped forward, asked why they are cowardly. There are more of them, saying that even one spit is enough to drown him. Besides, he is a lowly classless person. Yun Chen questioned about the larger number and said that in that case, let them attack. He struck with his spear so that a hole was left in the stone floor. And lastly, he shouted that he wanted to see him fight. And then he shouted terribly loudly, who will fall first? So he used the basic skill of a fighter, battle cry. His yells sent a shockwave through the building. Some of them were even knocked down. One was saying that no, he couldn't do it anymore, and some were still standing. This one stood and shouted at them not to be afraid, for there were more of them, but in fact he was terribly angered at having felled many with one battle cry. He asked himself, how frighteningly high were the attributes of this classless one? However, even after realizing this, he still continued to argue with him, telling Yun not to be overconfident. Did he really think that with one basic warrior skill, he could subdue all of them? In the blink of an eye, Yun was right in front of the guy's nose and asked what he said there. Now he was running away, begging not to kill him, calling him brother and saying he was wrong, begging him to let him go. Everyone else picked up on his tactics and ran away too, shouting that they were wrong and wouldn't bother him anymore, asking him not to blame them as they just wanted to get some resources and asking him to consider them as just air. Yun exhaled and asked what was the point even with so many people. If one didn't have the courage to attack, he called it an ordinary crowd of people. Now he turned to the girl and thanked her for trying to keep the soul purification herbs safe. Said that she was safe now. A blush appeared on her cheeks and she replied that everything was for Brother Yun. Old man Ye in the director's meeting room laughed and said that he thought there would be a terrible fight. But Yun Chen managed to handle everything without bloodshed, and it was for the best. After all, the most important thing in this round is to save strength. The other principal said that the others were not so lucky. A team of 100 people is really hard to deal with. Already a dozen students from the top 7 academies have dropped out of the tournament. Next year it is worth adjusting the rules, because it cannot be left like this. Old Man E replied that after all they are the first to hold the survival round, so the rules are not perfect yet. Besides whether the defense is good or not, he said that he thought a few students had disappeared, although he doesn't know which academies they are from. Another old man said that they might have been swallowed by monsters or crushed in some ruins. But that's a minor problem, because he's sure that his academy's defense is absolute. Someone said that outside the city they covered the whole area with a protective barrier, and no monster can pass through it. There is also an airship flying overhead, with veterans patrolling the area, watching everything that happens. And in the city itself, second-rank warriors are hiding in the shadows as the students' last defensive defense. But even so, there's no escaping the losses in the survival round. The abandoned building was crumbling further and further away, dust and glass flying from the already broken windows. There, Yun Chen was doing battle with the three-headed monster snake. He attacked it time after time, and after one such strike, the snake sagged violently. It no longer moved, and Yun also landed on the ground. The girl was amazed by such a show. She said that he was as good as he was. Even that terrifying three-headed snake in front of him looked like dirt. She shouted that he was no match for her at all. Yun replied that after all, this was a competition for students, and therefore the monsters here couldn't be beyond their strength and capabilities, saying that otherwise it would cause too many unwanted casualties. He reached for the grass and asked the girl to send another signal, because they needed to gather the whole team here. He said that once they had gathered, they would have to explore the other places with resources. The girl didn't waste any time and immediately threw the signal into the sky. The fire broke a hole in the roof of the building and flew high into the sky. Not only the Zhongnian academicians, but also the other participants paid attention to it. One guy turned to Brother Ning and said that according to their original plan, they were supposed to reach the control point first and ambush them. But it seems like the classless team got there first. He asked what they would do now. Would they surround them or fight the classless in the open? Ning replied that they shouldn't do any of the suggested things, as there were still plenty of resource points left, and they would wait for the others there. One guy said that it seemed strange to him, or if there were fewer of them. He asked where Li Jun was. He seemed to be walking behind him. Another also asked where this guy had gone. They suggested that perhaps he had just gone to take a leak. The third told them not to worry, because if he wanted to live, he would surely come running, and the fourth agreed with him and said to hurry up and go. Who walked up the stairs to the beautiful but abandoned temple and talked about Ning Junyi and classlessness. He thought that it didn't matter who stood up, Jiangnian Academy or maybe Qingyun Academy. He knew that in comparison to him, everyone was just a small speck of dust, and as long as Master had the opportunity to come, they would all be wiped out. The unknown man stood in a special pose and addressed the Almighty Lord, saying that he had arrived, asking him to lower his gaze on him because he was willing to give him everything. He was ready to give everything and even his life. Then he plunged his own dagger into himself. The man lay breathless on the purple old carpet, which was already soaked with his own blood. Then the black magic, sacrifice gates were activated. The gates began to gradually open, making the appropriate sound, hissing. They opened and a red bright light rose out of the building. There was a core, gate below. Some priest in a black hooded robe towered over the entire abandoned city, standing on the highest point of the temple. However, the red vortex pierced through him completely, leaving behind a black cloud of dust. Everything began to explode. There was chaos everywhere. Even the local monsters did not expect such a thing, and therefore turned around stunned. One of the monsters tried to escape, but he was enveloped by black magic. The poor guy was in a lot of pain. His eyeball turned black and his pupil bright red, even though he resisted. However, it did not help him, and now he was a demon, just like the many other beasts and monsters behind him. The airship was patrolling overhead, but the connection was broken and the broadcast in the director's office was no longer displayed. Now there was only static on the screen. Old Man E calmly asked what was going on and why the signal was lost. He also asked what was wrong with the screens of the others. The workers answered that they had problems with them as well. Someone said that technology and magic had shut down at the same time, something similar to what he had seen before. One kid was terrified. He shouted to everyone to get away from the screens and look in the windows because there was something terribly strange. Everyone went to the glass windows and immediately became very foggy. Now the academy principal, Qingyun, was also stunned. He said that it really happened. The abandoned city was enveloped by black magic on all sides. Everything was smoking and exploding. Old Man Ye looked at the city and said that it was the breath of the world of darkness. He also said that he was afraid that a crack had opened in the abandoned city, and it seemed to be more than one. He also explained that the darkness reduced the fighting power of a normal person while corroding the equipment. In addition, the monsters were getting stronger and more ferocious. The students were in great danger. Academy Principal Qingyun told the others that the reasons are still unknown, but the safety of the students is paramount. He ordered them to immediately open a hole in the airship barrier and order the judges to protect the students. They must not allow mass casualties. Old Man Yes stood silent. He thought about the fact that for demon kings, the essence of a demon king is sacrilege. For now, the protective barrier would not allow him to teleport into the city. He sincerely hoped that Yun Chen would be fine after all. He was the one they were hunting. Yun and that girl from his team were still left waiting for the others in the room where the three-headed snake was earlier. The girl asked why everyone was so slow and why it was taking so long. Yun replied that after all, the teleportation points were random, and therefore they could simply be teleported far enough away from this place. They didn't know what was going on outside yet. Now the girl smelled a strange odor in the air and said so. She was afraid that it was from her, even though it couldn't be. After all, she had showered last night. Yun Chen also noticed it and had some feeling that he remembered well. When he looked up and saw black magic creeping into the hole in the ceiling, he immediately realized that it was darkness. However, he thought it was impossible after all. The priest had cleared the areas earlier. He thought that it might just be the remnants of dark energy, but it was a very familiar feeling. It was clearly darkness, Yun asked himself. Where was it coming from? Suddenly, a group of people called out to Yun Chen. It was his team members. And no one extra. A black vortex rushed at them from behind. One guy asked what it was. The elf girl also paid attention to it. Yun Chen rushed forward and shouted for them not to stop and run away immediately. He explained to them that this was the very real darkness, and they should never touch it. This frightened his people. They did not expect to encounter darkness in this place. They all rushed to escape, and the darkness itself was already terribly close. Someone said that he had only heard about it from his elders, but he was seeing it for the first time. Another asked where the thing in the competition arena came from, and suddenly one of them was caught by a black, horrible monster. The guy shrieked one last time, but the monster still swallowed him. There were demons waiting inside. They were all laughing, and the students of Zhongnan Academy were terrified. They started attacking the monster and wishing it dead. They sent fireballs one after another, but the monsters also fought hard and attacked. Someone shouted to fell them, and the whole place was in fire and smoke. But the fighting spirit would still be under the team. One girl shouted that they would fight back together. The elf girl had already started to summon a silver moon, but before she could even finish her sentence, one of the monsters hit her. She shrieked loudly and flew somewhere in the dust. When she came to her senses, the girl realized that something was wrong with her clothes. And then she realized that the darkness was eating away at her clothes and everything was tearing and gradually exposing her body. The druid's basic skill of vines was used, and they began to envelope her body. They threw the poor girl directly into Yun Chen's hands. He caught her. The girl was as awkward as possible. She tried every possible way to cover herself with her hands. And Yun took the robe of the academy and gave it to the girl. She was silent at first, and then quietly and curtly thanked Yun. He didn't answer her anything, but told her that the surviving team members had finally arrived. A bigger problem awaited them next. There was a cloud of darkness in front of them, and around them, it gradually enveloped them too. But inside, there were not only ashes waiting for them, but also a bunch of scary, powerful monsters. There was a bright flash of white light. It was Yun using the priest's basic skill of purification. Suddenly, they heard a sound from above. The airship shouted an emergency alert and repeated it a couple times, then said that all students should leave the arena immediately. The round was interrupted. Yun Chen turned to the others. He said that his purification wouldn't last long, so everyone should immediately follow what he said and use the battle sign to evacuate. No one needed to be told twice. Everyone took out their battle signs and had already started to evacuate. But the elven woman, for some reason, just sat there with it in her hands. She looked at her battle sign and asked in a panic, why wasn't it working? The airship kept flying over the magical barrier around the city and shouting an emergency alert, saying that all students should leave the arena immediately. The round was ending. The girl asked what was wrong with it, saying that she was squeezing it with all her might, and asked for the umpteenth time why it wasn't working. Yun Chen replied that it might be because of the darkness, because it corrodes the teleportation array. He threw her his and told her to use it. The girl caught it but asked, what about it? Yun turned away and said he could survive here. yelled for her to leave quickly. When she didn't react, he reminded her that it was the captain's order. Tears came to the elf girl's eyes. She thought that, unlike Yun with her strength, she would only be a burden. So she still agreed, but also told him to make sure to survive and be very careful. Finally, she squeezed the guy's battle mark so that there was a loud cracking sound. She was finally able to teleport. Someone clapped Yun Chen's hands and voiced it with a voice. It was a man in a red robe. His face could not be seen. He said about what a responsible captain he was, after all, taking care of his precious crew members. Yun Chen said that he remembered him. After all, he was one of the judges in one-on-one battles. The guy's eyes looked blank and indifferent. He asked how he got here. The man explained that he was here, of course, for his protection. Yun Chen is one of the best, and now there is a state of emergency. He said that cracks opened up in the abandoned city and the judges began to act. He grabbed Yun's shoulder and told him to come with him. He said he would take him to a safe area. He used space magic, namely space transference. There was a red flash, and then there was no one left on the spot. Old Man Ye's foot landed on the stone floor. He realized that it looked like his little ones had already left after using the battle sign. However, he was confused by the strange fluctuations of space magic in the air. Old Man E had said that space transference could ignore distance, so it was extremely difficult to trace. And if the transference was too far away, it would make it even more difficult. Ahead was a dead tree with no leaves. Its roots were both inside and outside the ground. A pair of skulls lay near one of the outer roots. A portal opened in the sky, and from there, Yun Chen's body began to form. The guy landed and realized that he was not in an abandoned city, but he also did not feel any life. And therefore, this is clearly a place corroding darkness. And not for the first year, Yun Chen immediately realized that it was too dangerous to stay here. And suddenly, the same judge who intended to save him flew down from above. But Yun managed to deftly jump to the side. The man in the red robe did not realize what had happened. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He told the guy that his sense must be dulled by the darkness here, asked how then he felt his attack, and suddenly something struck the stranger. Now he saw Yun Chen's different appearance. His hair was white and his clothes were glowing with a bright blue light. Yun Chen apologized in front of him, but said that the darkness was like his own. The guy used the effect of talent. Darkness said that, although he did not know his motives, but since he tried to kill him, he should already be prepared to die. The judge laughed and said that no wonder Yun is so arrogant. He said that means the talent obtained from the essence of the venerable demon king is like that. The man asked what of it, since he was in front of a 38th level space mage. He said that in front of a mage of that level, Yun Chen is nothing. The man used the spatial blade and the use of spell without a staff. Yun Chen thought that he could vaguely see the distortions in space, so it was hard for him to tell where they were flying. The attacks were invisible. He decided that he had to keep his distance. Yun tried to repel the divine lightning strike. Two deep cuts appeared on that very tree. Yun was at the side of the man, but at a decent distance. The man was surprised and asked what kind of skill it was. He said that it was similar to his space transfer, so the level should be at least divine. He also asked if he was right. The judge did not wait for an answer, saying that nevertheless, at his level, such skills were too costly. He wondered how much Chen would be enough. Yun Chen did not want to talk to his opponent. He sent fireballs at him and they were flying towards the target. But in response, the man only laughed and said that this is the true power of space magic. It breaks through the space itself and nothing can stop it, he laughed. That Yun will definitely die here. In this fight, the protagonist was really hard. He cursed to himself and decided that now you cannot use divine magic too often. He can barely predict the trajectories of the man's attacks. But even then, only by his movements and eyes, you have to dodge better. However, at the same moment, one of the attacks still hit him, landing on his shoulder. It really was too difficult for him. The man said that Yun was good if he missed just one attack, strong enough to be a genius of the Xuanlong Kingdom. However, he must understand something. Realize that a space mage is one of the rarest classes in the world, and therefore any one of them is a strategic unit of the country. The judge shouted that against his background, Yun is absolutely insignificant. The fact that the skill ignores distance and distorts space shocked poor Yun Chen. He couldn't believe it. This really is nightmarishly dangerous. Something had injured Yun Chen badly. He spat out a bunch of black mass. Now the guy was lying on the ground. He had no strength left at all. but he said he wouldn't put up with it. And the judge in the red robe rushed over to Yun, laughing that here was his reward, telling his charm to hurry up and go to him. Suddenly, fire appeared from the main character's hand. It's a basic striker skill. Fire Fist and Yun pushed off the ground and flew upwards. The fact that this bastard Yun Chun was pretending to be terribly pissed off the man in the red robe, the fiery fist hit him so hard that he spat out a bunch of blood as well. He was thrown backwards into a pile of all sorts of rocks and tree roots. He stood up. His face was now visible. His clothes were badly damaged and all torn. The naked eye could see how thin this man was, he said, through pain that it was fine, but in return he would mutilate Chen's body and leave only a head. Meanwhile, Yun Chen had already used super self-healing and now looked completely healthy and whole. His appearance had also changed. His hair was now longer and lighter, and his clothes were now black. Yun Chen looked very belligerent and powerful. While the judge was just getting up, he was already standing confidently on his feet. The space mage was furious. He shouted that he would kill him, that he would tear him to shreds. Meanwhile, Yun grabbed his staff, and a huge golden magic hand appeared behind him. However, the guy also realized that this man's level was too high, and a fire fist alone wouldn't be enough. Besides, if he hadn't pretended to be dead, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Yun also knew that the rollback time of super self-healing was too long. There was no way to use it a second time. This man's space magic could ignore distance, and defense a few hits could be fatal. Any of his skills are dangerous to Yun Chen, so you cannot delay the fight, not to mention contact with his magic. And the protagonist decided that it would be better to attack first, such an attack that will take him down at once. Then he used the main skill of the mage, namely Fireball, as well as the main skill of the mage, Rockfall B level. In response to the enemy's attack, the man decided to use Comic Fire. He managed to block the fireballs, however. It wasn't that simple. Magic vines were already rushing towards him. The space mage summoned a cosmic slash, and the purple magic tore apart the attacking plants. But he was unable to avoid another attack. Yun Chen himself was already rushing towards him, pointing his mighty spear at him. While Yun used the assassin's basic skill of heart piercing, the mage blocked the blow with a cosmic distortion. After he thought he had succeeded, his expression blurred into a smug smile. However, Yun Chen had disappeared somewhere. Now he was flying at him from above. Pointing his spear, the man turned around at him and asked, "Did Yun think that he hadn't figured out his trick?" Now the protagonist's face was very tense, and the mage was shouting that he had felt the magic of his body. Yun didn't expect such a turn and therefore wondered what happened. He thought that his attack was definitely coming through his blind spot. He shouldn't have noticed it, and it turns out that the guy was left with only one thing, and that didn't comfort him at all. He activated the power Invincible S+. It gives him immunity to all kinds of attacks as well as control for 3 seconds. It's not much time, but it's all he has. However, this amazed the mage. He didn't even know what this skill was. Now Yun shouted that from now on the man was dead. Yun also used one of the knight's main skills, air dissection. The terrified man used space transference. He teleported somewhere where Yun Chen was not nearby. He realized that it was nightmarishly close and he was almost killed. But luckily, he had prepared an escape route in advance. Still, how many skills this guy had, and each perverted more than the previous one. But to his misfortune, Yun was already rapidly flying at the mage from behind. He realized that he had caught up with him again. Yun was not happy that he had escaped from him again. He did not understand what was wrong. He had eyes in the back of his head. It was impossible to predict this in advance. Yun activated the divine lightning. He should finish him off with one strike anyway. Something abnormal was going on in the air. Yun finally landed. He was stuttering heavily and tired, trying to catch his breath and recover as soon as possible. The space mage was right in front of him, and there was a portal behind him. The man was laughing and talking about how many times Yun had used the divine skill. Finally exhausted, he also said that apparently the time of the past skill had expired. He calmly asked if Yun was curious about Yun Chen's prediction of his location. He explained his question by saying that he could answer. After all, Yun Chen would die right there anyway. However, the protagonist replied that it was not necessary to say. He had already guessed that it was a matter of a magic mark placed in advance. The guy said that from the beginning he was surprised. The abandoned city is so big, and Yun acted with caution and knew that there was definitely no trace of him. He said that he had already wondered how he had found him and appeared right after Nicole, the elf girl, had teleported away. He recalled the day of the first round, the one-on-one round, namely the moment when he won, and said that considering that he was one of the judges, it all added up because he had touched him when he won rounds in one-on-one battles. That must have been when he left the mark on his wrist. In fact, realizing that if it wasn't for that mark, the space mage would be dead by now, pleased Yun-chen. He also said that, of course, it didn't affect the outcome of events. After all, he would lose. The mage didn't like being exposed so easily at all. He shouted that Yun was crazy and asked what about what he knew. The man gathered his strength and said that Yun could no longer use the divine skill, and in his current state, he was no match for him. He said that from this skill, there wouldn't even be any bones left of Yun. Yun smiled and asked if he was already attacking. Couldn't he see what was under his feet? Saying that while they were playing catch-up, he also had time to prepare something. Realizing that he was standing on an explosive, and more specifically on a bomb that was about to explode, the space mage was horrified. This is the main skill of a mechanic, explosive device. At last, the man shouted that it was a bastard trap. There was a loud and massive explosion, but the mage was still alive. He was furious, shouting that he would kill that bastard Yun-chen. Kill. Yun told him that if he were an ordinary mage, this would be enough for him. He also added that he was sorry that the man's level was high, but it was to be expected. The guy took a fighting stance and prepared his spear to strike. Noticing what exactly Yun was doing, the mage couldn't believe his eyes. He said that it couldn't be that pose. He realized that he had to run or he would die and said so. The mage used space transference for the umpteenth time, but Yun shouted at him not to try to escape again. Then the man froze. He was horrified and angry that he couldn't move. He also couldn't believe that Yun-chen had inherited 2 talents of the Queen of Night at once. And the protagonist confirmed his fears by saying that the eyes of the knight could only stop him for a second. But even a second would be enough. Yun was finally able to use his main skill, B-level throwing. The spear flew straight at the enemy with deadly speed. The latter shouted for the guy to stop. But it was all in vain, and the cold weapon flew straight into the space mage, leaving only magic attributes, a lot of attributes, in a hole in the ground. Yun exhaled and fell to the ground with the words that he was finally done with that bastard. The guy got his usual look and cheerfully said that he seemed to have gotten a lot of useful things, saying that it would be great if the basic skills of a space mage were there. It was already getting dark, and Yun was still sitting on the ground and breathing heavily. He said that this time there was a really dangerous enemy. He even had to use everything possible, and after all, one wrong step and he would be in the place of the now dead space mage. Yun-chen got up and said to himself that now it would be very useful to know where he got to, and the purpose of his attack he did not know. But the fact that the mark he put in advance, it means that he already had a plan, and according to it, he got to this desert. In the end, Yun decided that it was not important now, and it would be better to deal with it later. Now he decided to see what he got as a reward. The protagonist said that when a person died, the space of their inventory would also burst, and all the items would fall out. This phenomenon was also known as equipment explosion. Yun-chen crouched down and picked up some book. It interested him. He realized that it was a book of space magic skills. He realized that although they were useless to him, most of the books presented were advanced level. Suddenly he found something, and he was very happy about it. It was the basic space mage skill of space ripping. Yun-chen was pleased with the find. He said that it was a good skill, but the gap created was very small. He didn't even know what the skill would be like with his talent. C+ space rupture space. The rupture destroys everything around it, and the duration of space rupture is only 1 second. Yun decided to put it in his inventory. After all, it's also worth learning later. Now he had more of the hankering to see what else fell out. Yun-chen said that the quality of the equipment was good, but there were also level restrictions, so he wouldn't be able to use them for now. The guy held one in his hands and said that he might use it someday, or he might sell it. He said that this place was also full of valuable materials and he would take them all. But Yun-chen paid special attention to something he found. In his hands was a black feather, the characteristics of which were not known. The guy's appraisal couldn't evaluate the attribute. Some kind of white vortex appeared beside him. It turned out to be just old man Ye, who finally found the freshman. He took a breath and talked about how good it was that Yun was fine. He said that he couldn't believe that there were traitors among them, but he would protect. Before he could finish, the old man noticed that Yun-chen was alone and couldn't believe his eyes. There was a human powder in front of him, and the old man asked if he had already killed one of them. The fact that it was a 38th level, second-rank space mage shocked the principal. After all, they were very hard to deal with alone. Yun explained that the mage had been careless and had paid for it. He told Dean Ye to take a look at the feather. It didn't look like an object or material. The old man took it in his hands and told him that it was the sign of the organization Parish. And since Yun now had it, everything worked out. Yun Chen didn't understand what the Parish was, and then Dean Yi told him that in a nutshell, they were people who had betrayed humanity and joined the world of darkness. They hated this world, craved and worshipped the darkness in the hope that it would come to the human world. He also explained that all this mess in the abandoned city was caused by them. Some of the students were part of the Parish. By sacrificing themselves, they opened many cracks. Thus, the breath of darkness entered their world and disrupted the competition stage. To Yun now, everything was clear. That was why he was immune to darkness and said something about the essence of the Demon King. The guy was afraid that it was because of it that he was targeted by the world of darkness. But apparently, they can't come to him directly. That's why they send their dogs. The director of the academy said that this time, not only the students were involved, but also the people from the organization. And now it's time to go back. While Yun Chen was fighting his enemy, the barrier around the city was opened, and all the academies started to help. The situation quickly changed. The monsters hunting the students were defeated. In a matter of hours, the entire abandoned city was cleared. Despite the many problems, it was necessary to announce the results. The organizers did not take into account the points for the survival stage, as in previous years, to determine the rating combined points for one-on-one and team battles. Without the slightest doubt, Jiangnan Academy won the overall points. But due to the accident in the survival stage, everyone was upset about it. So there were no cheers and complete silence at the awarding ceremony. In the arena, everyone was terribly sad as the participating students had suffered huge losses. Everyone realized that the world was coming to an end. In the meeting hall of Qingyun Academy, all the directors of the top 7 academies were gathered. One of them, the one who was sitting at the head of the table, began to speak. He said that 328 students had died in the survival stage, and 796 were seriously injured. This man is from the Ministry of Defense and his name is Chu Tianhe. He continued to say that as they know, these are the best students of their academies, and therefore the losses are catastrophically heavy. Academy Director Qingyun slapped the table with anger. He said that he couldn't even imagine that among the students could have been scratched by those who came. He also said that it was good that the cracks created by self-sacrifice were small, above the second stage they hadn't encountered. But still, they had wiped out those madmen 30 years ago. He wondered where they had come from again. The old man Yi, principal of Jiangnan Academy, exhaled and said that there might be survivors among them. They probably had accumulated a lot of strength. It had been 30 years after all. But he said that there was a more important question, namely what their goals were. He said that they couldn't have done all this just for Yun Chen alone. One of the directors said that during the battle, he met a third-rank warrior cornered. He was using advanced mage skills. Another principal was horrified. He shouted about how this warrior could use mage skills. Could he really be classless as well? Someone else said that it was impossible. No classless could do such a thing. It was advanced skills. And another said that it turns out the rumors of dual class were not false. Chu Tianhe said that it was originally a military secret, but such circumstances were useless to hide. The existence of dual class was confirmed. He said that it was achieved by something like the Demon King essence. For example, he said that if you want to master the skills of a god of war, you need a god of war essence. The main material for the god of war essence is the heart of a war god of the 4th rank. From one such heart, you can get 5 essences. The representative of the Ministry of Defense said that by ingesting it, not only will you gain a huge amount of attribute points and skills, but there is also the possibility of acquiring the God of War talent. He said that by ingesting it perfectly, you can achieve the original strength of the God of War and get a double class. Academy Principal Qingyun asked if it was better than the Demon King's essence. Old Man Ye said that it was a matter of course, saying that no matter how unpleasant it was for them to admit it, the darkness world as a whole was a level above their world. And Dean Ya asked if he thought it was worth making a fuss over it. Chu Tianhe said that it was true, but they would not make the problem worse. It was worth mentioning that since there was a war god essence, it was also logical to have a dragon god essence, weapon god essence, and so on. And the man said that this meant that it was possible to have not only 2 classes, but 3 to 4 or even 5. He said that they already had suspicions about it. After all, there was a reason why they had let 2 third-ranked duel classes as cannon fodder. He said that their goal was probably to show the world about duel classes. Chu Tianhe said that dual class was much more profitable than a single level. He asked if the rich families would be able to hold back after hearing about it. What if people started killing each other? How would they stop the world of darkness? He honestly admitted that even he was tempted by such conditions. So such a valuable space mage decided to betray them, and for this reason, this fact was kept in strict secrecy. For a period of time, everyone sat in silence, and then Chu Tianhe shouted that in any case, they should destroy all those who had come, saying that now they would attack in the shadows, and therefore they should prepare better. At Jiangnian Academy, Din Ye gathered all the competitors. He encouraged them by saying that it was not easy to get the first place. So he asked them why they were all so glum. He knew the reasons. So he told himself not to think too much. Even if the sky collapses, they were still here. And now it was time for the promised rewards. The old man congratulated them on their first place, saying that even if the survival stage was canceled, they would all receive 3,000 credits, an A-rank skill book, and 5 million in cash. Now the academy disciples finally broke out the cures. The principal turned to Yun Chen. He said that he had previously promised to give him a rare equipment. He added that this was a weapon he had treasured for years, and its name was. The name of the gleaming dagger, a beautiful silver coal weapon, appeared in the old man's hands, and he handed it over to the young lad. Yun's mood was visibly lifted. He said that it was indeed a rare quality weapon. The glittering dagger weapon has a strength of 30, a build of 10, and the weapon's effect, the glittering dagger within a radius of 100 meters, can glitter endlessly, using up the starlight stored in the dagger itself. In the hand of the first-ranked freshman of the province, there was a beautiful, exquisite dagger. Yun looked at it and asked if it was really rare. What kind of quality was it? He had never heard of it before. Din Ye said that it referred to something unique made of a special material, saying that such items usually had a special attribute or skill, generally a rare quality. The old man also said that the main material for the sparkling channel comes from a rare mineral obtained from the fissure, and therefore its hardness is extremely high and indestructible, and its sharpness is comparable to a diamond-quality dagger. But he said that the uniqueness lies in the sparkle. The darkness can't harm it, and the headmaster said that he hoped this dagger would help Yun in the fissure and not let him down in battle. Teacher Mi stood nearby. She knew that Din Ye had kept this dagger for over 30 years and only took it out occasionally just to show off, and now it was given into Yun Chen's hands. It was not only a gift, but also the weight of expectation. Old man Ye put his hand on the guy's shoulder in a friendly manner. He said that in addition, as the captain of the team, Yun had won the first place in the one-on-one fights. He announced that for this achievement, the academy would additionally reward him with 10,000 credits, 10 million in cash, and an A-plus quality treasure. The credits and cash would be given to him immediately, and he could pick up the treasure at the warehouse. Yun Chen pointed his finger at the girl who found the purification herb for him and asked if he could give her the 1,000 credits in the treasure. He explained that if it wasn't for her, he probably wouldn't have gotten the soul purification herb for his younger sister. This shocked the girl. She didn't expect this at all. She hurriedly replied that she wanted to follow Brother Yun herself, so there was no need to reward her for such a trivial matter. But Yun didn't want to hear anything. He told her to accept it because she fully deserved it. Someone turned to Yun Chen. It was Teacher Mi. She asked him to come here, closer. She told him that she and Din Ye had talked about his sister. He promised to let her study at the Yangnian Academy High School. The teacher said that if she was ready, they could transfer her here anytime. This news pleased Yun Chen, and he thanked the woman. He knew that Jiangnan Academy is located in Jiangnan Province in Jiangnan City, where all the forces of the province are concentrated, which means that not only good quality education at the highest level, but also a level of security. Yun decided that the day after tomorrow is just the weekend. Then he will go to bring Yun Tong here. Teacher Mi said that the good news didn't end there. She told Yun that his weapon, Demonic Destroyer, was forged by a master from their academy. The master saw Yun's fight and was so delighted that he started working on a new polymorphic weapon. She asked if Yun Chen would like to see him tomorrow. Yun was pleasantly surprised. He said he would and would be there tomorrow. The guy realized that another polymorphic weapon would greatly strengthen him. It was already night. The stars in the month were shining. A light was burning in one of the windows of Yun's villa. The guy plopped down on the couch and stretched. Today was really a terribly tiring day. But now he was finally home. He noticed that in his own home, still always cozy, but his joy was interrupted. He sighed heavily. The protagonist told himself that now he was the target of the coming. In the future, he will face strong opponents, and therefore he had to become even stronger. Soon he remembered about the shining dagger. He said that he had studied it almost completely. At night, it automatically restores energy, which is very convenient. Now he decided to look at the most important reward. Yun said that he was able to return alive because of the S-rank skill given by the system. He didn't know what skill it would be this time, but what he saw on the panel surprised him a lot. He was granted the skill. Hit the target of S+ rank. Now his attack will ignore any evasion, effects, and surroundings, making sure to hit the target, causing all 300% damage. Yun also thought that it was too much, because it's a damn strong skill. The protagonist's face was sweating profusely. He said that the more skill based on the rules, had he had it earlier, he would have demolished that space mage in a couple of seconds. Someone knocked on the door, and Yun shouted them to come in. He was a little embarrassed that someone came to him at such a late hour. It was one of Dean Xia's demonesses. She approached Mr. Yun. She said that his performance in the competition was impressive, and their mistress was absolutely pleased. Hence, she had specially sent her here to deliver an encouraging gift. She had a small blue light in her hand. The girl said that it was a ghost flame fire seed that grows in the world of darkness and was obtained by the mistress after defeating the Demon King. She said that by absorbing it, it greatly improves the proximity to fire and increases the attack of fire-type skills. If absorbed perfectly, it can be immune to fire attacks. Many rich families asked the mistress to sell it, but she refused. The demoness handed it to Yun Chun with the words that it was now his. She had decided to give it to him, so it was worth using it to his advantage. In addition, the mistress asked him to tell him not to absorb it forcibly, otherwise it could harm his body. Lastly, the girl added that he should definitely use some of the herbs of the ice attribute, although the effect will be worse, but it is much safer. Yun Chen replied that as expected from teacher Xia, this is a great gift, and asked the demoness to thank the teacher for it. She agreed and said that Zhao Yu had some recommendations for ice attribute medicinal herbs if Yun wanted. Before she could say anything, the guy had already swallowed the blue flames. The girl asked why he didn't listen to her and why he had already done it. First, Yun coughed, and then opened his eyes wide with a strong and unpleasant sensation. The girl shouted that if he continued like this, his body would be burned by the magic flame. Yun Cheng's body wiggled nightmarishly. Some bumps appeared. It seemed to be bubbling. The demoness shouted for him not to hesitate and spit it back out. His body began to burn with blue fire. Then the girl realized that it was too late and that the magical flames had penetrated the body. She was terrified. She did not know what to do. Yun Chen activated super self-healing. The flames finally calmed down. Yun shrank back in pain and said that the burning sensation in his body, it was horrible. The demoness didn't understand how he stopped it on his own, but asked if everything was fine. Yun said yes, and the absorption was successful. He told her to take a look, and then told her that Ghost Flame is not a normal skill, like Fireball. It comes more as a natural skill. In his hand was a blue fireball. Yun also said that once mastered, it itself replaces the fire of his skills with Ghost Flame. He now had a S-rank Ghost Flame skill, a magical flame from the world of darkness, capable of burning through the soul itself. Yun said that it was a great substitute for his original flame, which helps to increase his combat power. In addition, he had his own ability to take any form. The guy clearly demonstrated it by constructing a spiral of flames. The girl was shocked that he really absorbed the ghost flame without any consequences. And he looks good. Demoness congratulated Mr. Yun and said that it was late, and therefore Zhao Yu will deviate. Before leaving, she wished him good night. Her shock, she explained to herself that it was expected from the favorite disciple of the mistress. It was already morning, and the number 2 blacksmith shop of Jiangnan Academy could be seen ahead. Yun Chen, together with teacher, we were already inside. The woman said that this is the creator of polymorphic weapons. The blacksmith Mu Jiashu is also the owner of the forge. Yun was fascinated by how many weapons there were. A Vietnamese leg came out of the shadows. It was a full smiling man with a bare belly. He was laughing loudly. Mu Jiashu was happy to finally see Yun Chen here. He said he had seen his fights of the past few days, and was proud that he had defeated him with weapons forged by his own hands. He shook the guy's hand and lamented that for many years he had forged polymorphic weapons, but his colleagues constantly ridiculed them. Still, who can use both sword and staff at the same time? But now there was someone who uses them to the maximum. Mujashu shouted that it would not be an exaggeration to say that Yun is a master in this field. But he said that despite all this, he noticed that Yun-Chun didn't have enough of the same type of weapons. The man pointed his hands at his huge collection of polymorphic weapons and said that this was his whole life and years of hard work. He also said that Yun could choose anything as an additional weapon. The guy looked admiringly at all the items and thought that these were all polymorphic weapons, and a lot of them looked good. There was the cloud-breaking demon. It can switch between flying sickle and ring form. The shadow-slashing demon has 3 forms of switching, namely katana, shotgun, and staff. And in addition to them, there is the broken dream demon. This polymorphic weapon can switch into long spear and shotgun forms. Yun realized that given his current disadvantages, the best choice would be. He thought some more. Yun-Chen looked at the black gilded massive gun. This gun called Demonic Horror. It is of golden quality. It has a strength of 20 plus. It can change form between sniper and rifle and tonfa in sniper rifle form. The long-range damage and armor penetration is increased by 35%. In tonfa form, its strength is 20 plus and its physique is 40 plus. However, there are some restrictions. In terms of race, it is human, and level, it is level 19. In terms of class, it is sniper, fighter, and martial artist. Mu Jiangshi asked if you could wield a rifle as well. He added that there were few snipers who were masters of his craft. Yun-Chen replied that this was true and asked the man to take it out. Because he would like to take a closer look at the rifle, Yun thought about the fact that the demonic destroyer's first 2 forms are oriented to close combat, while magic, although it works at a distance, but it is more oriented to the middle distance. What he lacks most is a long distance, but it is not an option to buy a new weapon every time. The man said that demonic horror is one of his favorite jobs, because with it you can not only cover super long range, but also fight off enemies in close combat. He flicked the gun and it split into 2 parts. Mu said that as Yun already knew the biggest weakness of snipers was close combat, but with tonfa for fighters and martial artists, one could compensate for this weakness. Yun-Chen replied that it would be nice to have more than 2 forms. Since the sniper rifle could turn into tonfa, could they be turned into something else? The man rejoiced that it was a great idea and not too difficult to execute. The freshman replied that in that case he would like a short and long barrel, a long shotgun for close combat and breaking through defenses, and Mu Jiaxi replied that then a short and let it be a rapid-fire rifle, with a break from automatic to single-shot mode. This would provide intense fire at short range. Teacher Mai watched the 2 and pondered that unexpectedly, but they were having quite a lot of fun together. Her phone rang. What she saw there did not please the woman at all. The man said that he needed to draw up a blueprint first. It would presumably take no more than a week, but in the meantime, Yun could use demonic terror. Mu asked to accept it. Yun-Chen agreed and asked about the price. Mu Jiaxi interrupted him and said that they would discuss the price after the work was completed. While they had time and there was no hurry, he also pleased Yun that he would also give him a 30% discount. Yun-Chen thanked the man and decided that when he brought Yun-Tang here, she would be able to use the saved credits. In fact, the guy was worried that he had not seen his sister for a long time and hoped that she was doing well there. Suddenly, Teacher Mi came up to Yun and said that she had some bad news. She said that now in several places in the country discovered cracks. Monsters infected with darkness began to invade. It is assumed that this is all the work of the parish, but what is worse, that the attack cities are located on the outskirts of the province and they will not be able to defend themselves. But the most horrifying were the last words. She said that Yun-Chen's hometown was just one of them. Not surprisingly, these words frightened the protagonist because there is his little sister Yun-Tan. Many people in Dianye were already in the teleportation hall. The old man shouted that all the teachers would support the city according to the plan. He told them to hurry up to prevent the monsters from flooding the city. Teacher Mi and Yun-Chen were also in the room, noticing them. Old man Ye called out to both of them. He blazed with anger, saying that Yun-Chen was just a student. The teachers would sort it out themselves, asking what he was doing here. Without waiting for an answer, he ordered the guy to return to his class. However, Yun apologized and with a serious attitude told Dean Ye that he could not fulfill his request. The guy said that if he could not protect his family, what was the point of becoming stronger? Yun Chen was extremely dear to Yun Tan. Besides, she was the only one he had left. Teacher Mi explained that Chen's hometown was also attacked, and his sister was still there. She asked the dean to leave everything to her. She promised that she would personally ensure the safety of the arrival back. In the end, Old Man Ye entered the plight of a classless freshman and gave permission to teleport back to the city. However, also told Yun that he had one single request for him. He asked the guy to take care of himself. As soon as the headmaster finished speaking, Yun Chen thanked him and rushed to the teleportation site together with Teacher Mi. Two people appeared at the garrison defense line of Dongyun City. There were also military personnel standing there. These two arrivals were Teacher Mi and Yun Chen. The woman immediately turned to one of the uniformed men. She called him Fang Zhongming and asked him how the situation was. The man hurriedly replied that a wave of beasts had attacked the city gate. Their soldiers were fighting them off with all their might. He also said that since Dongyun City hadn't seen any signs of monster swarms in the past 20 years, most of the soldiers were only level 20, maybe 30, and the strongest of them had only reached rank 2, making it very difficult to resist. Fang Zhongming said that she, as a third-rank warrior, will help them a lot, for which he expresses his great gratitude to her for her assistance. This soldier is the garrison commander. Fang Zhongming is a 35th level second-rank fighter. The woman understood and told Yun Chen to follow her. However, when she turned around and noticed that he was not where he was supposed to be, she was horrified and asked where he had gone. And the soldiers said that the man behind her had suddenly burst into flames and disappeared. Teacher Mi flashed toward the gate, shouting that Yun Chen was a young impatient loon. There was a heavy battle going on outside the gate. There were many explosions. Monsters, mages, and fighters. People were shouting for the monsters to die. Some were shouting for them not to let them go any further, that the lives of the townspeople now lay on their shoulders. But the monsters were also killing their opponents one by one, stabbing their paws right into the heart of the poor soldiers. One of the soldiers stood with his shield right in front of the horrible monster. He thought it was because they were simply unprepared. He thought that in such a development, it would be better if he was sent to the front. He was hard and scared at the same time. He was well aware that with their strength, they would not be able to resist them. The man was almost resigned to the fact that everything really ended up so badly. But there was an attack of a strong hurricane that picked up all the monsters in its path. It was the main skill of the mage, Eye of the Storm and Fireball. In combo, it was a deadly pillar of fire. The monsters broke into a scream. Now fear was gripping them. The warriors didn't realize what it was, but probably reinforcements had arrived. Also some strong mage. And another man said that no, one mage wouldn't be able to use such an Eye of Storm, which meant that several mages had arrived at once. Yun Chen descended to the ground on his mighty golden griffin. The guy looked around and said that from the looks of it, this wave of beasts had been stopped. People were both scared and happy to see him and the griffin here. Some were scared of the griffin at first, and some were happy to say that it was also an unusual griffin, because it was too powerful and big to be ordinary. Yun finally jumped off his divine beast and said that the student of Jiangnan Academy, Yun Chen, had arrived to help, and the remaining reinforcements were still on their way. And Yun thought that fortunately, after the contract with the beast, it could be summoned anywhere at any time. It greatly reduced the arrival time. The soldiers were amazed that Yun Chen himself had arrived. One of them said that he thought he had heard the name before. Another asked the others if he was the champion of their province. And another said that seeing it once was much cooler than hearing it 100 times. Also saying that compared to Yun, they were all just weaklings. This made the guy very embarrassed and uncomfortable. He said that he was done flattering, asked how the situation was, added that the cracks must have been opened by the people from the parish, asked if they had discovered them. The soldiers didn't expect to hear that. One of them replied that they hadn't, and so far they had only encountered a horde of monsters. However, despite the fact that they had defended the gates as best they could, a few of the horde had managed to get into the city. But still, there were units stationed in the city too. They should be able to handle it. The fact that they did not see any of the people of the parish did not please the guy in the slightest. He wondered if they should not help the monsters in the attack, if they had already stealthily infiltrated the city. But what was their goal in that case? Is it to capture the city itself? Yun thought that it was impossible. The reinforcements would still repel it. Yun Chen's phone vibrated in his pocket. It was Yun Tang. Yun asked her why she didn't pick up the phone, and the girl explained that earlier there was an alarm about monsters infiltrating the city. The teacher took them to the school shelter. They just went inside. Yun Chen exhaled a sigh of relief and said that he was glad she was okay, and also that she had scared his brother to death. However, to his disappointment, his little sister said that right now there were some strangely dressed people outside, not even a bit like teachers. They don't know who they are, and Yun rushed into town and told her not to open the door to them under any circumstances, saying that he would come soon. Up ahead was Dongyun City's number 3 middle school. Someone was approaching. One of the people called out to the other. They were 4 people, one of them a girl dressed in black robes. The man in the back asked, "Does this look like a shelter?" He said it looks more like a big box, and the other said it's just a shelter for schools. Its purpose is not to protect against them, but against earthquakes. This guy also said that they should talk less and keep their target in mind, saying that Yun Chen was hiding in Jiangnan Academy and they would be extremely difficult to attack. However, it's different with his precious little sister. It's quite easy to catch her in such a remote city. One of them laughed evilly and said that as long as they had his sister, they could easily control him and would be rewarded with the essence of the god of war. While another asked who asked this freshman to eat the essence of the demon king, he had incurred the wrath of their masters. One of the 4 said that was the end of it, and now let them watch him tear down this pile of junk. He slammed his huge sword hard into the ground, cutting it open, the shockwave hitting the iron doors of the shelter hard. First there was a cloud of smoke, and then the doors collapsed. The students inside were scared, some saying they wanted to go home. When the dust cleared a little, the 4 in black stood in front of them. The guy who destroyed the door went inside and said that surprisingly the mission was pretty simple. He said he felt the essence of the god of war would be in his hands. He towered over the children, but was really only looking for one girl among them. At first the guy asked to let him think. Then he seemed to have found his target. He was looking directly at Yun Tang, and even without that, she stood out a lot for her bravery and resilience among the others. Someone in green shoes stepped forward. It was a girl with a dagger. She ran at the guy and shouted for him not to dare raise his hand on her students. She already wanted to use the heart knowledge and started to summon it. However, the attacker didn't let her do that. He knocked her down with one hand, striking her with flames. The flames threw the girl off and flew far forward. They also said that she was only a pathetic level 23 assassin. How could she intend to kill a rank 2 warrior? Although he also said that obviously nothing more was to be expected from a teacher in such a backwater, the other people in black robes laughed. And then the same guy said that it was already enough games and it was time to act. The other guy said that they should catch Yun Tang and teleport out of here. Then success was definitely in their hands. The man with the huge sword looked directly at the girl and laughed. He asked the little girl if she had heard everything. He said that if she didn't want to get hurt, she should just listen to her uncle. He promised that uncle would be gentle with her. Despite all her bravery, Yun Tang was scared. She quietly said she didn't want to, even though Yun wasn't here. But she was calling out to him and asking for help. At the same instant, Yun Chen's spear swept from behind. He was using the basic skill of throwing. The spear fell right in front of the girl. And now the offender could not be seen behind the cloud of dust that rose in the aftermath. Yun Tang was surprised and the 3 people in black robes were terrified. One of them asked if Yun Chen was really here. On the stone floor lay a hand holding a broken weapon. One of the remaining wardmen said that the intelligence reported that throwing was his strongest range skill, while another had already rushed towards the wounded man. However, he probably wanted to take the spear. Unfortunately, his divine golden hand prevented him from doing so and took the weapon away earlier, but one of the guys in black only had to listen to his friend's words that Yun Chen was able to retrieve his weapon. The magician was not confused and pierced the golden hand going through it. He said that if one took action beforehand, this could be easily avoided. He announced that now the classless had no weapons, he would not come here. He said to take the star weapon. It's still a treasure after all. The traitor's hand reached for the spear, saying that it was now his. But no sooner had he touched it than Yun's foot painfully pressed his hand to the ground. And the protagonist stood on the unfortunate man's limb and asked, how could he let him touch his weapon with his dirty hands? The guy in black was very angry. He shouted for that asshole Yun not to dare to underestimate them. Yun responded with an indifferent ouch and used one of the basic skills of a fighter, namely a punch. The punch was so strong that it knocked out the attacker in an instant. The other ward man told him that he was playing with death itself. Yun Chen turned around lightning fast. The dagger that Dean Ye had given him flew straight at his interlocutor. He said that a simple dagger was easy to parry. He was confident in his strength, so he swung his sword without even blinking. But to his disappointment and surprise, the dagger went straight into his chest. The fighter didn't bleed, he simply vanished into space as creatures mixed with darkness usually do. Now Yun turned back to the students of the school. He crouched down to his little sister and stroked her head carefully. He asked Yun Tang how she was, and if she was hurt, she told her brother that she was fine, and he should turn around because that bad guy was running away. The black mage flew away into the sky. Or rather, that single girl. She thought that the fact that Yun Chen had killed 3 people in just a couple of seconds was unthinkable. She told herself that he was not a human, but a real monster. The girl remembered that it was assumed that the space mage Chen Puyu had killed Yanfu. However, from what she had seen, she could tell that Yun had handled him himself. Although she was terribly scared, with cold sweat dripping off her, but she felt that she should definitely report it and realize the danger level of this classless monster. As Yun Tang stood up, she asked her brother what he would do. He would run away from it. Yun Chen calmed her down by saying that she shouldn't worry, he wouldn't run away. Then Yun grabbed the demonic nightmare from 2 separate parts. It turned into a rifle. This is the transformation, a sniper rifle. Yun Chen took aim at the fleeing parishioner. The girl probably sensed it. She turned around, and at the same moment, a bullet flew into her back. The enemy dissolved into thin air, and Yun, watching this, said that it was now clear. In front of Yun Chen was a hole in the iron door, and in front was the head of the slain traitor girl. It was still smoking. Some schoolgirls came forward and looked at their savior with rapt attention, shouting how handsome he was, telling Yun Tang that her brother was truly amazing, that they wanted to marry him. Hearing this, Tang clung to her older brother and shouted that such a thing could not happen, saying that her brother was single and the only girl allowed to stay with him was herself. Teacher Mi appeared from around the corner and shouted at Yun Chen that she had told him not to leave without permission. After realizing that there were no threats around, she was surprised and asked, had he already killed everyone? There were still some remnants on the floor. Teacher Mi knew that they were all second-rank professionals. This made her realize that against the offenders, this guy Yun Chen was terribly ruthless. In response to her question, Yun said that he was just lucky. All of them from the parish must have been their target, and so they decided to slyly pull Yun Tang into this. Teacher Mi exhaled and said that because of the essence of the Demon King, he was really an eyesore to them. She said that he could go back and take Yun Tang with him, and she would take care of the rest. In Zhangnian Academy's projector office, the woman was telling Dean Ye that this time the situation was similar to that of the competition. The ward members sacrificed themselves to open the cracks. She said that their exact purpose was unknown. However, it was definitely related to Yun Chen. Teacher Mi said that she had some doubts over the correctness of Xia Qingcheng's Demon King essence transfer to Yun Chen. Old Man Ye replied to her that the Demon King's essence is just a spark in this situation. They have been on bad terms with the world of darkness for a long time. He said that unfortunately in such a case, killing the genius of one side is the best way. He continued that not to mention that Yun Chen is the winner of the competition. He can be considered the strongest talent of the new generation of Xuanlong without exaggeration, because even without the Demon King's essence, he would be the main target of the arrival. Just the essence accelerated the moment a little. The headmaster stood up from the table and said that of course, they wouldn't be on the defensive all the time either. Nowadays, many academies were forming demon hunter teams, which would allow the students to gain experience in counterattack. The old man asked Teacher Mi how their academy was progressing. The woman said that the first group had been selected, mostly freshmen and sophomores, and now they were being sent to different parts of the world under the guidance of teachers. The principal replied that this is not bad, and as for Yun Chen, he has already called. His sister will be enrolled in Jiangnan City High School soon. Now that Yun has no worries left, he should not cause so much trouble. Meanwhile, at the sight of Yun, Tang jumped with excitement. She couldn't believe that this is his dormitories. After all, it is all such an amazing luxury. She said that he had such a cute little animal that she was even jealous. Yun Tang squeezed the poor plant so hard that it started screaming. Yun Chen told his little sister to be careful. After all, she is still a demonic thornflower. But Yun himself was not thinking about it as much as he was thinking that teacher Mi would help him translate Yun Tan. However, it would be better if Yun Tan herself was worthy of Jiangnan Academy. The guy turned to his sister and told her that it was time for her to awaken her talent as well. The girl sighed languidly and said that it was. They were just taking a 2-day course to do so, but the monster invasion had stopped it. Yun Chen tossed her a blue bottle with liquid inside with the words that since that was the case, let her catch the enlightenment potion and use it right now. The girl didn't expect this at all and was surprised that he suddenly wanted her to do so. She said that she had heard about this potion, but it was very expensive. So much so that even children from rich families couldn't afford it. Yun Tong said that because they sold it, they would get so much money. This offended Yun a bit. He replied to his sister that her brother had spent so much effort to get it, and she wanted to sell it and told her to drink it. After all, then her potential would be higher and her talent would definitely be good. In the end, Tang still agreed. She started to drink it, although she was a little scared. When she finished, she cheerfully said that she drank every last drop, and the taste of the drink is not bad, slightly sweet. Yun Chen asked if she felt anything. He remembered that it was said that the first awakening of talent caused some side effects. Whether it was a well-prepared potion, it should cause a little itching. Yun Tong replied that something strange was going on. She said that she couldn't describe it, but she had definitely drunk it all and that he could check. The girl rushed towards him and shouted that there was definitely not a drop left. How quickly everything happened surprised Yun. He even thought that her little sister had a talent for speeding up. But then he refuted his own guesses, because even if it was a 10-fold acceleration with level 5, it wouldn't work. Besides, it wasn't a spatial skill, and he couldn't feel any magic. But despite all this, she had covered a distance of 2 or even 3 meters at a time. So if this speed is not a spatial skill, then Yun put his hand on his sister's shoulder and asked her if she felt anything strange while walking toward him. She said that no, everything was fine, and on the contrary, his brother was behaving strangely. He was looking at the place where she was standing for so long. The protagonist became cheerful and told her that she was right because he didn't see her move, only how she appeared. He explained that this moment was just accelerated because she had a talent related to time. Yun Tong was surprised. She didn't even realize what he meant at first. The guy grabbed his phone, saying that this was an even rarer talent than Space Magic, and if Space Mage was a strategic level class, then Time Mage was a nuclear level class. He decided that he should report everything to Teacher Mai first. Now Yun Tong, Teacher Mi, Din Ye, and Yun Chen were in the Jiangnan Academy's awakening room. Yun addressed the dean, saying that she was just a middle school student, and therefore he shouldn't have come. The old man shouted, asking what this Yun even knew, shouting that a time mage was the rarity of them all, that in the entire history of Jiangnan Academy, they had never once had a time mage. Suddenly, they both turned around astonished. Din Ye was extremely shocked, for the Talent Awakening Stone revealed a time flow talent. A time flow talent of S quality. Its effect is to speed up or slow down time for a chosen target. Old Man E was happy that she is really a time magician. No middle school teacher has the right to teach her, so she will cross the middle school and her teacher will be one of the deans. He shouted to Teacher Mi not to dare to tell anyone about this, that it is top secret. The woman was already running somewhere with all her legs, but she heard his words and said that she understood. The principal turned to Yun Chen, saying that he had done a great job, repeated that it was a class of time. He was very happy about it. He said that he would go contact the Ministry of Defense. Din Ye teleported out of the room. There was silence in the awakening room. Only the brother and sister were there. Yun approached Yun Tang. She asked what it all meant, and her brother told her not to tell anyone what had happened. He realized that if this information leaked out, the parish would definitely send people to get rid of her, although now she was somewhat safe. However, sitting still was not his style, so instead of waiting for them to come, he would go to them first. In the Jiangnan Academy dungeon hall, there weren't many people besides Yun. He approached the administrator and said that freshman Yun Chun came to get permission. The dungeon level range was 2130, and the difficulty was a nightmare. Also said that the number of dungeons, all available. Someone sighed unhappily and said that the parish was eating them up from the inside, opening cracks everywhere. One guy, probably a student of Jiangnan Academy, said that because of these frequent clashes, too many people were dying. Another said that it was true, fourth-year students of the military department were being sent to war zones immediately. He said that the battles were so fierce that there were so many casualties that they had to send underclassmen. He added that it was unfortunate that sophomores were lucky to survive until graduation. The first guy replied that it was better to go through more dungeons and get stronger. It would increase their chances of survival. One of the administrators was sitting in front of them. The first academic said that he wanted to get permission to go through the second-ranked dungeons from 5 to 28 times. The other added that the difficulty should be high, but the administrator said that the permission to go through all the dungeons from level 21 to 30 was taken by one student, that even now he was breaking all the dungeon records like crazy. This was not what the guys wanted to hear. They were very surprised and asked again, and the other guy asked who could be so greedy. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Yun had already defeated a couple dozen opponents. More and more notifications were coming in. Yun Chen silently stood among the maimed or even killed, and the notifications said that the dwarf dungeon passing records had been updated. This record holder was the classless Yun Chen. The academy students looked at the screen and became more and more surprised. One asked, "What the hell, how many records has he set?" And another said that as expected from Brother Yun, he is a real machine. And the third interrupted the second with words to wait and see. He asked, "Is Yun not going to stop?" Yes, that's right. Yun Chen was not planning to leave the dungeon yet. He was moving on to the next dungeon. The disciples said that he was definitely insane without any respite. Another said that Yun Chen was the only one who would dare to do so. There was already a new dungeon in front of the protagonist. There were skulls and crows and also a huge yellow beast eye. The guy was teleported to the Grave of Old dungeon, level 25-27, and the difficulty of this dungeon is a nightmare and there is only one participant. The dungeon also has a note. Ever since the ancient graveyard got out of control, the whole city is shrouded in darkness. More murders eventually return. There were many dead people in the dungeon, or rather, living skeletons. Yun Chen thought about how many monsters were here, but mostly undead. Skills with attributes of light and fire would be most useful here. He decided that it would be a good time to try out his ghost flame. After all, compared to normal fire, it is not only more powerful, but it also has the ability to burn the soul and shape itself. Yun Chen activated it. A blue fire spiral appeared behind the guy. It lifted him high up. The blue flame was now in the shape of 2 fire dragons. In the same instant, the skeletons began to disperse, their souls dying. They evolved until they disappeared completely. After destroying all of them, Yun began the transition to the next dungeon. The scoreboard began to receive new notifications again. The dungeon passage records were updated again. Only now the graves of old, as well as the heavenly ice canyon, the flaming jungle, and so on. The academicians were getting more and more surprised and wondered how many more records this guy needed. Someone suggested that maybe he wanted to erase all the dungeons of the academy. They asked if he wanted to wear himself out to death. They said that it was somehow too desperate, and another asked what made him go to such extremes. Nicole grabbed her heart and told Yun Chen what he wanted, and her hands were shaking. Teacher Mi told Din Ye that since Yun Tang settled, Chen has been spending day and night in the dungeons. She said that many students had also started to notice that Yun Chen was exhausting himself to the point of walking with great difficulty. She said that after all, the norm for students was 1 dungeon a day. At best, the group could only defend 2 dungeons, but he was clearing them all by himself. Old Man E was silent, then said that it was definitely good that he was working hard on himself, but he had some bad feeling about it. Someone knocked on their door. Behind the translucent doors was a silhouette of Yun himself. When he entered, the headmaster asked if he was all right. For himself, Din Ye noticed that Yun Chen looked calm. Yun turned to Din Ye, holding out some kind of book to him. Then the principal of Jiangyan Academy was furious, asking if this was a monster hunting group. He scolded Yun, shouting that he was crazy, that although freshmen could participate, but in Yun's case it was different. He would not even participate in the second year. But even if he got his permission, Dean Xia would still refuse. Yun Chen smiled and said that Teacher Xia had already approved his permission. This surprised old man Ye. In the paper Yun Chen held out to him was a letter from Dean Xia saying that regarding her disciple, she would allow him everything and take care of him. Let Yun join Katie's team. Dean Ye thought this was crazy, thought that both teacher and student, both are crazy. Yun Chen told the old man not to worry, said he could take a look at his characteristics. Dean Ye agreed and replied that he would take a look now. He used the evaluation. There were Yun's basic characteristics, his name and race, his primary and secondary weapons. But much more interesting were his basic attributes without taking into account the equipment bonus, his strength and physique, agility and stamina. Everything was at levels from 269 to 300. The guy also had many useful skills and high-ranking talents. There were also special skills such as divine lightning and using spells without a staff. The old man realized that just considering his talents, Yun could be considered special among the rest. The value of attributes was overwhelming. Hidden classes and concentrating on one attribute, they were not even close. In the end, the principal just had to say that since he was so sure, he could go. Yun thanked the dean. When the guy left, Teacher Mi told the old man that he thought his decision was extremely inappropriate because as he knew, the parish had started to actively follow Yun Chen. He replied that it was true and Yun Chen understood that. So he was taking the initiative and Xia Qingcheng wanted him to join Katie's team. He reasoned that it must be that Dean Xia had taken action. There was a group of people in Sunan City. They were all very different. Some had interesting ears. Some had interesting clothes. The man in the kimono said it was too much, asking who else was going to join them. He said that he was still a student at the academy and also classless. Another said that despite all this guy seemed really strong. He had won a national competition after all. And the man in the kimono asked what of it. He was still just a chicken who didn't know what to do. The third guy in the mask said who cares about that? Their team gets extra credit for killing ward members or demons. So who cares about the guy from a rich family who came here through connections? The kimono man shouted again that this was too much, called the new member a damn rich man. The girl with unusual ears listened to them and thought that the team's spirit was about to go into the forest, asking herself what Dean Xia wanted to do by making such a decision. She thought that Yun Chen's strength would really not be enough. However, they already had enough credits, so they should not take any unnecessary risks. She also remembered the rumors that were going around in Dongyun City. She hoped that the guy would keep his cool. A foot appeared above the water. It was Yun Chen. He told Miss Kathy that he had arrived. Miss Kathy announced that the last member of the 7th squad had arrived, Yun Chen. He was part of the team from now on. The man in the kimono whispered to the other that there was a bag of credits, but he purposely did it so that everyone could hear. He also told his buddy not to talk too much, because the children of rich parents would be offended by such things. He said that if he didn't want trouble, he should keep quiet. Yun received a new system notification. It was a new task. The task said that he must take first place in the number of contributions to the team, and the reward for the achievement will be the Stone of Destruction of Borders, the Cross of Rebirth. Fortunately, there is no punishment for failure. Yun Chen suggested that perhaps because of the simplicity of the task, there are no rewards like S-rank skill. He already has the Cross of Rebirth, hence the second one he can give to Yun Tong. The Boundary Breaking Stone is also a great item. It can break the quality limit of the equipment, thus improving it. Miss Katie shouted that they are in place, can start their first joint operation. She said that supposedly the parish knows about the Demon Hunter Squad, and their special team should eliminate the newcomers. The girl said that over the past few days, in cooperation with the demons, they have wreaked havoc in remote small towns using extremely brutal methods. They do not spare anyone, even innocent children, said that according to the information provided by the local garrison. A group of strange people are in a warehouse near the river pier. According to the investigation, these people came from far away and most likely their parish. At last shouted that they were their target now. Down below was the very warehouse near the river dock. Squad 7 stood on the cliff looking down on it. Miss Katie used her natural perception, told them that there were 28 people inside with darkness emanating from each of them, most of them second rank, and one quite strong, maybe third. One of the people asked, so what if they were second rank, shouted that they were students of Jiangnan Academy, that they were the best in their groups, that third and that second rank, they would rake everyone in. He was happy that it was just a bunch of credits. The girl said that if he was so sure, then go ahead. She knew that it was a test for students. She was interested to see how they did. They all flew down, shouting that soon all these traitors to humanity would be dead. Someone said that it was a bummer. They already had to go 9-9 against a bunch of people, and now they had an extra weight with them who would also be certified. They said that they would get experience from it, and he would still be a liar, so it was okay. All these people were talking about Yun Chen. One of the group hit the roof of the building hard with his axe to break through it. The roof easily broke through. The people in black robes were even a little surprised by the invasion. The Jiangnan academicians flew on top of them. Yun Chen was a little behind. They wasted no time and started attacking the people who came. Some used sword burst, some used sunstrike, some used breath of light, as well as fist of strength and so on. One of the men in black robes informed the bishop that people had suddenly rushed in from outside. The total number of enemies was still unknown, asking if it would be better for them to retreat. The bishop was completely calm. He replied that he could clearly sense them, told them that there were only 9 attackers, and most of them were only second rank, told them to kill them all. The men in robes were blazing. One laughed and said that he thought that there was a whole army, but it was just a handful of brats. But they had taken them by surprise, so they would make the young men suffer a little. This infuriated the squad members. One was shouting, "How dare he?" The other was already flying at him and asking if he didn't value his life. The two were already very close to the enemy. One of them used a flash of purple heat and the other a ground-splitting strike. But the enemy blocked their attacks, turning the places they intended to hit into ice. One of the academicians said that he was using elements, which meant he was an elemental mage, and another shouted why being strong would betray his homeland. The one replied that it was simple and asked what an ordinary man would do in front of a supreme being, told the attacks to prepare for death. The axeman shouted to retreat, but his weapon is frozen because of the ice and he can't reach it. And the other said his hands are stuck in his ice element. The first one asked what they will do. Yun Chen's bullet cut the air with lightning speed. It flew straight into the elemental mage's back. This was a sniper's basic skill, fuel shot. When the attacking academicians realized that it was a freshman and he was already standing on the dais behind all the people who came, they were shocked and shouted that Yun Chen had felled the elemental mage with one shot. One of them said that his shots ignored the elemental body and asked, "How does it work?" Yun said to himself that the skills with the mandatory hit worked effectively. He used one of the basic skills of a sniper. Fast reloading. Also said that they ignored any physical defense. Said that there were many more targets, and therefore it was possible to practice. Some people in black robes were hiding in large boxes. Some had one, some had 2. Yun launched 3 projectiles at once, using the basic sniper skill of penetrating bullets, as well as frost bullet and fuel shot. The bullets easily penetrated the walls of the boxes, but the sound was quite loud. Those who came in didn't even realize where they were being shot from when they were hit in the heart. One of them cried out through the pain and shouted that he was in a blind spot. How could he be hit? The people from Katie's squad were terrified, because out of 4 shots, Yun didn't miss a single shot, said that they had a divine sniper on their team. Another asked, "Isn't this a classless freshman?" This shocked him even more. Bishop was furious. He shouted to his men to deal with the sniper first, telling them that the sniper was easy to defeat in close combat. Everyone immediately rushed over to Yun Chen, shouting that he was a sneaky bastard, that with their bloody shots, they would kill him. The people from the squad also rushed forward, shouting that they wanted to deal with Yun Chen, that they would help him, because a freshman couldn't handle the ward members alone. When the parishes were so damn close, Yun asked them if they wanted a close combat. He now had a sword in his hand and offered his opponents to play since they wanted to. He pushed himself off the floor and rushed towards the enemies, the guy's eyes burning with a violet light. He activated air dissection and shouted, "Step forward!" He dissected the enemies with elusive speed and blocked their magic attacks. This made the members of the 7th Squad more and more shocked. The man in the kimono asked if he was imagining it, if he had single-handedly defeated a whole mountain of ward members. Another shouted that he thought Yun was a brat who had come prepared. But now it seemed to him that they were the ones who had come to the ready. A magical blue flame spread through the air. It was coming from Yun Chen, and he was within the circle of his own flame. The bishop said that it was the ghost flame of the darkness world. He asked how a child who hadn't even reached the 30th level could get it. He also said that the